Who needs an intro video? Not West Ham Network. Welcome to Transfer Deadline Day. We are live, and I don't have my tie like DJ Russie B sitting down there. He's putting it on live.
This is live.
Screen,
this is
we
live.
are that professional organisation. That's what we.
Oh God, look. I'm rubbish.
There you go.
Anton's gone.
This is live. No, I'm here. I'm back. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? I'm here.
Yeah.
Yes,
You're good.
We're back. Cool. So, listen, should we just go straight into it and bring on our first guest? Because why not? You know, I'm not going to take any responsibility for this, though, Sean. You know, you're driving in your car. Please be safe. Please keep your eyes on the road. You don't need to look at the camera.
Who is that? Is that you, Jim? Jim White? Is that you?
Yes, and we're live.
All right, Sean. Can you give me an update, please, mate?
Well, funny you should ask that, Jim. I've just been talking to the senior source. I know some people are reporting this is done, but I tell you right from the top, this is 95% done. They're just putting the final bits of the contract for Alex Kral. He's going to come on loan with an option to buy, 4-year option to buy, year loan. And yeah, agents Suchek and Sufau have done their job, and he's coming in for cover for Declan Rice and Suchek. Bloody good signing. It's going to go right down to the wire, boys, though. Right down to the wire. Expect it to come at like 10:59 or something like that. That's when the announcement will come. It'll be
Excellent.
a bit of Gerard Bowen, I think, over again.
Right, listen, there's loads of other rumours kicking about, and we will dive in deep. Kral. That's not Kral, it's Kral. That's who it is.
Okay.
Kral.
So, is there anything else that you know of, Sean, that you would like to tempt the fans with?
I'm not going to spoil fun. So I tell you what, I am driving. I've come in to talk about this one. I'll come back and join. We'll talk about that later.
Right.
You
know, when
he's dumping out there.
Comes back on. So I'm not. There could be a surprise, but more of this later after this message. I'm going to drop off now because I'm still driving. But talk to you later. Just remember, keep it filled. Stay with Sky News. Sorry, with West Ham Network. Stay tuned.
Oh, look. All right, okay. See you then. Cheers.
Bye.
Sean.
Cheers,
Roving reporter.
Love you, work.
Don't go to bed.
Do not go to bed, because this is the West Ham Network. Hit that subscribe button, hit that thumbs up. Listen, straight over to you, DJ Russie B. Oh, Stell's in the house. It's got a full house here.
Go to bed. There's no point. Go to bed. There's no point. Nothing's happening. We've done all our deals. You might as well have an early night. We've got all the players that we're going to need, and that's that. There you go. End of show.
Right, I'm going to go over to DJ Russie B. Alex Kral. Nobody reported it. The last report that came out about Alex Kral came out about June, July time. But apart from that, we've gone about our business quietly, and it looks like we're potentially looking to get this deal over the line before the deadline of 11 o'clock tonight. What's your thoughts, DJ Russie B?
Definitely. That's what I mean. That's what we were saying before, weren't we? It's like the way this sort of the news has been broken. So like Vlasic, we didn't know about until Sunday. Then we signed him properly. So, you know, same true with the Areola deal. We're sort of like ticking over, and then literally on the Monday we're signing him, and we signed him. That's why with Kral, I really think this one's a go. And as our senior source just said before Stelios came on, 95% done. 95% done.
He's not the senior source. He's the source of the senior source.
The source of the senior source.
He's our senior source.
What's going on with all these ties today? What's all that about?
Oh my God!
Honestly,
deadline day.
Lads, please someone tell me that still. Honestly, trying to keep him up to date with stuff.
Deadline day. It's
honestly,
it's in homage to your mate Jim White, because he's he did, wasn't it?
I mean, really yellow, but I don't think anyone's got one of them. They look
no, this is not yellow. This is like two-tone. But as I said, I don't usually wear a tie.
Is that why we're appearing in this nasty, sickly, custody yellow?
Come on, mate.
Deadline day.
Come on, mate, get with it.
Honestly, I listen, for everyone that's watching, I do apologise for Yeah. I do apologise for Still's lack of knowledge and everything that he does regarding the West Ham network. Anyway, let's move on. Vlasic is signed on the dotted line. We still haven't seen him in the West Ham top. I don't think we have yet. However,
Well,
there's
a good reason for that, mate.
Is he Russia?
Well, you can get a West Ham top in Russia. You tell me we can't get a West Ham
Yeah,
top in
he
Russia?
could.
Not unless it's dodgy.
Probably for tomorrow.
Yeah,
Probably for that tomorrow or Tuesday or something. It's not as easy to ship one out to Russia as it is to ship one over on the Eurostar to Paris.
Yeah.
Exactly. David Sullivan wasn't even going to ship us up to Everton for a cup game. You honestly think he's going to ship a shirt out to Russia so that one of our new footballers is going to wear it? Leave off.
I want to know.
In Russia, Sullivan didn't want to pay for the private jet to fly him here and back again.
Matt, I want to know your thoughts on.
Russia.
I want to know your thoughts on Vlasic. Are you happy with the signing?
I'll be honest. Again, like we said, it was one of them sort of out of nowhere ones. I mean, there was little murmurs that he might be on the list of backups for Lingard, but I think we're all very surprised and frustrated that it's taken so long. Like, you know, essentially we brought in Areola almost right at the start of when the players come back to training. And then we've crammed everything into about 4 days. You know, we brought Zuma in. Vlasic looks like, I can't be honest, I'm not gonna be one of these guys that comes on a show and goes, oh, he's his mate. I know stats that I've read that he is a very good player. He's very good in the number 10. He's good with the ball at his feet. He creates and scores a lot of goals. He's supposed to be technically very good. I've seen some people say he's probably technically better on the ball. We're up there with Ben Rama, but Everton fans liked him when he was there for the 2 games he played in the middle, and then chucked him out on the wing as a 19-year-old still learning to play in the Premier League, and he didn't play very well. And then he's gone and spent 4 years maturing in Russia, where he's done very well. A lot of people were looking at him. I did read somewhere yesterday that he was off to AC Milan at the start of the season, and the deal fell through. So it shows you that we weren't the only team looking at him. He has got potential. There was big interest in him. And it does look like a Moyes sort of player. He looks like a guy that can play anywhere, that free behind the striker. He's played a little bit as a false number 9 as well. He's played up front a few times. So he fits that mold. Moyes wants to cover multiple positions. Good with the ball at his feet. Looks like he's got a decent finish on him. And look, at the end of the day, if Moyes wants him, I think everyone else just accepts it. I think Moyes has proven, and, you know, I would question percentage of successful signings that Pellegrini made. And I would say it'd be very small. I'd probably say maybe 20% of his signings were successful. And at the moment, I think, like I said, I think we said this the other night, the only signing I think that would probably be classed as a failure for Moyes was Hugill. And he was given a chance, and he was essentially bought in case we got relegated. But since he's come back, every single signing has been his signing, and they've all worked out well. Like, I think every single one's worked. So if Moyes said, if we can't get Lingard in, he's my next go-to man, and he's 6 years younger than Lingard, so he's not even at his potential yet. You know, he's still reaching his prime. I think we back it, and we just go, fantastic signing.
Yep. What do you think then, Still?
I think he's a decent purchase, to be honest with you. By the way, there we go. Abu, thank you for that. Kral is done, apparently, according to TalkSport. So that's another player
sources don't say that still. Sources say the finer details need doing.
Done. Well, you know.
Well, we all know like Still loves to jump the gun with these kind of things, you know. But
I didn't say it. Abu was saying TalkSport says.
Yeah,
I didn't say
was it Jim White saying it? Was it TalkSport?
I don't know, and I don't care. Just read what our viewers are saying. TalkSport says Kral is done.
He's on a wind up today, isn't he?
Calm your beans, mate. Calm your beans.
Vlasic, I know we all kind of really wanted. A lot of people wanted Lingard to come back, and a lot of people are still going on about. A lot of people are still going on about, well, why not a striker? Why not a striker? But I think Vlasic, I've looked at, I think we've all looked at his stats, and primarily he's better off at attacking midfield, which is the role that I think with Ben, he'll be competing with Ben Rama for. but he can be just as effective. You know, he's played up front, he's played out wide, and he's matured. He's only 23 years of age, but he's learned since he's been, since his time at Everton. He's learned his game. 33 goals in just over 100 games in Russia. All right, people are going to go, yeah, the Russian league is nothing like the Premier League, but it doesn't matter. You got to do your business, whatever league you play in. And 33 goals and 21 assists in 108 games, something like that for CSKA. Brilliant. I think you know what Moyes is doing. Look at the age of the players that he's bringing in. Suma, 26. Areola, 28. Areola or 26. And Kral. Vlasic, 23. Kral, 23. You know, it's really good. It's really good, and I think it's really pleasing. Not only is he bringing the average age, look what he's done. Look what he's done throughout the whole transfer window, not just for the senior squad, but for the under 23s as well. He's gone out and bought 4 very highly rated youngsters. He's now gone out and brought in 4 senior players, and he's preparing not only for this season. He's preparing for the seasons ahead as well. And isn't that what we've all been saying? The second oldest squad in the Premier League, etc., etc. And Vlasic, for me, is, I think he's going to do really well. I like him. I think he's going to do really well.
We've got Luke. Luke's joining us, but he's only joining us in audio. Luke, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly,
Yes, mate.
No, I can't hear you, Luke. Can you hear me, Luke? No.
Unfortunately, I can hear you, yeah.
Can you hear? Luke, sorry, Luke. I didn't get that. Sorry, what?
Shh. That's what I say. Shh. To you still.
Look, question to you, mate. Question to you. If we don't get Lingard over the line, how would you feel about that?
Can I just say, first of all, Russ in the t-shirt and tie just looks to me like one of them wedding DJs that he's been on for like 5 hours. He's got too hot in his blazer. He's taking it off. He's been asked for the 10th time to play Angels by Robbie Williams. He's going, oh, sod this.
Again.
Tie looks good, though, mate. Tie looks good. Yeah, Lingard, I'm bored of it. If he comes, he comes. I respect the fact that he wants to stay at Man United and, makes himself in that team if he can. Plus, Ronaldo coming back, that adds to the glamour of playing for United. If he can just try and rekindle whatever relationship he had in the past, then it would be fantastic for him. So if we even offer the money like we said we would do, then that's down to us. But if he wants to stay, then fair play to him. I'm sure that Vlasic will add to whatever he could have brought in the first time. So it's a shame if he don't come, but I respect him anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, we're hearing, obviously, the rumours, Russ, about Conor Coventry heading to Peterborough United. What do you think about that? Are you disappointed not to seeing him a little bit more this season, potentially?
No, I'm actually, by the sounds of it, the fact is he hasn't really played much. He's been on the bench, but hasn't come on when there's been selections, possibilities. So for me, I think actually 1 out, 1 in, we know what Conor Coventry can do. And go out and give him some game time. Same as Meepo. Go out and give him some game time. Get some games under their belts. They're bringing in Kral, apparently 95% done, or 100% if you listen to Talk Sport. And it's sort of almost 1 in, 1 out. That's the way I've seen it. And we look at Kral. It's by the sounds, it's not an obligation. It's an option to buy rather than an obligation to buy. But that can't be confirmed yet. I think it's going to be a business. Let's see what this Kral's all about. You know what I mean? Old Thomas and Vlad would have had a word in Moyes' ear about him. He knows all about him. So let's see what he's like. And he's not going to get much. I mean, it's a shame because Conor, I think it could have been a breakthrough season for him. But as you said, Moyes just doesn't fancy him at the moment. I don't know what it is. Maybe, it's a double-edged sword. You want the guys to play, but they haven't got the experience to play, but you've got to play them somehow. So actually sending on loan to a championship team rather than League One, League Two, no disrespect to League One and League Two, championship's a good quality football. And Peterborough's a good team. We are always quite good. Actually, Peterborough in the championship. So I sound really stupid. Peterborough in the championship, wasn't it?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Here's a good comment from Pavel. From a Slavia fan, Kral is a great signing. Box to box, fast, not bad in the air, centre back. Which we know he's a bit like Declan. He started off as a centre back and he's moved forward into midfield. can be emergency backups. Sometimes was rushed. It sounds like maybe. Am I understanding sometimes rushed? Does that mean he was rushed to play in certain positions, or I'm not sure? But anyway, fits well in today's West Ham.
Where Kral's concerned, I just did a conversation with Fandango. I was on Twitter a minute ago. People were saying he didn't play very well at the Euros. But you can't always go off on a player's tournament performances, because if people remember back, we signed Valencia from a good World Cup as far as I can remember. And even though he done well when he first turned up, he couldn't handle the physicality of it. There's been many players that have been absolutely fantastic players and done terribly in tournaments and stuff like that, and still been good players overall. So there's no reason for me why people are going to go off 4 or 5 games that they played at the Euros and go right. Well, he's nothing, is he?
Well, the group of death, wasn't it? The group of death. None of that group of death actually qualified to the latter stage. France and that lot. You're saying Pogba? Don't buy Pogba. No, he's rubbish. Griezmann? Leave him alone. Didn't have a good tournament. But I know what people mean. But as you said, it's I always, as I said, Moyes would have done the MOT test on him. And checked him out. You know what I mean? This has been in the works for a long time. We talked about him in the beginning of the transfer window, and now we're talking about at the end. There's been a few months in between. So I think Matt, I think it's gonna be a good time.
Yeah, Matt, what's different in particular about this window in comparison to other windows that West Ham have had? And relating that to the information that the fans can get.
Well, I think we're all very surprised because there's not a lot of stuff out there. Like, there's not at all. Obviously, once we've then made a headway towards a player, that's when everything's come out. But even with Ariola, like I said, it was very much. We had the smoke screen of Sam Johnson, and it was both going. And then it was like, I think it was like the Wednesday night, everyone was like, Ariola's off, it's too much money, we're bringing in Johnson. And then the next day, we signed Ariola. Everyone was like, oh, hang on here. And, Zuma, it was on and off. But Moyes doing different, same with Milenkovic. And then even with that, he was getting told, like, I remember texting you the other night, it was literally in the space of like an hour. It was on and off about 3 times. And then come to Saturday, it's done. Vlasic has essentially come out of nowhere. Kral is literally, I think, was it the start of the window back in like May?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The owners of Sparta said...
And then it went completely quiet. And I remember we were talking in one show where we actually said that, we said, the Kral info has gone completely dead, and we thought it was just never going to happen.
I think Sean said when he come on was that it's Sparta are saying it's an obligation to buy, West Ham say it's an option. I'm not sure which way that slides. Maybe there's like a translation or somewhere. But he's saying it's 17 million. I'm sure we were quoted more than that at the start of the summer. And then Sparta then said we want to put it on hold because he's going to have a good summer in the Euros, and his price will skyrocket. I think they were hoping for like a Souček style effect on the Euros, and he had a quiet Euros, but they still done reasonably well. And all of a sudden, I think West Ham. I don't know if they've just gone back in yesterday and gone, is he available, or an agent's rung up and gone, because I'm shocked. I'm genuinely shocked. For one, we're the only team that's gone in for him, and two, that considering they wanted 20+ million back in May, have now gone. You can have him on a loan to buy for 17 million. That's the exact same thing we done with Souček. It's he has a number 4.
Yeah, Zuma got the number 4.
Yeah, that's weird. That sort of sand.
It was cool though. It was cool,
but
weird.
It
was weird. Yeah, it was very, very, very different. Loads of people in the comments here saying, Theo was saying Kral had 2 games where he played more than 30 minutes at the Euros. Can't really judge on that. Completely agree with him. Marcus is saying, hello everyone, how's things? Just got in with the family after a lovely day out. Any news? Well, yeah, I mean, the news is that West Ham are active. It looks like we're active, and it looks like, this time last week we were all panicking for no reason. Because David Moyes had it all planned out all along. The question I want to ask, though, is to whoever wants to answer it. If Kral has been a genuine link throughout the whole summer, why potentially, the only question I would want to ask is, why would we leave it to the last minute?
Because about any signing, though, really, couldn't you?
There's this speculation, isn't there, that the club want to save on wages. So they're trying to bring players in right at the last moment. You're saving 5 or 6 weeks worth of wages. Is it really that important?
I don't think it's wages, but I don't think that they thought they'd get the deal they got. Don't forget, when there was the rumours come out last night that Vlasic was having his medical and he was retiring, the rumours I then read was that we were looking to bring in 2 or 3 players on deadline day, but we only had money to do loans. And I don't think that they put at any point that Kral would be available. And then I don't know. I don't know. An agent of an agent must have, middleman's initiated this and said, by the way, you do know Slavia will let them go out on loan now if you do a loan to buy. And I reckon Moyes has gone straight back in because Moyes was in before the summer anyway, and they didn't want to sell him because they wanted to try and get more money for him.
But aren't Slavia after someone as well? That they've got a midfield guy like someone they're trying to bring in, and I think it might have been a one out man in for them as well. So
yeah, but don't forget he's the one that came in to replace Souček.
True.
They brought him in to replace Souček in the first place.
Who? Kral?
Yeah.
Kral only stayed at Slavia Prague for something like 6 months.
Sorry.
He was signed in January and he left in July.
Other way around, I think.
I think there is another one there, though. I think you're right. Yeah. Because he literally only spent something like 6 or 9 months in... He was signed in January from Teplice or whatever the other team is in Czech Republic in January 2019.
And then he went to Sparta and Souček come in to replace him.
And Souček come in to replace him, right? Yeah. So he literally Kral only spent about 6 or 9 months or something like that at Slavia Prague. As soon as he was bought, he was sold. But they do that in those sorts of leagues. They do have a tendency, and then the price of the player bumps up. Like they go from like a Czech league to a Russian league or whatever, and they go for like 3 or 4 million more than they were bought for in the first place. And then all of a sudden they go from that league to the Premier League or something for like 4 times the price, and so that's what they seem to do. But he didn't spend an awful lot of time at Slavia Prague. He was fleeting, just passing.
Plenty of all right, there you go. Ironclad. I won't believe any transfer news until right now. Leans out his Range Rover and says it's a done deal. Plenty of players have been linked.
Bag in his hand, clutched like that, little brown paper envelope.
Brown envelope in his hand, yeah.
Brown envelope in his hand. Allegedly. My dog ate it, and I don't know anything about it.
No.
Fresh. Oh, sorry.
Go for it. Go for it, Luke.
I'm just saying, fresh fielder. There'll be no more Michelle Hansons from me. That's for sure. I've learnt my lesson now, and I won't live that down. So unlucky.
Here's a comment from Zach. Not enough if we're only getting Kral. We need another attacker or a forward. That's a good question. Do you guys still think we need a striker?
Well, I'll bring this up here. These 3 players today have been linked to West Ham. Now, listen, we all know there are rumours, but let's discuss them. I mean, do you think there's any genuineness in these links of these 3 players? Bamba from Leo, Dembele from Lyon, and Origi, of course, at Liverpool. Still, you're shaking your head saying no?
No. Apparently, Origi was offered to West Ham, and Moyes said no. Bamba and Dembele, I think they're just nice stories to have. I don't want to say I don't think we're going to get anyone else in, but I think it will be unlikely unless
Matt,
it's another loan deal.
It wouldn't surprise me either way. I think it'll be more than one more. I think, like you said, Origi, I can't see happening. I don't think he's a Moyes player. I think he was a Sullivan player. One of the other 2. I'm trying to work out how many foreign loans are allowed because I'm sure it's more than 2.
I think it's quite a few actually on foreign loans now. I think they've changed the rules. Yeah, I've got. You can only have 2 domestic loans, can't you? But I think foreign loans, it might even be 3 or 4. Someone will know in the chat. Someone's guaranteed to know in the chat. I mean, the only one I can see potentially out of those 3 will be Bamba because he has the ingredients to be Moyesified. in that the way he did it to Antonio and the way he did it to Arnautovic. I mean, Bamber is a winger, really. He's a strong winger. So, you know, you could see a Moisification there into a striker. But, as you said, it's a bit left field out so late in the day. Unless similar thing to Alex Kral, maybe he's just become available and they're looking to clear the deck. That's how a lot of these things happen. They just, you know, the agents will say, yeah, this guy's available now. And everyone goes, breaking news, Anton.
Breaking news, and we can confirm the news that we knew all day. Conor Coventry has officially joined Peterborough United on loan for the rest of the season with a break clause in January. So that is confirmed. So that's one piece of the jigsaw moved out and placed.
Now you know why Kral is coming in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Shame.
And have you guys talked about Zande Silva who's back in Greece? Mezak Dew is going out as well, probably on loan. A lot of youngsters are going out on loan last day of the
Happens, isn't it?
transfer window. It does happen. There are a few players that I don't think we'll see again that went out on loan earlier in the transfer window, like the keepers, mind you. Their names have gone. Anang is having a really good time at Stevenage, whereas unfortunately Nathan Trott is not having the best of times in the second division in France. So yeah, we might be saying goodbye to one or two of these young players. Anton, have you got any updates on Alese? Because I don't think there are any, are there? You're on mute, mate. You're on mute. Amateur.
You are on mute,
Amateur.
I tried to search for it. I tried to search for it last night, and I can't see anything. He's not even putting anything out on his own social media. But I looked into it a little bit more. So what? 16 minutes he was down on the park.
He was down on the park for 16
There was an
minutes.
update on the official website earlier today.
Oh, was there?
Was there? Right.
Yes.
Like, go on, Matt. What is it?
I think he said he was fine. I think from what I read,
What, you're asking me?
I think they said he was fine. From what
Well,
he
that's
had-
relief.
Because being down on the ground for 16 minutes before you carried off would have been a major cause for concern. We know it was a head clash.
Yeah.
But yeah, good that he's fine. That's really, really good.
That was classic. That
Well,
was.
here we are.
There's been an
I will read the update out to you officially now. West Ham can confirm that Alessi is recovering well from the head injury sustained during the game on Sunday afternoon. He was caught in an accidental collision while heading the ball clear from a corner, leading to stoppage in the play. A safe treatment was prioritised. Aje sustained a head injury during the fixture against Chelsea. The situation was managed exceptionally well by medical staff on the pitch. He was then taken to hospital for further tests, later discharged that afternoon. He's since been at home recuperating and is making a good recovery. All protocols were followed at the time of the incident and will continue to be as we make sure Aje completes a safe return to training in due course. There you go.
Good. We just want to pick this comment out. I'm really pleased to hear it, mate. Ironclad, thanks to those who wish a 2-year-old grandson well. His temperature is down from 39.4 to 38, so moving in the right direction. Good luck to him,
Good
mate.
stuff,
you know, good stuff.
Absolutely.
Good stuff.
Good luck, yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Who?
Back to less important information.
Exactly.
I'm just updating some stuff so I can go through the comments then.
Well, I'll go through them. We got Fred, hello, mate. From what I've seen of Vlasic against Real Madrid, complete Moyes player. Yeah, agree, mate. I think it's going to be Vlasic, not Vlasic. Vlasic. He's going to be a bit of a revelation, isn't he? I think I'm excited. I'm excited to see our midfield, you know, and when a player comes off, you know, like a Bowen or a Fornals or whatever, and then we go, right, we're bringing Vlasic on.
Yep.
You're going to go more of the same, please, aren't you?
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
that's I think that's
So,
great.
Simmer has signed for Brighton. And
As
signed-
signed for Brighton.
And he's going on loan to Stoke.
and he signed for Stoke as well. They
Is that
announced both deals
official,
at the same time. Yeah.
That is madness.
He is signed for Brighton. And
8 million.
I don't get that.
loaned him out.
I don't get that. I do not understand that.
That's so
Yeah.
weird.
Well, as I said yesterday, if you come out to the public about him, they were happy to get rid of him.
Yeah.
They said he's got, I don't know what the health problems are. They said he's got health problems. He's got an attitude problem. He's lazy. He hasn't scored since February
Well,
against Leicester in the Europa League. And they were happy to get rid of him.
pre Moyes, he would have been an ideal signing for us.
Yeah, agreed. true. It's true. Yeah, it's true.
It would have been
And I'm
ideal.
sure for that amount of money and the fact we've had tabs on him, if Moyes wanted him, he would have got him.
Yeah.
Definitely, most
Yeah,
definitely.
I agree. Yeah. 8 Barley. I will be sort of gutted if we don't get Lingard, and think it will be a shame for him. I agree. No England World Cup unless he displaces Bruno, Greenwood, or Ronaldo. That's a good point, isn't it?
And
Do you
Sancho.
And Sancho.
And
Yeah.
Sancho.
Yeah. Do you think there's any remote chance that Lingard is coming in right at death?
No.
I've got a theory.
Today,
You tell me first.
I'm going to say no.
No.
Yeah.
I'm going
to say possibly.
I reckon we'll get
Hang
him
on, lad. Sorry.
for about. I reckon we'll get him for about 10 million in January. I reckon
Hold on a minute.
he's not going to.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. What's that? Hold on.
Hold
I'll put
on.
it
Sorry,
mute
mate. Sorry.
in 2 seconds.
Sorry. Yeah. No, I'll have two Lamboonas, and that was Jim White on the phone. He can't come on tonight. There we go.
Oh.
He was up for it. That'd been quite funny. Anyway, no, I don't
No,
think he's
Right, sorry, I've just had it confirmed there by Stell. Don't go to bed. Lingard is an option. We just have to keep our eyes on the deal for the rest of the evening. Listen, we have no
You know
idea.
what?
That's what I love about this, though. This is what I love about this.
I think
I
at
don't
this
think
point,
so.
I think at this point he does want to give it a go. And you know what? It's his boyhood club. I can't blame him.
He's going to play Ronaldo.
I think it's going to get in 3 months' time. We're going to get to January, and he's going to play a total of 90 minutes the entire time in the Premier League, and then he's going to realise he needs to go. When we hit January, he's then got 12 months to get ready for a World Cup because the World Cup's next winter.
Exactly. Yeah.
He's lucky because it's moved back. It should be in the summer, but it moved back because of Qatar.
I agree.
Moved back to the winter. I think he's got 6 months, or 3 months to try and get the Man United team, and it's not going to happen. Like, bearing in mind, he's not getting in the team right now, and that's without Ronaldo in the team and without Rashford in the team.
But the thing is, as well, is he's in the England squad now, and he ain't played any real minutes. You know what I mean?
And I said to Ant the other day, we spoke yesterday about this thing, and I said, I guarantee he's only in that team as an apology.
Possibly,
Because he should have gone to the Euros instead of Ben White. Ben White essentially went as a 5th choice centre back because we had 4 centre backs, and then when we played as a back 3, Walker played as the 3rd centre back. So he was actually behind Walker and Mings and Maguire and John Stones. So I think he realised he shouldn't have taken him and he needed more options going forward, and he should have taken Lingard. But I think even Southgate said himself, he needs to play, if he wants to make the next squad, he needs to play more minutes. He played 4 minutes in the first 3 games. 4
Exactly.
minutes.
And I totally agree what you mean, Matt. I mean, he'll stay until January, and then he's in the last year of his contract anyway, technically, and the last 6 months of his contract. He runs out in June. And so he'll be available to purchase for next to nothing.
Don't forget, in the summer, when his loan first finished with us, and everyone was asking for the Euro started, there was rumours of Atletico Madrid. There was rumours of both
Dortmund, wasn't
Milan and Juventus. And any one of them 4 teams can sign him for nothing on the 1st of January. Because they can sign him on a Bosman. They can sign him for nothing. So then he could literally turn around and go, 1st of January, you can tell to Man United, go, are you going to sell me to Premier League team? And if they go, no, well, I'm off. There you go. I've signed it. I ain't going to get the playing time. I'm off. Well, I don't think the owners are going to be that stupid. At the end of the day, the Glazers want to make money. That's all they want. That's the sole reason they signed Ronaldo was to keep the fans on side, and because they know that he is a license to print money, even at his age. And he sold out every single shirt on PSG store.
I want to put a question to Luke. Luke. Matt, Luke, are you there still? You didn't unmute yourself.
I am here. I'm here.
Good man. How would you feel if we don't bring a striker in? I know there's a lot of chat all over online. People would be a little bit frustrated at the fact that, we're not going out for an out-and-out striker. With the signings that we've brought in, with the style of play that Moyes is doing, how do you personally feel about the fact that we're not potentially bringing in a striker?
I'm not too fussed, in fairness. I think that, you know, we got enough players in the midfield and the wing. The players like Bowen, you know, Lingard come in, scored the same amount of goals roughly as a striker would have done last season. He was a midfielder. I think it's kind of like an old school take now to have an out and out striker on the field. You know, Antonio was never an out and out striker, but he's just managed to find a way of finishing, you know, goals off and stuff like that. I'm not too fast, but if we end up playing a false number 9 role or getting midfielders in who can score goals and stuff like that, and if you look at most of our goals over the last 5, you know, Arnautovic was the last sort of striker before Antonio, and he wasn't an out-and-out striker either. And look at the job he done. So there's no doubt in my mind Moyes can make, you know, even Vlasic. You know, there's rumours out in Russia that at times Vlasic was playing more of a striker. That's why he scored so many goals. I don't know how true that is. Matt can confirm that for me. But I'm not too bothered as long as we bring the right players in. At this point, I've said this to many people before. The way Moyes has come in has changed my opinion completely. So I just trust him in anything he wants to do. Any player wants to bring in, I'm well behind it, and I trust that his decisions will be the right one. So if we don't, look, I've never heard of South, this Bamba, and I've just heard about him today. But if he comes in and he does a job, then fantastic. But if not, I'm sure Moyes will find a way that we can cope and progress wherever we go with a full formation. Also, Bowen could play like Messi in a false number 9, can't he? So bring that on.
Exactly. What do you lads think of that? I mean, Russ, thoughts on potentially not bringing in a striker? Do you agree with the sentiment?
I don't think we're bringing a striker. I don't think and it's not been anything new. The last 4 transfer windows, I think we've been thinking about getting a striker, and we're not going to get one. Moyes likes having the. I mean, Antonio is he's playing well as a 9. If he's injured, then we go to the false 9, and he will not sign a striker until basically Antonio puts his boots up. That's basically how I see it. He wanted El Nesri. That's the one he wanted, by all accounts. So, yeah, it is what it is.
Well, we've got Dan Fandangles is in the house.
Here he is.
You all right, mate?
Yeah, good, Juice.
Yeah, good, thank you. Are you excited by the fact that we're still in the transfer market on deadline day, or would you have preferred West Ham to have done their business a lot earlier?
Well, I would have preferred it was done earlier, but, you know, it is what it is. At least we're getting players over the line now. I think that's the main thing. We've got to pack the squad out. It's a bit thin, isn't it? So bring the players in now. You've got them for the season. It doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah. Well, we've got someone else in the back burner. You know, we're going to have to go live over to the roaming reporter who's changed his name by people. Right, come on then.
Today,
have you got any
banter. Look, I've just been listening to you guys. Jesse Lingard, not in a million years, ain't happening. His dad controls.
Maybe
it's not. Stop it, Anton. It's not happening. Jim.
Right, come on. Any more updates then? Anything exciting, or are you going to put us on this lead balloon?
I'm going to string it out over the evening, but I was just watching. I've moved to my iPad now, as you can see. I'm not in the car anymore. Jesse Lingard hasn't been happening for a while, right? Yes, he did meet Moyes. Yes, he has been meeting with Moyes. Moyes is acting as a mentor to him. He still rents. I mean, the one thing I will tell you, he still rents a flat in Stratford in the same block as Moyes. You know, that is true, right? But he's got enough money to not to worry a few £1,000s a month. Renting a flat. I think Moyes is acting as a bit of a mentor to him because that's what Moyes does. You know, we got, you know, a Croatian international that is 5 years younger than Lingard. Kept on being told it's a Lingard type player. There is not a lot of room for Lingard. We've done all our money. Sorry to ruin that bit as well. We haven't got any more transfer budget. So only loans and freebies. If there was anything happening before 11 o'clock. You know, this, you know, this morning was the final permanent transfer. £70.5 million spent, by the way, Jim, right? 70, and if you include wages, it gets up to about £135 million of investment. Not bad.
Can you do me a favour then? Have you written that in a little cheeky article and thrown that bad boy out there for us?
Yeah, I have. And I mentioned this to Stell when he came on the podcast last night.
Yeah. Your pet Stell.
Yeah, he was very well behaved, to be honest.
Here he is, speaking of
there
devil.
he is.
There he is.
I did tell them that, and they all told me I was talking bollocks, meaning that you were talking bollocks.
No.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go through it? Probably for another time, but...
Well, hold on a minute. Are you about to do this PowerPoint presentation? Because if you are, we may hold off on that just now, Sean. Right, listen, I mean, there's so many players linked to the club. I mean, let's not be about...
And I'll answer you. I'm not going to give everything away at the moment. If you ask a couple of questions, I'll answer you.
Well, I'll fire the first one. Are we talking to another agent that's not Alex Kral's agent?
What kind of question is that? We talk to agents
I'm
all
just
the time.
Straight in there. Straight
It's like
in there.
Paxman. It's
We
like
talk
Paxman.
to agent.
Yeah.
Agents talk to Sullivan all the time. So that's
So the answer to that question is yes, then.
yes.
All right. Out of 10, how likely we are to sign someone else other than Kral today?
In your opinion.
In my
Yeah.
opinion, no,
Yeah.
no, you're peaking too early.
No, because it doesn't mean what you say is definitely factual,
10.
Sean.
Yeah.
Come on.
Really, truly,
Yeah,
you want a truthful answer?
go for it. Yeah.
I don't want to spoil. If you don't want, like the BBC on the news, the
Don't
watch
know the
match of the
scores.
day. Please block your ears now.
Well, I'll tell you what then. Hold that thought. Bamba. Anything in it. Even a remote bit of truth in your opinion from the senior sources.
This is a little winner, a winger. Yeah, he's not really a striker.
No.
No. We were. I think he was of the interest, but it's a little bit of a delayed reaction. You know.
Yeah.
No, is the answer. If they want 25. They're in financial trouble. They don't want to loan a player to us. They want 25 million. Ain't going to happen.
I've got another question. Alex Kral
Yeah.
sneaked in there a little bit sneakily, didn't he? That deal came out of the blue. No one else really reported that.
Agent Suchek.
Agent Suchek. Well, I mean, come on, we did know that, but the thing is, that is a prime example of what's happening at the club. Is Moyes keeping a lot of things under wraps? From your knowledge, are they keeping a lot of things under wraps?
I think he's keeping stuff from the board, which is great. Look, this is the last transfer window for Sullivan, and he hands over the keys to the castle to Rob Newman, literally next month. So,
What do you, from your knowledge, then, in terms of like what Stell's put up there from Trinny Hammer, related to Sima, who's now gone to Brighton and has now immediately gone out on loan to Stoke. Now, we do know earlier in the transfer window that was a genuine, target of West Ham, or they had highlighted him as someone on that list that they were interested in. Something's obviously happened there, and we're hearing rumours coming out of the Czech that he has got problems in his training. There's maybe some medical issues there. Did we just not fancy him at all? Is that what we're?
I think
led to
Moyes
believe?
didn't fancy him. There are a number of players that were offered to us. Look, the way it works in real terms is agents come to us with players, right? The chairman likes to find his own players as well. But what has changed with David Moyes is he will firmly say no. The Milinkovic deal shows you that. So basically, and I talked about this with Stel last night. So he has a conversation with the chairman. He goes, "Oh, I like that Milinkovic guy." And the chairman goes out and goes, "All right, I'll do a deal." So he talks to agent intermediaries, goes, "I've done the deal." And then David Moyes goes, "I only said I liked him. I actually like Zuma better." And sometimes there can be these conversations that maybe get misunderstood. Because nothing's definite. My understanding is the transfer list was very, very fluid throughout the whole of the transfer window. Moyes would go, "I like him, but I like him better. I like him, and I don't like him anymore." Tammy Abrahams, they absolutely wanted Tammy Abrahams. But when you put together the transfer fee and you put together the wages, it just couldn't happen. And Moyes knew that.
Well, Sean,
go.
I want to know though, because David Gold is coming in here challenging you, saying don't go to bed. Is he only talking about Alex Kral, or is he talking about anyone else?
He will be talking about. Oh, you want me to answer the question now?
No, I don't.
You don't, because it spoils your show.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't, because you never know. You just never know.
I'm not going to
Right.
answer the question.
Come on, Mr. Stell. What's your reaction?
Well, I mean, as Sean said, we were having these conversations last night, and we've all got to try and sort of put out hope. There's a lot of people still saying that we want a striker in, despite bringing in the likes of Vlasic and other players, and people are still going on about a striker. But David Moyes doesn't play with a classic number 9 striker unless he's called Antonio. So,
but even Antonio still, if you watch,
it's not a classic striker.
Yeah, but it's fluid. He'll go out wide, and someone will fill in the box where he's not there. Like, it's so fluid between the front four that I don't really feel like. I do feel like it's just too much of a meltdown where this number 9 is needed. I think we've signed Vlasic now. That's a very good signing in my opinion. And you look at the forward options we've got now. I don't think we've got anything to worry about up top.
No, I agree. And one thing that we proved last season is that we score from most parts of the field. We said it in last night's show that the days of a 20-25 goal a season striker seem to be kind of like, not a lot of teams rely on it anymore. I mean, Sean, you've seen all the news about Lingard, and you keep hearing about, players still want. Who's that then? I can't see that very well. Is that That's not Vlasic, is it?
No, it's Coventry joined Peterborough, as we said yesterday. He's joined on the season loan with a good mate Barry Fry at Posh. So good move for him. I think he'll be the making of Coventry.
Well, let's hope so, because I think he's a good player. But Sean, you hear about a lot of fans keep going on about they want a striker. Moyes doesn't play that way, does he? So are fans going to be disappointed that there's the likelihood of not bringing a striker in?
Well, Twitter.
And have we been looking at a striker throughout the window?
We've been looking at Tammy Abrams, but I think Moyes has said he's speaking publicly. It's no secret. He couldn't get a striker that had enough quality, that was in our price range, that doesn't mind sitting on the bench waiting for Mikel Antonio to get injured. That's a lot of ask for a striker, right?
Yep.
Because if Mikel Antonio is fit, you play him. So you've got to have someone to sit on the bench waiting for his turn that may never come. I think David Moyes has said this publicly. He's happy to have Yarmolenko, Gerald Bowen, sitting on to push up and bring another midfielder in.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Midfielders can do anything. They can remember Mikel Antonio used to be a right back.
Yeah.
I think Moyes has this. Well, he's proven it, hasn't he? He's turned midfielders into strikers, not once but twice.
Yeah. What about this? What about this rumor here, people? Peter Singh reckons that he's just seen Robert Lewandowski come out of KFC in Stratford. That means he's signing, isn't he? He's our latest.
Well, I'm surprised we didn't got linked with Greenwood after he did the hammer sign the other day when he scored for
exactly. Yeah. People are saying Bamba will do bits for us. I mean, I'm looking at considering where we started in the transfer window, and we only got a goalie in on loan. I'm looking at the players we've got in now. It looks like Moyes was clear. It was clear to him that defence had to be the priority. So getting in a younger goalie and a really good prospect goalie, and getting in Zuma, who's got Premier League experience, he had to do those deals first, didn't he? Before he started thinking about other parts of the park. Would you say that's an accurate reflection? He wanted to shore up the defence.
His number one priority, Zuma. You're probably with that. This is open. I'm not sure the chairman and the manager are in agreement with the signing of Zuma, right? There was a potential problem with his knee. Everybody knows about this. It's from 5 years ago when we had a ACL problem. But he's been managing it, and he's got an individual training program, and obviously he's been playing the game. Now, this is a difference between maybe Bilic and Moyes, because I think in the other day, David Sutton would go, I don't want to sign this player. But you know what? I think with the relationship with Moyes has got the power. And while the chairman didn't possibly necessarily agree with the signing of Zuma, he backed the manager. It was his number one target for this summer in the end, which is why he didn't fulfill the Nikolic deal. He got his man. So you know, that does put pressure on Moyes that Zuma is the defender he thinks he is. You know, if he can stop that leaking of goals. You know, I got in a bit of trouble on the podcast last night for throwing Craig Dawson under the bus from my co-host, as you know, still. But I do think, you know, let's remember when we signed Craig Dawson, it was very much for cover, right? I don't think anyone believed it was going to be our number one starter. And you know, he got $2.5 million. Zuma's got to go straight in, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely, I agree. Sean, people are saying they're having trouble hearing you. Is there any chance you've got a?
I could put a microphone on. I only plan to come on for it. By the time I'm on my iPad now. By the time I come on, I will use a microphone later. I'm gonna drop off now. I'll come on for your main show later. Just to be clear, excellent. It's a deal. Sure. It's not going anywhere.
Well, no, that was the next question I was going to ask before you go. Any senior players apart from the peripheral player, like you know, the youngsters that we know have gone out? Any senior players on their way out?
No.
Yarmolenko, Lanzini.
No.
Okay. Right, you can go now, Sean.
See you later. See you later,
Sean.
Yeah.
So there you go. I mean, you know, I know Anton is finding it difficult to believe that we're not going to sign any other players. What do you guys think? Do any of you think that we've got another surprise coming in?
I was surprised to see Coventry go out after such a promising pre-season. Obviously, we've signed Kral. Well, we're on the verge, aren't we? It's as good as done, we're being told. So he's probably going to be filling in that role. You know, I do want to say one thing, though, is I think that a lot of the fan base have been way too quick to dismiss the Kral loan to buy signing. Because at the end of the day, he had a dodgy Euros. You can't hide that. But there's a good player in there. There's a reason why he's been linked with us. Moyes hasn't got many signings wrong either. He's building a very good squad. And so, you know, we've got to put a bit of trust in it. The fact that it's a loan, if it doesn't work, he just goes back.
Well, so apparently it's a loan with an obligation to buy, apparently.
This is what I'm trying to... Because I'm sure when Sean came on in his car, he said it was a loan with an option to buy it.
Oh, okay.
But the way the Spartak, I don't know if it was the manager or the owner, come out and said it, he was like, well, he's going on loan to West Ham. Yeah, they had the offer of him going to Atalanta, which he turned down. And he's going to West Ham with a mandatory buy option. So that right. When he says that was me would say it's an obligation to buy, but maybe that's just a finer detail that they're sorting out.
Yeah, maybe.
But I think we all said it. How many goals have we scored so far this season?
We've done 10 goals already in 3 goals.
But how many games?
That's the problem, and I think that's why
me and Stel been saying it since Newcastle, since the first game on the way back to the car. We were saying that we've got to sort the defence out before we sort the forward option out. We've got a goal in us, but we've got to stop conceding.
Conceded 2 at Newcastle, 1 to Leicester, who had 10 at the time, and 2 to Palace. Yeah. So we might have scored 10, but we conceded 5.
Yeah.
So as much as I would like to say, let's get a centre forward in, it clearly isn't the problem.
It's the
Mandy's asking a good goals a game, we're shutting him out.
Mandy's asking a good question here. Is Alex Kral that good a player to make a difference in our starting 11, or simply a squad addition? How good is he?
He's definitely coming in as cover, in my opinion, for Rice and Souček, because Rice and Souček are not going to be able to play every single game this season.
This is what me and Ant said the other night. We said, because people were talking about players coming in, and like we said about Vlasic, and it's like, first of all, if you go back and look at our bench the first 3 games, not only did we have the exact same bench, there was literally no options. You know, Moyes made the comment after the game at the weekend against Palace, he's like, I'd like to bring someone else on, but I didn't have anyone to bring on.
Yeah, he didn't have any quality.
But if you think, right, with that group we're in for the Europa League, realistically, we shouldn't finish lower than third, right? Which means you're going to play at least 8 games in Europe because you're going to have the 6 games in the group stage, and you've finished second, or you finish first, you go straight through to the last 16. Was it last 30? Yeah, last 16.
A minimum, you're looking at 6 extra games, aren't you?
Right. So say you do 3 games in the Carabao Cup and 3 games in the FA Cup.
Yep.
Right. You're looking at 12 extra games. So already you're looking at 50 game season.
Yep.
That's not including international duty, which is probably another 8, 9 games. So potentially, if like a Souček or a Rice, you're looking at 60 games for the season.
Yeah,
you just can't do that. But well, you can do it. Then that's when you get injuries and then you start breaking down. So it's not a question of just being a backup. It's a question of we need to rest and rotate players.
I'm of the opinion that Moyes doesn't have an 11 anyway. I don't think he has an 11. I think he's building a squad where he trusts every player and he considers them all, good enough to come in and do the job. Like you say, though, Matt, I didn't think we had enough on the bench to impact games, against Palace. We were overrun in the midfield, and then he brings Lanzini in, who, I'm not slating Lanzini, but he's not gonna boss a midfield against physical players like that. He got bullied off the ball numerous times. And then they tried to bring Yarmolenko on to make an impact. Ain't going to happen. He's not going to do it. But he might be a player in Europe who might be able to do a job.
Them 2 subs straight away. You could have brought Alex Kral on.
Yeah.
Ben Rama out onto left wing and gone with 3 combative midfielders in the middle.
And then you break.
And then when Bowie's legs are going with 5 minutes to go or 10 minutes to go, you put Vlasic on. You have better options.
It's the whole point of a squad.
Yeah,
it's a squad, exactly.
Instead of us having a 14-man squad or a 15-man squad, the 2 players now give you like a 17-man. All of a sudden, you have options to rotate, options to rest. Now, I think we said this last season. Was it? I can't remember if me and you done the League Cup game last season when we lost, and I said, "Well, no surprise we lost." I said, I said at the time, if Rice or Souček got injured in that first half of the season, I was like, we're knackered. Because our options for a backup was Mark Noble and Robert Stoss.
But look what happened last season. Rice was injured for a number of games. We got through them. It just meant Souček had to play a different position. And
we rotated through players, didn't we? Because Lanzini played a couple of games.
And Lanzini played a few games, yeah.
I think Fornals went in there. Fornals done a lot better.
To be fair,
he did all right.
To be fair, Lanzini played that deep role, didn't he, for the first time? And he had that absolute weldy of a game, didn't he? And then he played the following game and he got injured, didn't he? And I think that's the biggest problem, is that a lot of the current crop are a little injury prone. They've got a niggle in them, and that's the worry, isn't it? One goes down before a few signings were made. Then I think that was what people were worrying about more in the window. Is I know that Moyes, historically Moyes likes a smaller squad. He likes
but you still need a squad.
Players. Yeah, he does like a small group of players to work with.
I want to address this comment from David because it's been up for a while. To be fair, the board have spent plenty this window. Still no striker, but can't knock the ambition.
I think this is Moyes. I don't think it's got anything to do with the board.
No, I think
it's the board's money.
I think. Don't forget, right back at the very, very start of the window, and I'm sure Sean wrote this himself, and he said West Ham got about 60 million to spend, plus any money they raise from selling squad players. And I think it works out we spent about 60 to 70 million. So it's not Moyes, it's not Sullivan necessarily backing Moyes, but Sullivan said, here is a achievable for us fundable budget that we're happy to give you that won't stretch our finances, and you've got to make do with what you can. And at the end of the day, he's brought in a goalkeeper on loan for £1 million. He's brought in an attacking guy that can play across the front 3 as like a backup to Lingard and a starting centre back for like the 50 million, 60 million, depending who you believe. And then he's got in Kral today. I'm sure that would be like a 3, 4, 5. I think it was like one brought it gives like a £4 million loan fee, and the rest, if you buy him, I'm sure it'll probably be something like that, right? But he's brought in key areas. We all said we needed another holding midfielder as a backup then to We needed a starting centre back. We needed a goalkeeper long term, not necessarily this summer, but they only spent the rumour is it's like £1 million loan fee.
Yeah, but
So
interestingly, at the end of the season, Moyes picked out 3 positions. He said it himself: was a centre back, an attacking midfielder, and a striker. Those were his words.
And you got two.
So what we've done is he's gone for a keeper, which was a surprise, but a very welcome one, as you've said.
I think it needed doing as well. I think
We've
seen the second half of last season and the beginning of the list that Fab is on the decline. Unfortunately,
yeah, unfortunately so. Yeah,
he's one of the better keepers we've had, but he's definitely on the decline. And I think I was saying to the lads on Saturday that distribution from the keeper is becoming so vitally important,
and his distribution
just isn't very
awful.
Good. Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the new keeper Ariola in the next game. I really.
That's what I think. I reckon him and Zuma will both start.
It might have been a surprise, but it's kind of like a welcome surprise, wasn't it? In the end,
it was smart business.
It was smart. And then centre back, we got Zuma, so that's that.
Which was his number one choice.
I think the central holding midfielder is a bonus.
Yeah, big bonus.
And then when it comes to striker, I mean, we haven't got one. He's decided he's going to go with, Benrahma. I think quite possibly Benrahma's maybe changed the manager's mind, because Benrahma's started flying this season. You can see the likes of Benrahma and Vlasic really blending together. They really, I think that, and when it comes to like adding in Fornals and Bowen.
Well, I was just about to say that to you still. Like Fornals has already added, he's added goals to his game. He looks far more confident in front of goal this season already. And I just, I think the fan base in general, even myself, after Allaire went last year, get hung up on this whole we need a striker. But if you actually take time to watch the way we play, if you actually take time to break us down and what Moyes has got us doing, we're far too fluid to really warrant an out-and-out number 9.
Even at the weekend, how many times did Antonio pop up on the wing?
Yeah.
And then you had Bowen and Benrahma in the middle waiting for the cross.
Well, Antonio set up, he set up the first goal. Yeah. He was brilliant.
And how many times do I moan about that? And now we've got a situation where it won't matter if Antonio goes out wide, because you've got...
The goals have come from everywhere already, haven't they?
Hungry players, yeah. And that sort of reflects on what Rex has been asking. Our front four is very much like Terry Venables' mould, the Christmas tree formation, fluid movement. And I totally agree with that. Okay, what else have we got? Zach, Antonio will get injured. Well, we know that. No adding another forward will cost us with the amount of fixtures we have. So there you go. There's people that are still saying no striker. Odubeko's out on loan as well now.
I will make the point that I made the last time I was on. To bring in another striker, you've got to bring in a striker that can do everything that Antonio can. And there's not enough players out there that can do what he does. So if you can't bring that in, there's no point in wasting the money trying to do so. Not enough players out there that can do that job. So you go and find different options. You try and go and find... I think Moyes doesn't get enough credit for the fact that he doesn't just play one way. He doesn't just play one formation. During the course of last year, he played 4 or 5 different formations, different combinations of players. Like, I don't think the manager actually gets enough credit for what he does with the small band of brothers he's got, because it isn't a big squad. Even with these additions, it's still one of the smallest squads in the league, and yet he still manages to put these very impressive wins together and these very impressive performances, even when we don't win.
And Richard says, think we're pretty much done unless a no-brainer loan or freebie mobile striker comes up. What you just said, if we got a striker that's in the mould of Antonio, then of course. But you got to say, basically, David Moyes has been looking for a new striker from the minute he walked back into the club, because he identified, without telling us, that Allaire wasn't going to be that player. And the
Allaire
minute
wasn't mobile enough, was he?
He wasn't mobile enough. And the minute he got the opportunity to let Allaire go, he was out the door.
Yeah.
So basically,
first opportunity, wasn't it? He didn't wait around at all.
Straight
out the door.
So basically, you can't say that it's only been since January that Moyes has been looking for a perfect striker. No. It's been since the minute he walked back into that team. Now, lads, apart from which I actually totally don't agree with, apart from Traore, that everyone says could fit into the mold.
I don't agree with it either still because he can't finish. He's a pace merchant. He bullies defenders, but he can't finish.
He hasn't got any end products whatsoever.
So therefore, apart from him, all the strike. No, Sean was on earlier and he said he would have gone. He wanted Tammy. Now I look at Tammy and I remember I've said this many times. I did some research on him, did a show on him, and I went, yeah, I think Tammy would actually do quite well in this team.
Yeah,
he's not an Antonio's type of player.
No, he's a little different because he's a proper striker.
A proper striker. But that aside, take Traore out of the equation, and we know that we didn't get Tammy. Is there any player out there that we've been linked to that you guys would have said, yeah, I would have gone for that striker?
No, short of Lukaku, who we were never ever going to be able to afford or attract. No, there's not anyone out there
that matches every single stat that he's got. No. Like that, you'd have to pick and choose. Do you want? And this is what Moyes has done. It's like, do you want an out-and-out centre forward who's a target man that will bring the ball down and bring you into play? Or do you want a guy that can play fluidly across the front three, that has technique and pace that interchanges with it? Because you're not going to get someone that's got all the combinations. And lo and behold, Vlasic come in this morning, and he has played up front.
Yeah,
okay, Moscow. In a front
he looks good. This Vlasic looks good. He looks very, very good. There's a lot of people as well writing this one off because when he was 19 at Everton, he wasn't very good, but he got thrown out on the wing at Everton.
As I said, I know some Everton people from doing this. I spoke to them on Twitter yesterday, and they said he was actually very good at Everton when he played in the middle because he came into Everton as a centre attacking mid. That was his position. And Ronald Koeman played about 3 times, and he looked really good. He looked very promising, good prospect. And then Koeman chucked him out the wing. And they said, he was a 19-year-old in a foreign country trying to learn his trade as a footballer still anyway. And Koeman just was like, yeah, go out and play left wing. Having never played there before, and he didn't know what he was doing.
And it's difficult. It's difficult for these young players as well because, you see it happen a lot. You'll see a player come through with loads of promise, don't quite meet it at that club. But then, Rice is actually a prime example of this. They deemed him not good enough at Chelsea, but he got his head down, grafted, and he's one of the best midfielders, in the league. Arguably one of the best. We've
got the next one already. They've done it again.
He's the best midfielder in Europe, as far as I'm concerned.
Look at Ekwa.
Or best holding midfielder in Europe.
Yeah, but again, though, still look at
Ekwa will be the next one. Yeah,
and we've seen enough of him pre-season to go. Why did they let him go?
Yeah,
like you can see something about him, and he's already.
Well, it's funny because when I play football on Wednesdays, I talk to. I've got mates who play with WESTHAM, Man U fans, Chelsea fans, etc. And I asked that question, Ekwa, and the Chelsea fan turned around and went, "Who?" They don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't know who they've got in their youth squad, and I reckon it's not just the fans that don't know, but it's also.
Probably happens a lot with these young players. They might not quite meet, expectation at a big club, but they'll go away, they'll graft, they'll sort it out. And this Vlasic looks like he's gone to Russia and,
Well, here's the next thing. Connor Coventry. So, we just talked about how you graft and you get on, a bit like Declan. Will Connor, oh, wait, his link is so awful. Will Connor Coventry come back and be a better player for us?
Well, you would hope so. Championship's a good move for him, innit? It's this tough league. My thing with Coventry is because he had such a good pre-season. And
Have you sorted out your Wi-Fi?
You know what? I tell this to Ant, and I've been trying to fix it off stream. I don't know what it is. It's not a Wi-Fi. It's my phone. Literally once an hour, just over an hour, it will just literally send me to the home screen. It just sends me to the home screen on my phone. It just kicks me out. I have to just open it in again. I don't know what it is. Coventry.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, sorry. Coventry, yeah.
I knew as soon as they've announced he's going out on loan, Alex Kral's coming in.
Yeah.
But he needs the minutes. And actually, going to Peterborough, I think I dismissed this early in the window because I stupidly thought they were in League One. They didn't. They got promoted. They're in the Championship. So he's actually playing a very high standard of football. His progression will actually increase going out on loan for season in the Championship than it would sit in as a 5th choice backup in West Ham's team. Because essentially he'd probably be a bench player in the European teams and in the cup teams.
Jordan
If you
saying
think-
just the same comment there. There
Yeah.
you go. Yeah.
If you think this season, Souček and Rice are the Premier League starting 11, so at least in the earlier rounds of the Cups, I'd imagine it Noble and Kral, or some combination of Kral and the other two. I think
Kral and Vlasic. I mean, you've got a choice, Kral and Lanzini. Now, all of a sudden, we're sport for choice.
Yeah,
you know, because what I think is
it.
going to also happen is, I think you're right about Coventry, but I think what's also going to happen is it's going to up the game of players like Lanzini's going to be sitting there going, hang on a minute.
I thought that was my place. Yeah.
I thought, yeah, hang on a moment, because you look at the players further up front, like Bowen and Fornals and Benrahma, and they're going to go competition, but I'm up for it. And then you look at central midfield, and Souček and Rice are going to go competition, but I'm up for it. But then you're going to look at players like Yarmolenko and Lanzini, and they're going to be going, how much game time am I going to get? How much better do I need to get in order to be ahead of Kral, in order to be ahead of Vlasic? You know, and I know we're talking an awful lot about, well, you know, these are all players that are coming in, so we can rotate around Antonio, etc. But it goes the other way around as well. You know, all the midfielders are going to now be looking at going competition, and some are going to be thinking more competition than others. You know, but that's healthy, isn't it? That's what a squad should be.
Yeah, competition for places brings out the best in some teams. You look at some of the best Man United teams out there. You know, from the 90s and stuff, there was always competition for places, and it drove the team along. You listen to any of the good, you know, the top players that have won league titles, they will always talk about how good the squads were. They never just talk about how good the first 11 was. They always talk about how good the whole team was. You know, the bench and the 11, and even the players coming through that are trying to push for places. I should say about Coventry, though, as much as he's gone out on loan, he can come back in January. So should he impress up to January, then they might. Then they've got the option, you know, to come back and be involved with the first team. So we'll just have to see how it goes.
Ryan asked a quick question here. Yeah, Ryan asked a quick. Given that we value, I mean, when I say to my mates, Man U fans, etc., that we price Declan at 100 million, and they laugh. They go, what, for a holding midfielder? And it's like, you don't know until you've got him how valuable he is. So therefore, good question, Ryan. How much would a player cost to have the quality to displace Rice or Souček? Does it matter about price? I mean, what are we going to get Kral for if he comes permanent? About 12 million or something.
Yeah.
You know, so it ain't going to be a lot. Ain't going to be a lot. So
the
maybe
the trouble you got though still is look at Soufal. I know he's a right back. But it cost £5 million, and he's arguably one of the best right backs in the league. And I'm sure other fans, I'm not just saying this as a West Ham fan, I'm not blinded by what he's done since he's been with us. There's other fans I know in this league that would kill to have him at right back. They rate him highly, you know, a lot of the pundits do as well. So I think price is just, it's irrelevant, isn't it? When it comes to the quality of a player, you know,
Souček's only 19 million, or was.
The thing is with this whole Rice thing that he does annoy me. £100 million is the price the club's put in his head, right? I couldn't give two shits what other fans think about that price tag.
Exactly.
That's what he's worth to us. He's that important that that's what he's worth to us. And if the club want to ask for that money, they can ask for that money.
Exactly.
Similar thing with Grealish. That's how much he was worth to Aston Villa. And Manchester City probably have overpaid for him. But at the end of the day, that's what he was worth to the football club.
Yeah.
Villa were you know, good enough to stick by that asking price. They got the money.
They got it.
And they can do, a club like Villa can do so much with 100 million. You've got to think about it. We've got to replace Rice. And I don't think you can replace him with one player. So £100 million to us allows us to replace him with two or three.
Yeah,
and that's how you've got to look at the bigger picture. I don't really care what the top six think. Top six fans think
I agree.
when we talk about that asking price.
Harry asked the question here, should we have gone for Loftus-Cheek, or do you think Kral is a better player? Or he's saying he's back up for Antonio and can play in midfield. Loftus-Cheek?
Honest opinion?
Go on, Matt.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think he's done anything the last two loan spells.
He got slandered at Fulham last season. I saw some people saying he played really well at Fulham. And then the Fulham people that I know at work were like, no, he was absolutely awful.
No, I didn't think
they were like, he was injured half the season, taking up wages. that they could have put on someone else. And they said when he did play, he didn't like. When you get a player in on loan, you get one of two things happen. Either they come in like Lingard did, and they've got points to prove, and they're going to go all out to do it, which he did, and played really well, scored a load of goals, went back. Or you got the guys that are just there for a paycheck. You think like when Danny Drinkwater went to Burnley, I don't think he played once, and then had a fight with someone and got sent back. Like they said, he was not bothered about being there. Like he, in a relegation battle, was not bothered about being in a relegation battle because he wasn't staying at Fulham. Because it was just a single one-off loan, he just strolled around the park when he was on it, didn't really care, didn't do much. And then there's the rumours today that they reckon with frigging agent fees, the deal would have cost about 10 million.
Yeah, that's right.
For a single year loan. And they got Kral on a potentially £17 million buy.
Okay, people are going on, Mandy, other people have said it. If Antonio gets the call up or gets injured, we need a backup striker. What do you got?
Owen,
Owen will be.
I don't think we do. I don't think we do. I think we proved last season Moyes is capable of playing out, which is absolutely mental. Moyes is going like prime Pep Guardiola. Now I'm going to play a false number 9. But we done it last season. There was, we didn't lose every single game that Antonio didn't play last season. We won a considerable amount of games.
If we played through our striker, like some do, when you play a one up top or you play one off another, you play through your striker. Like Allardyce was known for doing that. Big man, small man, playing off the striker. If we did that, I could understand people wanting that striker, but you've got to. And I'm sure that everybody in the chat watches us enough can see it's a fluid system between 4 players. And I would even include Souček and Rice, in it as well, because Rice will break the line and come forward. Souček will run from deep into the box. Goals come from more than just your number 9 in this team. And I think we've got to stop worrying too much about this whole backup striker. You've got to look at the options we've got. Benrahma, Bowen, Vlasic, Antonio. It's endless where the goals are going to come from. And then Souček pops up. Souček got 10 goals last season from midfield. So the whole number 9 thing, I just think you've got to start thinking outside the box. The goals come from a goal is not worth less if it's not scored by a striker. It's still worth exactly the same amount, and the goals are coming from all over the pitch for us. So I don't think we should worry too much. I think Vlasic is another one. The Vlasic is another one. And the thing with strikers is they cost money. Strikers cost the most money in the game because goals are the hardest thing to come by. It's the hardest thing to do in football. You score goals.
The thing is, we've got players that play behind Antonio that have played up front. I think, especially in the early rounds of the group stage, Yarmolenko will play up front in Europe. I think he'll play up front. Because like we saw in the Euros, in a lesser physical league, in a less pacey team, he can still do the business. Bowen played up front of the Championship for Hull. Benrahma can play as a false number 9. Vlasic has played up front for CAK Moscow in the Champions League. So, yeah, there you go. Bowen played up front for Hull. So we've got...
I think that's what we're going to see, to be honest. I think that's why a player like Vlasic is in. I think you're right, Matt. I think Bowen is going to become our second striker.
You put a comment up a minute ago there, still, where it said, "What about a plan B?" I think our plan B is the false 9.
That is the plan B.
So that's the thing.
Plan A is Antonio.
I don't think this. I think that we play with a striker, don't we, with Antonio and a fluid system.
Put Souček up front.
Yeah, I think we've got different plans.
Because you could even do, honestly, you could even do that. If you want to be there and say, I want a big guy up front that's going to bring the ball down and put it out wide and get crosses in the box. If you're that desperate and it wasn't working, you could just get Souček to do it. Or Rice. Get one of them to do it. If you're that desperate to play a target man.
Yeah.
If plan A and plan B don't work.
And Jim says, surely Vlasic can play up top in a similar role that Antonio is in. Maybe not as proficient, but surely he can start up top. I think what Moyes has done is he's got options there now. He's got options like Vlasic. He's got options there like we just said, Bowen. I think Bowen is going to become that second striker. I think it's a clever move from Moyes, isn't it? You know, you can play Ben Rama out wide. You can play Fornals out wide. You can play any of those players in the middle. They can mix and match. You've got Antonio out, and Antonio can go in, and Bowen can go in as a striker. I mean, Fellaini Mark II, Chuck Soucek up top.
I don't disagree with that at all, Toby.
If you want to play a guy, I said, if you want to play into feet for a big guy who's going to hold off a centre back and stick it wide, and then get on the end of a cross, you could honestly look worse than doing that. What he did, and he done it with Fellaini. So the thing is, he's proven he can do it.
And Trini says, Man City's top goal scorer last season was the central midfielder. Yeah. So there you go. Mike
Guerrero be most of the team, didn't he? And Jesus isn't really Jesus isn't a number 9. Well, he's
got the number 9 shirt.
He's a fox in the box, isn't he? He's a Hernandez. He's not the guy who's going to link. Well, he's now a winger apparently. He plays wide of the front three now, but look again. He plays wide of the front three now, so he's not playing down the middle.
I'm not trying to compare us to Liverpool in any way, shape, or form, but Liverpool played some unbelievable football for 2 years, didn't they? They had an off season last year, but there was 2 years there solidly where they played some unbelievable football. Now Liverpool don't play with a recognised striker. No. They play with 2 inside wingers and they play with a false 9.
No, what do they call him? Like, is it a defensive forward or something they call him? Liverpool fans give Firmino a weird name. They're like, he's not actually a striker. It's like a defensive false number 9.
Look how many goals they scored, and they went on to win the league. You can do it without a archetypical number 9.
Mike makes the same comment. On form, Antonio is one of the best strikers in the Premier League. The idea that we could have someone similar sat on the bench waiting is silly. As it is, we can rotate all of our attackers. Absolutely agree.
Yeah, Sean made a good point before he left. He said, to find a striker that's going to be willing to sit on the bench behind Antonio, because Antonio, when fit, is going to be number 1. It ain't going to happen, is it? Who's going to want to come in and sit on the bench waiting to play?
Yeah. Gavin,
sorry, not West Ham related, but PSG just turned down an offer for Mbappe for 220 million euros.
Madness.
When his contract is, he can be bought. Someone can go get him on 3 and 4 months.
That's what they've said. They'll sign for 3 in 3 months.
That's mad. Go on, Stell. What was you going to say, mate?
Sorry, 220 million
euros. Yeah,
220 million euro.
From who?
From Real Madrid. 220 million euro. They turned it down.
They didn't have any money.
This is the thing, right? And this is what baffles me. Florentino Perez is barking up in every single media thing going. We're skint. We need the Super League. Football's going to die. The money's running out. We're going to go bankrupt. And then they've offered 220 million euros for a guy they can sign for nothing in 3 months. It's like 125 days or something they can sign.
Absolute madness.
This has been my argument with Lingard as well, lads. I know you were talking about Lingard just as I came on, they were talking about Lingard. Now, I know there's a lot of people in the fan base that still want us to go and get him. Sean's obviously come on and said that it doesn't look like that's going to happen at all. But my issue with the Lingard thing is a lot like Mbappe. He can be signed for nothing in a few months' time. To come in next summer, right? And I just don't see why you would go and spend 20, 25 million on that player, which is what
I think we'll get him in January for 10 mil.
Yeah, but why would you pay a fee, Matt?
If Moyes wants him in January, if we are short a player, say we get a bad injury to one of our players and he's like, we're short a player, you can pay 10 million. I think he'll want to leave in January. When
he realises he's not playing.
When he's only played about 90 minutes combined in the league between now and Christmas, and he's now hit 11, 12 months till the World Cup starts because it's next Christmas, he's going to go, I need to start playing. Because I guarantee if he doesn't start in the league again for the season, he won't get back in an England squad. I think Southgate said it. He basically gave him a freebie because of the way he played last season. You can have a go. But even he said, you need to start playing. If he doesn't play, I don't think he'll get in there. It's we could go in for 10 million. They might wait till the summer.
Yeah, I've got a feeling Lingard will come. What Moyes has done is Moyes has given himself some breathing space. He's gone right. There's no deal happening for Lingard, and I think you're right. I'll use what I've got with the players I've got in. We'll get by. We'll be absolutely fine till the window. And then Man United are going to be forced to sell him because he'll be able to sign a pre-contract agreement with a foreign club.
Yeah, he'll be able to go anywhere he wants.
Look, as I said earlier, we were talking about Lingard. I was talking to Russ about it, and I think Borussia Dortmund, I think it was Juventus, AC, Inter, and Atletico were all interested in him at the end of the season after he had his loan with us when he was playing really well, right? So if any of them want to pick him up, which Juventus do very well normally, Juventus will normally spend like one big transfer fee and they'll get really good players on freebies. Like they've done it for years. They've done it with Pirlo, done it with Aaron Ramsey. So it would not surprise me the slightest if January the 1st comes and he's not played any playing time and he signs someone in Europe. But then he says about his family. So does he wait? He's got the options now. And if they don't get rid of him today,
but here's the point.
Like they are. They lose the advantage, Man United. If they don't sell him today, they've lost the advantage. The ball.
If he's got an issue with family, he's not going abroad, is he? He's not coming down to London because he's got family, issues with family. So certainly not going abroad, is he?
You can register for 2 teams in a season, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So there is nothing to say that on the January the 1st he couldn't sign for a team in Turkey, Trezorspor or Fenerbahce or Galatasaray, and then they sell him back to a Premier League team in the summer for 10 million quid.
Daniel, talking of options, if we suffer with injuries to Dawson and Ogbonna, we could pair Zuma with Rice at the back and pair Soucek with Kral. There is Diop as well. We have.
What's happened to Diop? Is he invisible all of a sudden?
Yeah, no, I like. Irons 97. Now, this is a couple of people have mentioned it. Forgive me for not.
He's in Venezuela. It ain't going to happen.
Tagliafico incoming.
Tagliatelle.
Tagliatelle incoming. What do you think?
It's not going to happen. He's in Venezuela, isn't he? He's on international duty. So how they would get that deal done, I don't know.
From what I read as well, is that it was actually his agent trying to push him out.
There you go.
His agent approached us and said his agent approached us and said he's available. Do you want him? And West Ham basically went, we're interested, but he's not a priority for us right now.
Yeah, and that's about as far
as I think's mad because I think a left back should have
been
a priority. But that's just
we do need it. That might be a player in winter. In the January
window. You know how
window.
Moyes works, right? Moyes has his list of targets, but I think Moyes probably had not just a list of targets for each position. I reckon he had a priority of positions. And I reckon, to be honest, I don't reckon goalkeeper was high, but I reckon when he found out he could do the deal, he went, that's just too good to turn down. I reckon then it went Zuma or a centre back, probably then someone to fill the attacking role, and then a midfielder. And I think below them would then be a left back. So if we got an attacker in today, like a centre forward, and then there was money left, he would have gone, right, I'll look at a left back. I could see us getting a left back next season, but I don't
I can see it possibly happening in winter transfer window. But let's see. T.S. Ross, can you see us getting another player today?
Well, other than Kral, I'm not sure. I think personally Kral is business done, but we'll see. Anything.
The only thing I'd sneakily chuck in is that we haven't used a domestic loan yet. So there is options available to get a domestic loan in. But do I think it will happen? No. To be honest, if you'd have said to me on Friday, between now and Tuesday evening, we're going to sign Zuma, Vlasic and Kral, we'd have probably snapped your hand off. Because I think, was it Friday evening or was it Thursday or Friday evening, everyone was saying the deal collapsed for Zuma. And then they've spent, in the space of 3 days, they've smashed out 60 million on 3 players.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Great mix of players. Oh, what happened there?
Sorry, I've just clicked on this quick. Sorry. He's PSG's best player. That's why. In regards to they're not selling him.
But they're going to lose him for nothing.
But how? And the thing is, I know it's PSG and they're like multi-billionaires because of who owns them. But how can you justify not taking the 189 million pounds, right? How can you justify not taking that now when you will get 0 for him in 3 months?
Zach thinks it's bullshit not having a striker. Leicester have Daka and Iheanacho on the bench. We're all going to change our tune when Antonio gets injured.
Look, Zach, I'm just going to throw it out there, buddy. Football and this, the merry-go-round there it's a game of opinions. Okay, we're of the opinion that we don't really play with an official number 9. So that's our opinion. You are very much entitled to yours, and you may think we need a striker.
Flip side, I would say though, right? What they've just bought Ademola Lookman in on loan, right? What wing options do they have? They started against us. They had Harvey Barnes on one wing, and they had Perez on the other. Perez got sent off. The option to bring off the bench for Perez if he got injured was Albrighton. He took off Harvey Barnes for a centre forward in Simmer, and whoever the guy was, Daka, and then they brought on Iheanacho after. They haven't got players to play across that front three, like the three behind the centre forward. They've brought in Lookman to give them an option, and they've got one option either way, and they've got three centre forwards. Vardy's 34. He had a little injury last year. He'll probably get another one. But do you honestly think that they will all be happy? Because one of them's not going to play. If they only play one up front like we do, one's going to start in the cup, one's going to start on the league. It looks like Vardy at the moment. They're not going to be happy when none of them play.
I feel like the Daka signing's for the future, isn't it? I know like Vardy's not really slowing down, even though he's getting on a bit, but Leicester have always been very good at thinking about the next season or the season ahead of that, haven't they? They've always been very good at that. So,
Abu, Matt, I can't believe you haven't done the big reveal of your Manny Petty after all those clippings earlier.
It wasn't even all those clippings. It was literally one clipping. I'm not even joking. I smashed my thumb earlier, and it was literally like it was dented, it's ruined, it was bleeding, and it was just pissing me off because every time I touched anything, my nail flicked, and it just had to go, and I've like massively cut off like half the frigging nail on my thumb. It's like dead nail now, and I just could not do it. It was just hitting everything. At least now it's still stinging, but I can't catch the nail on anything because there's like no nail on my thumb now. It had to be done.
Right, that's enough of that. Oscar, and to bring in someone who's going to dislodge Antonio is going to be either too expensive or they're going to want to play in a so-called bigger team. And I've asked the question, will we suffer without a backup striker?
Well, the thing is, the option Moyes wanted was Tammy. And Tammy was too expensive.
Yep.
Couldn't get the deal done. So
he needed the defenders first, didn't he?
So he's moved on and he's looked at his other key targets that he wanted and he's gone and spent the money on them instead of trying to buy the striker.
Agreed. 8. Yeah, we know we can't sign a domestic player on a pre-contract. What I meant was, Lingard could go out. I don't
know. We can't officially sign him. It doesn't happen. It does happen.
Do you think, James is asking, do you think Moyes has changed his mindset to compared his first stint in charge? Good question.
Yeah,
treated us very differently his second spell.
It's more his team, though, isn't it, this time?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Trini, Lingard could always force a move by cancelling his contract and buying himself out. Man U could do it by mutual consent. They're playing silly buggers with him, aren't they? I actually, because we know that Lingard can't turn around and say, come and talk to us. He can't do that. He can't talk to West Ham. West Ham need the permission to talk to the player.
It's the middleman still. That's what they all do. And that's what I was saying about the pre-contract. Could he sign a pre-contract with any domestic team in January? No. Could West Ham put a pre-contract in front of a third party with details missing? And could he then show that contract to Lingard and go, do you like that contract? And then Lingard goes, yeah. And then it gets tucked away. And as soon as he gets released, I've signed for West Ham. Why do you think, if you watch Premier League games, right, or if you watch Premier League, as soon as the summer window opens, within about 3 days, you'll see players that were on freebies sign for other teams. But they're on holiday. They've already negotiated it. It's already done. I don't think Lingard would pay to buy himself out.
No. He's a Man United fan. You've got to remember this.
He wants the chance. And the thing is, Solskjaer keeps telling you you're going to get the chance. It's just a case of when, that's for me. And is he going to get the chance?
What is that noise in the background? Is that...
Could be me.
It is you, mate. It is. I'll tell you what, I'm going to mute you until you're ready. If Lingard asks for a move, he loses loads of bonuses. If they sell him, he keeps bonuses. That's the bottom line, really, isn't it?
Yes.
Yanis, plenty of Greek hammers. fucking nice one, mate. We've got to start a little group. Oscar, it's true what you're saying. I agree with the false number 9 rotation of forwards attacking in triangles, but when Antonio was injured, it didn't work as well. We didn't have the players.
I don't agree with that though.
I actually think we did all right, didn't we?
Lingard came in when he was injured.
Yeah.
But
Dream Villas, a long time no see. Still, I'm going near Marbella on Thursday. So tell us where you are, Dream Villa. I'll look you up. Get free room for a night. PSG don't care about the money. They are state-owned. It's about pride and not being pushed around by Real Madrid. They want to win the Champions League, and they have a great chance with those 3.
That's a fair point, but it's still a bigger chunk of change to lose out on.
Yeah. Maddock, if Antonio gets injured, we can play Bowen up top. Then we can have Vlasic, Benrahma, Fornals behind. There you go. That's what's going to happen, isn't it? Barnes asks, lads, who would you rather, Lingard or Vlasic?
Vlasic has got sell-on value because he's younger. Lingard's 29. You've got to remember this. I think a lot of people want Lingard one because he's already come and done it.
Yeah.
He did. But he did go, his form did dip as that loan spell was coming to an end. But I just feel like obviously Vlasic is more of a risk because we don't know, if he's going to be able to do it in the Premier League. That's to be seen. But he looks a very, very good player. But at 23, sky's the limit. He's got far more playing years ahead of him, hasn't he, than Lingard has. So that's just my take on it.
Matt, can you read that one out for us, please, mate?
Would you take a bunt on? No, I can't read that one out. I actually can't even. My screen's tiny, so I couldn't even. I don't know what he said. What did he actually say?
It doesn't matter.
Was it a joke one?
Yeah, it was.
Oh,
yeah, this
so
transfer window was. This transfer window was unusual for us as it came following a successful season. Buying players that improve that team is tough. I think we've done well on that front. I think I'm happy.
Do you know what? I think Moyes. Obviously, I know Moyes wasn't in charge the season after the last one at the Boleyn, but I'm sure even he might have looked at it and thought, I don't want to make the same mistakes they did that time. Where they just tried to fill the squad out and it weren't with enough. It was just,
panic. 13 players, didn't we?
Yeah, and it was a panic ball.
I think the only one left is Bonner and Lanzini.
Yeah. Look at Gavin. All of a sudden, Areola. This could be the first team. Areola, Soufal, Zuma, Oggy, Dawson. Oh no. Creswell, Rice, Lanzini, Souček, Kral. But look at the choices: Benrahma, Vlasic, Fornals, Antonio. Options in bracket. Oh, thank you. Options in bracket. Well, I would put Dawson in a bracket. Unfortunately, not counting Yarmolenko. I mean, but no, he's right though. Options.
Oh, still, he's missed best mate Arthur off the
list. I was just about to say, Gavin, I'm really upset because you forgot Arthur. We'll never win anything without Arthur. Here we go. Oh, hang on. Here we go.
You know what?
Let's not talk about him.
But
here we go. Who should we get to read this one out?
Go on, still read it out. Go on, mate. You want to.
Yeah, go on.
The thing is,
come on, mate. Why don't you read it out, Luke? Go on.
Right. West Ham will sign career striker. Oh, hold on. I've got to go now. Sorry. Bye. Sorry. Right. No, you can't still. Go on. You go.
You know what, though? Reading that to remind me. Do you remember in the January we was linked with that, was it Huang Hee-chan from Leipzig?
Yeah.
And he's now gone on loan to Wolves.
Well, interestingly, the story came out again the other day.
So obviously we weren't that interested in him if he went on loan to Wolves.
We didn't like
a lot of lazy journalism, unfortunately, during the transfer window.
Too much. Bryce.
Funny, yeah.
Go on, mate. Go on.
I was going to say, funny thing is, we're taking a mick, but there probably is someone with a name like that, out in Korea or something like that.
Probably, Bryce. Coventry is someone that we have been interested in for a while. This is the Peterborough manager. Looks a promising move for Coventry's development. Good luck to him. I hope he really smashes it. Connor Coventry.
Didn't Barry Fire openly speak about it at the start of the window? Or start of the season?
Yeah.
When he said we'd spoke to Moyes, they said Moyes said we need the cover. So obviously Kral coming in then frees him up to go and get the experience.
Dream Villas, Marbella, Spain. I think we desperately needed a backup striker. As without Antonio, we have no focal point, no out ball or hold up play to bring our quality midfielders into play. See, this is
but this is if you play the way you play when Antonio's in the team. There's more than one play. There's more than one way of playing football.
Yeah,
and Moyes does that.
Yeah, agree.
I agree. I totally agree with that point. If you're playing the same way you play when Antonio's involved, but I think Moyes is smart enough that if Antonio's not on the pitch, he knows he's got to play differently.
If we really wanted Lingard, why didn't we bid for him? Or did Lingard tell us he didn't want to come to West Ham?
I genuinely think we didn't bid because United said they were going to give him a chance and the fee was too high.
Yeah.
Reading between the lines, what I read was that Solskjaer kept saying no.
Yeah,
I think we inquired about 3 times, and each time Solskjaer said no, he's in my plans.
Yeah.
Do you know what the Ronaldo thing has left United in a really sticky situation? Because I genuinely think that they only went in for Ronaldo off the back of the interest of City, and then they've ended up with him. Obviously, it's a dream come true for United. They've ended up with him, and now they've kind of been left with all these attacking options and not enough time to do anything about it.
They dumped one out, didn't they, today?
Yeah.
They dumped out Dan James. That's the only thing.
He's got the lead, hasn't he?
When I read that, I thought Lingard isn't leaving. When they shipped Dan James out for 25 million, I thought, that Lingard's probably staying.
Yeah, I agree. Next comment up there. Oh, sorry, lads. Just took you out of my... Where am I?
Oh, he's lost it.
Here we go. Classic still.
Here we go. I'm back. Just been watching Kral on YouTube. He looks mustard. Who needs Jesse when we have Kral? Good point. Where am I? Where did the chat go? Graham Lindsay. I'm GSB out, but only to the right buyers. But respect to them and the Moyes for firstly keeping the lid on the targets and pulling off some good business. I mean, that's a really good point, isn't it? I mean, in the past, well, no. It's not about praising the board.
It's not about the board here. It's about keeping a lid on the transfers.
It's keeping a lid on the transfers, and people have been going nuts because we don't know what's really, really going on.
But that's not the board, that's Moyes.
That's exactly what I'm about to say. Nothing to do with GSB. That'll be Moyes all over. My opinion, but there you go. Well, look. Think about a pre-Moyes era, right? West Ham even had their own section in the program or / the website where you could read about targets that were in the press.
Website, wasn't it? The West Ham Insider.
So you may laugh, but this is since they've been at the club, all they've done is gone, we're after him. A month later, we tried. That's why the classic phrase is
we're the only club that will let everybody in the league know our budget for the season.
Exactly, and there's a reason for that as well.
Thing is, though, he said that, and it wasn't even right, was it?
He
told Jim White
it's done on purpose, isn't it, Matt? It's done on purpose, isn't it? Try and drive prices down.
Yeah.
Like, we only got 45 mil to spend. It's all right, though. Sullivan done a masterclass, didn't he?
I actually like the fact that no one knows what is going on.
I do.
No, I agree. I'm not disputing that. I agree with that. 100%.
Yeah. Guys, I don't know much about him, so I'm sure you can tell me. Saul Niguez on loan from Atletico Madrid to Chelsea.
$5 million loan fee is insane.
Yeah. Now, Irons 97, you've been putting it up for quite a while. He's insisting that One Football. Can someone please go on to the One Football account and see if Tagliafico is close to signing?
My thing with Tagliafico is. Yes, he's a good player, and I'd take him if he is available. And if the link is nailed on, I would absolutely have him at the club. I just don't see how they'd get that deal done. He's away. Yeah, he's away in South America.
Well, the thing is, right, is the only way the deal will get done is if they let us do it on a loan. That's what I would think. I think the same way that Kral done his medical, Kral's doing medical in Russia, and apparently Vlasic never came to the UK. I read today, and he'd done his medical in Croatia.
Yeah,
like he could do a medical in Venezuela with the Venezuelan national team's medical people, but it would only be on a loan to buy because I don't think we've got money left to do any buys.
There will be a way they'll do it. Look, for us mere mortals, we only know scratch the surface when it comes to football. But I'm sure if they want to get it done, they will get in contact with whoever needs to get. There's millions of pounds with these deals in the day. It's not just like £5 here and there. They know exactly what they're doing. It would be a very good signing. Whenever I've seen him in the Champions League, I've always liked him. He's been a good player. I signed him on FIFA about 3 years ago. He's a brilliant player for me, so that means a lot, to be honest with you. As everyone knows, if you're on FIFA, you're good in real life.
Everything. If you're good on FIFA, then you know.
But this is what makes it up. I saw. Oh, sorry. No, it's fine. You go.
Here's one for you, mate. Luke, Arthur's going on a free to Everton. That way, we're guaranteed a turnover when they're
I agree, Gavin. We probably are guaranteed, and as I said to Stel many times, we've had this argument many times. I agree with him when he's at left back, he is a complete liability. But when you push him
when he's at left wing back, he's even more of a liability. But there you go.
Yeah, okay, mate. Move on. We move anyway. So I keep going, son.
You won't
have it.
I won't have it. I he flatters to deceive, and let's see. I think he'll be good in Europe.
Deceive you, but yeah, okay.
I think he'll be good in Europe. I'm looking forward to seeing Masuaku, going past the third-rate Rapid Vienna winger.
My honest take on Masuaku is he can't play left back.
And he can't play left wing back.
He's awful. He can't play left back. He can play left wing back still, but I do agree with you on the side that his end product needs to be better.
Yeah.
It does.
This is a player we were linked to. Ainsley Maitland-Niles will now be staying at Arsenal. God, they need all the help they can get.
He will be, but he won't be training with the first team, will he?
Because he's been 23, don't they?
Yeah, which is a bit unfortunate.
T.S. Ross, any update on the organ? Well, here's an interesting thing. I left it out of the show last night. Last week, PAI Capital were going to make a statement about their next bid for the club. And then at the end of the week, they made a statement saying, we won't be making a statement. We're making a statement that we won't be making a statement about buying the club because we don't want to disrupt the transfer window. I reckon they got wind of all the transfers that we were going to buy, and they were thinking, oh, shit. Maybe our offer isn't going to be as good as everyone's going to think it is. Because now that West Ham have gone and bought players in, and not only players in, but quality. Can we all agree? Should we all agree that the 4 players we've got in, senior players, are quality?
Well, the thing is, still, regardless of how good we think they are, because in the day, Sullivan, if he was going to settle, Sullivan wouldn't look at them and go, "Look at the quality of players I brought in." Sullivan would go, "I just spent 70 million on players." Same way that when Mike Ashley was it last year before last, when he was going to sell it to this Asian Abu Dhabi consortium, and he was like, well, if I spend 80 million, he was like, when they were floating with getting relegated and deals supposed to be going through at Christmas, and they wouldn't spend money, and he said, well, if I spend 50 million on players, because they were like, we want you to invest this money to keep the club up, he was like, I want that back on top of the fee to buy the club. Mm-hmm. So if they turn around tomorrow and go, oh, our new offer 600 million or 500 million, we've upped it from the 400 million, Sullivan will still go, well, yeah, you can offer 500 million, but I want the 70 million back I just spent on transfers.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I can't believe someone's using Kral in this context.
Remember when we signed from Chloe? Remember when we signed Carroll, no backup striker? West Ham struggled, had to sign Carlton and Mladen Petric, need a backup or plan B.
Carroll was
even had Carroll back on the right.
Don't worry, we can sign Carroll tomorrow as a backup.
Because he's on a free.
Plan B because he couldn't stay fit. The geezer was made out of glass.
Still is.
Yeah.
Such a shit player. I never got the hype.
He was
so
good.
Shit.
He was good when he was fit.
No,
when he was at Newcastle.
Yeah. That was always the untold rumor story. That he had that first good season. He had a good season in the Championship. He had that first good season in the Premier League when he scored 20 plus goals. And then the rumour is that he got pissed on a night out in Newcastle, fell for Barstool and done his ankle in. And he was never the same after that.
Half of it is him wanting to stay fit because there's been, But this is a desperation kicking in. Is that we go with what we know, what we're familiar with. And that's this problem with social media. They'll jump on any link ever because they want players to come in. They just want bodies to come in. That's half the problem with half the fans is that they're just so desperate to get someone in. Anyone that can wear a pair of football boots suddenly sounds like a good idea.
That is literally someone looking at West Ham and going, right. They say they haven't got any money left. What centre forwards are free? and they got like a dart wheel, and they throw a dart, and they go, "Oh, yeah, Andy Carroll." Let's just type that in the thing. Wait, Andy Carroll's back off to West Ham. You know what? No,
this point Nico's made is very good.
Go on, read it out, mate, because I'm looking at latest news.
When you say that no one knows what's going on, the difference is now with Moyes, at least he does. It used to be no one knows what's going on, including board and manager, and that is a really good point. Because what I was actually going to say to you when you were saying about the signings, all the 4 signings, you know, they're quality signings. That it doesn't really matter what us, the fans, really think, as long as Moyes is signed on and Moyes thinks that they make a difference to the squad. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I agree.
He's already said it about Vlasic, didn't he? That he was over the moon at how much that player wanted to join the club, and he fed into what we're trying to do at West Ham.
Well,
and that's all that matters.
Before you come on, Dan, I was talking about transfers, and like when we first come on, and Dan said to me, "What do you think of Vlasic?" And I said, "I'm not going to lie, I don't know a lot about him. I'm not going to come over here and go, oh, you know what? He's 85 rated on FIFA, or he's got 4-star potential on Foot Manager." Like, no, I don't know a lot about him. But at the end of the day, the only guy that matters is Moyes. He's had one bad signing in his entire tenure at West Ham, and that was Jordan Hugo. And I genuinely think he bought him as a Championship centre forward because he thought he was getting relegated. Right? How many players from Pellegrini's era actually succeeded?
4 now.
Right?
That's it.
Right?
Yeah.
And even he's played his best stuff under Moyes.
Fabianski as well.
Whereas Moyes has got the right to buy. Moyes can buy anyone he wants.
Yeah.
Because he's proven, and this is where I think Sullivan's letting the leash go. Like you said with Zuma, when Moyes was like, "No, he's my player. I want him." Moyes has chosen with his other transfers. I do my due diligence. I get you players that I know will work with the team and going to improve us.
Oscar, was he filling up petrol or diesel?
Well, you know, Masuaku has been getting back to full fitness. You know, he's played 3 under-23 games so far, and he's slowly getting there. I just think he just needs another season with the under-23s in order to really become fully fit.
Me and Ant said, right? Do you remember when he got injured? Was it May? Was it April, March when he got injured? He got the knee injury.
No, mate, he had his surgery back in December.
And people were saying then, I remember we sat there and people said then, and they were like, "Oh, he'll be back in like 3 months." And me and Ant sat there and was like, "No, it's a knee injury. You're probably talking upwards of a year." And lo and behold, we're in September, essentially September now. But the fact that we're not desperate for players means that they can manage this injury until the point they feel ready that he can play again. You know, back in the day, under Sam Allardyce, he just tucked him back in.
Carroll signing for Dagenham. Carroll signing for Reading.
They're having a good season, Dagenham.
That one I've actually seen floating around on Twitter. Andy Carroll's a Reading. So that is semi-believable.
He won't go there though.
And listen to the message that Anton puts up in the comfort of his bloody sofa. Make sure you stay with us all night. Where are you? Because we have some amazing prizes to give away and may have some special guests.
Where are you, mate?
Right. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll all go and lie on our sofas until all the special guests and the prizes come along, shall we?
Yeah.
We're not
Where's
special
my
enough
prize?
rent. Not special enough rent still.
You what, mate?
We're not special enough rent now.
We're not special enough, are we? Yeah, we're clearly. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Pat. I just need to put something running along the bottom, but maybe that's enough of that. Let's take the Spurs news off. We don't really care who they sign, do we? But Emerson, decent player though, isn't he?
What, the Emerson Royale? I actually don't know too much about him. I'm going to be honest with you.
What a name. Emerson Royale. What a name that is.
It's worth 20 million alone, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is.
There we go. CC, Carroll signing for Spurs.
That's all right.
Sharky, well, we just discussed it. He's on his way back, mate. He's playing for the under-23s to try and get match fit. He will be back soon.
Not rushing him, which is quite nice to see. Not rushing him back because we've got a history of rushing players back, haven't we? And
he knows what he's doing. He's not rushing him back. Right. It's a transfer show. Let's talk more transfers. So we've asked about 50 times. Do we think Zuma's over the line? Vlasic is over the line. Kral is over the line. Areola. 4 great signings. The only thing that's missing that people are still upset about is a striker.
A left back's more important than a striker, in my opinion. But
I won't lie, mate.
that's me. That's my opinion.
I'm in agreement with you.
Because Cresswell goes down, you're in trouble because Mass, as we've all discussed, can't play left back.
Everyone forgets about Ben Johnson.
I don't like him at left back.
Still, you made a point last night on the on your weekly, and you said that Ben Johnson is a very underrated player, and he hasn't got the chance to play in his preferred position, which is right back. And he said something else, which is like, oh, but he's we can rely on Ben Johnson. And then as soon as you said that, you went, but he's been played out of position all the time. So I know where you're coming from, but at the same time, it's like he's not going to get a chance at right back. So unfortunately, we can't rely on him, because if he's going to play, 90% of the time he's not be playing in right. It's either going to be Fredericks or it's going to be Sufal.
I think the thing is, if you like, as Dan just pointed out, if you're going to need someone to play at left back, if Cresswell is out, you're likely to go more for Johnson than you will.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do agree with that.
I think I'd say for Johnson is that if you play Johnson, I would then switch about the guys behind the centre forward, because we played a couple of games at the back end of last season where it was either Fornals or Ben Rama playing on that side with Ben Johnson, and all of a sudden every single team knew when we got down to like 20 yards out from goal, Johnson was cutting back inside and passing it back inside, and we were going back round to the other side. Because we didn't have a left footer on that side, they didn't need to worry about an overlap and chuck the cross in. So Johnson works on the left back, and you said he's cover. He's playing multiple positions, which Moyes likes. Moyes likes guys that can play more than one position. But if you're going to play in there, make him move to the left-hand side so that you've got the overlap of the right-left foot so that it still works. Mm-hmm. But I would rather play Johnson than Masuaku.
If you're playing a 4, you play Johnson.
Yeah,
you go to a 3 and 2 wing backs, then you play Masuaku. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Will Zuma play against Southampton?
I'd like to think so.
Yeah.
He will. He will, 100%. Yeah, unfortunately, Dawson will have to take the reins on the bench. I think he's been unlucky, really, but he hasn't been in the same form as he has when he first signed. So there you go.
Arsenal just confirmed the transfer of 4 players who have helped in the fight for survival
in
the Premier League. The reported names are Something Wong, We Too Long, Holy Fuck, and Bang. Oh, it's so great being able to take the piss out of other teams, isn't it?
It's so in the mud, though, aren't they?
They are. But who gives a toss? I don't care.
Hey,
I only care about West Ham. Good evening, Daniel. How are you?
Hello. Not bad. Yourselves?
Just to confuse things, we've got 2 Dans on now, so we're going to have to call one Dan 72 and one Dan 73 or whatever.
Okay. As long as people realise it's a nickname and I wasn't born in 72.
Well, I was just about to say.
You should know, Dad.
You were, though, weren't you?
Get out of it. You should know, Dad.
Yeah, well, everyone knows I'm old. So there you go.
Give me some news. What have I missed so far?
Absolutely nothing.
Oh. It depends. What news do you know? And we can fill you in.
Yeah.
Come on, give us a rundown.
Well, the rundown is Vlasic signed the other day, and Kral is over the line, and we're being told that that's probably it. But people are going on about. I'll ask you the question I've asked everyone else: are we going to suffer without having a backup striker?
Yeah, sorry, I'm being put off by Neil T. It's because Dan looks 72. Get out of it. There might be a few greys there, but there's nothing that I won't sort out. Bit of just for men. I'll need about 16 bottles. Are we going to suffer? No, we've got good backup.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like us to get another striker, but there's more important places that we've needed to focus on. We've got Bowen, who can slot in that position. Ben Rama could slot in that position. And with the super checks in the team, we can get goals from anywhere.
Yeah, I agree. Dan was talking about our left back situation. What do you think of that? More important than a striker?
Yeah, simply because Cresswell does fade as the season goes along. He does have moments where, or months where he does seem to lose focus. I mean, he had a great season last season, but we know he can come and go as the wind blows. So it'll be nice to have someone there that can put pressure on him for the first spot, and also back up because we've got cup games, we've got Europa coming up. We don't have a lot of players we've got players that can play in a lot of different positions if they need to, but not that left back.
Oh, here we go. We'll get him on in a minute. Breaking news from Hughes: Pyatt was seen at Canary Wharf after a throwing bottle.
I'll tell you what, Stel, what we haven't spoken
That's weird.
about-
Someone called Daya messaged me on Facebook saying that Lingard has been spotted in Canary Wharf. That was about
really?
20 minutes ago. Yeah, someone called Daya. I don't know his name. It was just a strange one.
Everyone's in Canary Wharf, mate.
Yeah.
I
Everyone's in
think,
Canary Wharf.
I think everyone's forgotten this. I think we'll get one more player in.
And you think it's going to be
I
Lingard?
feel like there's a
The kid.
part coming.
It's the kid from Dundee they're looking at.
Oh, Kerr Smith.
Yeah.
Smith. Yeah.
I think that'll be it.
He's a left back, but he'll go in the under 23s apparently.
But I think that'll be the last signing. They won't the big last signing. I think will be Kral.
Funky T. I think the PAI interest has made the board put their money where their mouth is. They would have given PAI a bullet to use in the media, accusing the board of not investing like they would. Before I bring Sean in, because that's a question we can put to him, and he'll just take over, and we won't get a word in edgeways. Do you think the PAI interest has made the board spend money, or were the board going to spend money anyway? I know your answer, Luke. I know definitely what you're going to say.
I don't think they give two shits.
Yeah,
I don't know either.
I agree. I totally agree.
Luke? About PAI.
Do you think PAI has forced the board to dig deep?
I would have said that.
Yeah,
if the interviews they gave weren't complete train wrecks. And I think, look, I said it to someone else the other day. PAI, whoever they are going to be the first of many. If things don't improve drastically, then they're going to be. It's not going to be just PIA involved. It will be someone else involved. And
here's my question: have we not improved drastically?
No, we haven't.
We finished sixth in the league. Where do we need to improve?
Hold on. That is down to Moyes. That is nothing to do with
Who's
the owners.
Luke,
They got lucky. They got lucky.
Luke, I'll put
Right, we've got to bring Sean in, because that'll be an ideal time for him to. before Sean jumps in,
I was going to say to Luke, right? So he knows I'm balled out. I'm not happy with the board, right? But mine is not so much about money spent. Mine's more about promises not kept. The ground went, so on and so on, right? Because the board do spend money, but they just don't spend it wisely.
And they keep a lot of the money.
Yeah, they just don't spend it the right way, mate. That's that.
Right.
So the whole money not being spent, I think, is a bit of a myth. But it's the other stuff the board have done, which is why I don't
exactly.
Like them.
That's it.
Sean.
Same here.
Sean,
it's going to be another transfer. It won't be over with Kral. There is going to be a last-minute transfer. There's going to be a surprise.
Oh, Sean!
Justin.
I'm going to bed.
Sean! Right, before we go on to the last-minute transfer, have the board spent money because of the PAI capital interest? I knew it.
What a ridiculous thing to say.
You don't think I'm saying that, do you?
It was a question asked.
It's not true.
So, all right, come on, tell us about the last-minute transfer.
Well,
what position, first of all?
It comes from Jack Rosser of the Evening Standard, and he's quite well placed and says a nominal fee, so it will be a very nominal fee. I make Matt right. I think I'm asking the question as we speak, and I might get it live on air, but I think it could be Keir Smith for about 500,000. Is he Dundee?
Matt, you're wasted on here, mate.
Dundee United, yeah.
Well,
he's a
if
you'd have bothered to watch my show last night, I talked about Keir Smith last night.
I don't know. I'm putting two together and making five. But look, Jack Rosser is close to a lot of people, and he's not one of these to make stuff up. And when he says after Kral there will be one more for a nominal fee, it'll probably be under £1 million. It sort of makes sense. I'm putting two in together and coming to a conclusion, but I've asked the question, and if I find out, I'll let you know.
You think it's the youngster though, but he'll go into the under 23s, won't he, Keir Smith? But he is a left back.
He's a left back, and as we know, I mean, I think, and I've been listening to you talk about transfers. I think the Celtic lad, Okoflex. There you go. Just saying it now. Okoflex could be a surprise, and actually be a bit of support on the bench and bring on for something different. I do think. Out of we paid, as I put up earlier, we paid about £1 million between them. Celtic and Chelsea were free, but you always paid compensation because they were trained by their clubs, and we paid for Nevers from Reading, right? We paid a small nominal fee, so we paid about £1 million for those three in compensation and fees. So yeah, I mean, if it is this Smith, and I'm trying to find out as we speak, throw him into the under 23s, blood him in on the bench. You can have 9. Remember, you got 9 substitutes this season instead of 7. He could be covered as left back.
Mike is I don't know if this is a trick question or not because I can't make out that name. One footballer talking about fullback called Zaidu Zanussi.
How have One Football still got something to do with West Ham Network?
They've got nothing to do with us. Other people comment about them.
Yeah, fair enough. Still getting in somewhere,
aren't they? Is that a real name?
I ran a story on this earlier.
Yeah, you're safe.
Zaidu Sanusi?
Yeah, he is a real person.
And if you didn't run a story, you're about to.
Well, no, I did run it. And by the way, I don't think I spoke about this earlier, but I've written another story since I've last been on about the Daily Express journalist Ryan Taylor, I think he's called, who spoke to the chief of Moscow, Spartak Moscow, who says actually it's an obligation to buy. So from making some inquiries, it appears there's a £3 million loan fee for Kral. Plus 12 million obligation to buy, according to the Russian side, and another £5 million in add-on. So that's a £20 million, another £20 million investment takes us to 90 million still.
Will that come out of next year's transfer budget, do you reckon, though, Sean?
Well, that's a fair point, but let's not, as I always say, let's not get too hung up about transfer budget.
Let's get hung up. No, because when you because we ought to get hung up about it because the way you propose it is as if we've just spent £90 million.
Well,
but within the reality is nothing near that.
Allaire was sold last year. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. But look, we're investing money. But as I said last night, Stel, and I think we'd all agree with this, it's not how much money you spend, it's what players you buy. As someone said earlier, right?
Absolutely agree.
Buying Soufal for $5.5 million was a great piece of business. If you bought 5 Soufals, this thing, and we'd only spent 30 million quid, we'd all be going, wow. It's not how much money you spend, it's the quality of the players and how they hit the ground running. Moyes has been really good lately with Bowen, with Ben Rama, and let's trust him that he's got it right with Zuma, Vlasic and Kral as well. I mean, and Areola. I mean, we could find that.
I agree. Any news on Nottingham Forest going for Silva? We know he's leaving, but I heard he's going back to Greece.
I thought he was going to Greece. I thought you'd know more about this.
No, Greece is not Cyprus, mate. It's like calling a Scot. It's like calling Anton English. There you go.
Yeah, that'd be think he is.
Yeah, he thinks he is. He thinks he is. Here's a question that Peter Jones says I never give PAI credit, and I'll be honest, I don't. And why don't we get Tony Cottee on? We have invited him. We haven't heard back from him. But I know you got an interview coming up with him, haven't you? Is that right?
Yeah, we're hoping to. I mean, I've talked to Tony a few times, and I've got his mobile number, so I'll be very disappointed if he doesn't come on. Yeah, I'm sure if we can make sure he comes on.
He lives around the corner from me, so I'll just pop round live and knock on his door and see what he's got to say.
Are you in Canary Wharf by any chance? Because that's where everybody else is tonight. Right. Dan, I'm going to throw Dan 72, not Dan 73 or whatever Dan 70 is. Jay Woods, why are we not pushing for a striker? People keep saying this. It's going to bite us in the backside when Antonio gets injured. So obvious to everyone. Now, we've talked about it. We've all had our view, and I'll ask you in a minute as well, Sean. But Dan, come on. Do we need a striker? Do we not need a striker? Are we going to play, a completely different way without one? What's the thoughts?
We've got so many players that can score goals. So many different players in different positions that score goals. Get me wrong, more than a striker, it'd be nice to have a nice tall target man just to cause trouble in the box. But we don't need an out-and-out striker. I mean, we've just signed... I'm going to have to look. I can't remember his name. There's a lot of players coming up now with, and I've said it before, their names look like a conundrum from Countdown. Vlasic. He's an attacking midfielder again, scores goals.
Yeah, and I think we'll be all right with it. Now, here's an interesting question or comment.
Oh, by the way, I don't think. Sorry, Matt, you're not in the know. The answer came back. I don't know who that is. I'm asking about Peter Smith.
Matt looks so
him then. All right,
That's
so I'm going to take
then.
that. That's a no then. Right, let's change that.
Is Keir Smith related to Trip Smith?
No.
Love child.
So it's not possibly Keir Smith. But we're going to get another player in. Right. NWO. Next year's transfer budget will be Declan Rice money. Discuss.
Depends how we do.
No, don't discuss. Don't give it any time. Don't give it any thought.
So you don't think you're going at all?
No, come on, guys. Rice is going to go. We kept him for this season. Do we really think we're going to keep him beyond next summer?
The only way you keep him is if we get into the Champions League, which that's a very, very difficult thing to do.
Aren't we one of the favourites for the Europa League? 16
yeah, we've been made joint favourite, haven't we? 16.
Really?
There you go.
Yeah.
Win the Europa League, we're in the Champions League.
Yeah, and I think if you do that, then you've got leeway. That's. But I do think that's the only way you keep him. If you don't get in the Champions League, I think, and let's be honest, as much as we might not, you might not want to hear me say this, he probably deserves his move to a bigger club. He's one of the best players in the country. He deserves to be playing at the highest level.
The flip side of it is that no matter how well he's doing for West Ham and what he's got here at the club, captaincy, all that sort of stuff, right? If Chelsea want him and they want to offer him 50 grand more a week than we are, he's off. The money talks in this game.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is money at the end of the day, though, Luke. I think it's about playing at the highest level, mate. And he's going to want now that he's, he's solidified his place in the England midfield as well. He's going to want to make sure that he's at the Euros, the World Cup year on year. He's in the team. He's playing in the Champions League every season.
No, I agree. But if Chelsea have that, plus they sell a midfielder or so, and they want him to replace them for like maybe Kovacic or, who's the other guy in midfield? I'm talking about
he's aging, isn't he? So
him, the other guy for Italy, won the Euros and stuff like that. I can't remember his name right now.
Go to Chelsea. When he goes, I don't think he'll go there.
Possibly Man City, because Fernandinho seems to be, he seems to have sort of ever youthfulness about him, where he signs year after year. But look, I think Rice will stay this season. Not sure if he'll stay next season, but I'd like to be proved wrong. I'd like for him to stay at West Ham and be a real cult hero / legend, but I can't see him stay. It depends on what we do. This is the first time we've finished top 6 in God knows how many years, and we're doing really, really well right now. But it's a long season. If we go and crash out of the group stage and the league form starts to deteriorate, he might not be the only one that.
Hold on to players like Rice. You've got to match their ambition. Exactly. If you can't match their ambition, then you have to let the player go. You just make sure you get a fee so that you can replace the player. You'll never replace a player like that with one. So you need good money because you'll need to bring 2 or 3 in to do the job.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. Ilan asks, is the player that we're talking about Fabio Carvalho from Fulham?
Is it a striker?
Sean is lost in his phone.
Carvalho, he's a left winger, isn't he?
Yeah, it's not that one, it's a kid, isn't it? There's another one, a kid. They got 2.
Hang on a minute.
Here we go. Go on then.
Here we go.
Give us a breaking news.
Drum roll.
I can't yet. It's developing. Come back tomorrow.
Simmering, boys. It's simmering.
It's me texting him. So Sean, him. He's just getting memes.
I've got a good one here, lads. Oh.
So, Sean, you told us quite vehemently earlier on that there was no way we were signing anyone else after Kral. That was it.
Oh, but come on.
But come on, what?
But come on.
He's talking about
so you can't have it both ways. When I started counting Nevers and all the others, but they're not real transfers. Is this a real transfer for a nominal fee under £1 million that's going to go in the under 23s? Some people count this as a transfer, some don't. It's a little gamble, you know.
So
It's just to be clear, it's not a player. Hang on, that's going to go straight into
people. The pinging is Sean's phone. That's the pinging. If you can hear it loud and clear, he doesn't know how to use the. He would never put it on mute just in case he misses a story.
That's Andrew texting saying, "Give him some news." Give him
I
some
don't
news.
get paid for coming on here. I've got to earn money somehow.
I remember when I was all over Tinder.
See, he didn't even hear that. He didn't even hear that.
He heard, believe me.
Matt's on Tinder. Was it Justin?
So, are we getting last minute Jesse Lingard coming through the door? No.
I can't tell you. Wait and see. Don't go to bed.
Just wait and see. It's not Jesse Lingard. Let's just put that one to bed. Not Jesse Lingard.
Is it someone from Grindr FC?
It's getting late now, lads, isn't it? You can tell the tones dropped a little bit.
Someone's opened a beer somewhere.
Yeah, look. Just let it develop. Just see
all right.
where it
Okay.
No, just in. Stay with us. You'll get it eventually.
We are. I mean, I don't know why Anton decided to start this show from 5 o'clock till 11 o'clock.
No, I don't know.
And he's not been on. Look, I'm gonna have to drop off, guys, to make some phone calls. But I will come up. I will come back when I've got to the bottom of this. Yeah.
Are you actually going to give us an exclusive for a change?
Well,
no, you're not, are you?
A YouTube exclusive, yeah.
Oh no, well that's well.
Keep refreshing, guys. Keep refreshing.
I will come back once I know something. Right. I'm just trying to work out the whole Kral thing just being settled and over the line, which I think it is. I'll be back. Don't go away. Right. Stay tuned in to the watch along.
Is it Tagliafico? Because we keep being told.
Is it not
him? I will tell you 100% it's not him. Again,
is it Ross Barkley?
Talking to my senior source, he went, no interest. Never. Well, he had heard of him, but he went, don't know where these rumours come from. So that one is an absolute no.
Okay.
Agent talk.
Right. Okay. All right, Sean. Thank you. See you later, mate. Bye.
Is it a Origi? No. With what I think will be happening, not I know will be happening. So that's a bit concerning. We can't give any exclusives.
Look, it's really weird. I can hear you, but I can't see you. It's like Mr. Moon has.
It's like the voice of the Mysterons, isn't it? Captain Scarlet. I like it personally. I feel like I've got power.
That one.
No one can take the piss at me for the wallpaper or looking like De Gea anymore, so it's good.
The trouble is, Liam, he hasn't told us who it might be. He's just told us it's Jones from Man U. I think we've done our centre back, so
I'll go for somebody.
Sign my mum.
He said no, didn't he? He said no to Tagliafico.
He did. Yeah.
I don't know who this one is.
Or Goodmonson, you just put up there.
Yeah, who is this? Who is he? I don't know who he is.
Isn't that a dishwasher?
No, that's Zanussi.
It's Gabriel Goodmanson. I don't know who he is.
Well, if he's under £1 million, then maybe. So can
Loftus-Cheek?
Hammer. Is it Rondon? It's possible.
Rondon is a free.
He's supposed to go to Everton, isn't he?
So
somehow the Everton deal falls apart. He's supposed to go to Everton.
Yeah, he's going to Everton. Any United news? West Ham United or any other United that you're thinking about?
There's only one United.
There is only one United.
Man United won't do any business. They sign Ronaldo. That'll be them done.
GP wants to know for £1 million. And Van Brom followed Lille on Insta. Well, he's definitely coming to West Ham. I've lost that chat. I've lost that comment now. It was quite a good one as well. But there you go. Never mind.
There we go. That's who's coming still.
Carlos Bacca and Maxi Gomez, all for under £1 million. So, it's 7:30, and what else? Should we talk about other team signings, given it's a transfer show?
Yeah.
Or do we give a shit?
I was going to say, there have been some crazy players going from club to club, and some of them I'm surprised we've not been linked with them at all. You know I don't like the geezer. You know I don't like saying his name. Troy Deeney. He's gone to Birmingham. How mental's that? He's gone to Birmingham.
That's his boyhood club.
It's his hometown club, isn't it?
His hometown club.
But still, he's better than dropping to Birmingham, isn't he?
He is over the hill, isn't he?
How old is he? 35, 36?
Yeah, he's
They can't.
I like Deeney.
I mean, they can't be playing him that well.
He will do a job in the championship for them.
We'll get him up.
100%.
They'll get promoted now.
But then he could have gone. He could have gone to Villa. He could have gone to Burnley. He could have gone to Wolves.
I don't think he could have.
I mean, he could have gone to Newcastle.
Could have gone to
Newcastle. To be fair, he could have got the Arsenal first team. Do you know what I mean? It's just surprising he's dropped down there. There's so many teams in the Premier League he could have slotted into. I mean, we could have taken him just as a backup. We want him, but we could have taken him.
And he's gone right. How many years have I got left? I want to go back to my hometown club and stuff like that. And I think fair play to him, to be honest.
About 3 weeks. About 3 weeks he's got left, hasn't he?
Well, he did, and you went to come West Ham.
I'm just saying it's options that I'm surprised he was one option. I'm surprised we weren't going for.
I'd have had him. I like him. I've got respect for him.
Well,
I think he's a down-to-earth footballer.
It's only about transfers. What about this non-transfer? Maitland-Niles at Arsenal come out on Instagram yesterday.
Yeah,
a message saying, "I just want to go to a club where I'm wanted."
It's poor energy, though, isn't it, from Arteta to just go, well, you ain't going, go play with the under 23.
Yeah.
You're not going to register him. That's just, you're playing with someone's career there.
It normally happens with any player. Once they want to leave a club, it doesn't benefit the club. Like, he's not going to increase his value as a transfer sitting in the under 23s for a season.
No.
Yeah, but it's weird because
he chucked him out on loan somewhere. Like, he chucked him out on loan somewhere, built up his value, and then signed in summer.
It's strange because haven't they come out, or someone's come out with a statement quoting either him or the club, I can't remember who, I saw it earlier, that he will be here till at least Christmas. Meaning we've agreed to get out for another 4 months.
Right? And he went with the first team.
Yeah.
So they demoted him to the under 23s and gone, yeah.
Stop bringing Stell's cat into it. Not a lot of you know this, but it is an exclusive. PAI, but his cat's on the books.
Stell's then a spokesperson, didn't you know, Dan?
Yeah. And what? No, he's also he's a spokesperson for One Football, and the cat works for PAI.
So, that was signings from other teams done. Basically, we just spoke about Troy Deeney.
We could talk about. I mean, again, we don't like talking about him, but the whole Harry Kane thing's really, really weird as well, don't you think? No, he's going. Stay.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest about this one. You got to put some respect on Daniel Levy there for saying that's the price. That's what I want. No one was willing to pay it. So you've been left with no choice but to have to put the dummy back in and calm down a bit, and he's got to get on with it, hasn't he?
What I would say, and I can't believe I'm saying this, is his dad or his brother his agent? Harry Kane?
I think his brother.
No idea.
Brother,
but usually
most
family
players
members
have
are
family
agents, haven't you?
right? So between them, they must be, I'm not joking, respectfully, they must be the most two naive blokes in North London. If they think anything you've done on a handshake, Daniel Levy is going to hold up with any regard whatsoever. Chelsea will not do deals with Tottenham because of Levy. we won't do deals with Tottenham because he is. If you think Sullivan's an awkward guy to negotiate with, he is the worst guy on the planet. Yeah. And the fact that he's got 3 years left on a contract he signed 3 years ago because he thinks he's got a handshake to leave if they don't do well, I think he's not going to sell it unless he gets the money he wants. 18 months' time, if Harry Kane tries to thing, Levy will sell him.
Yeah.
But with 3 years left on his contract, he's not going to sell him for less than 150 million.
But they're not going to get that money for him now. What is he, 29?
He's 27, I think, but he'll be 30 by the time the contract runs out.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But they're not like next season. I think Kane's missed his chance now. It was this season or never.
Because if the merry-go-round transfer happens,
missed his chance to play for a decent team.
Yeah, definitely. That's a good
you carry
point,
on, lads. I've just got to catch up on something. So you.
That's a good point that Daniel Goods made here about the sale to Chelsea. Could the interest in Rice might not be there anymore.
No, you're still on. You've kicked Matt off instead, mate.
No, Matt keeps kicking him off every hour.
Oh, does he? Oh, he's on his hour, is he?
Matt needs to sort out his Wi-Fi connection, mate.
Yeah, he's got a problem with his Wi-Fi. He'll literally be back in a minute. Oh, Stell's gone as well. It's just the two Dans.
I'm still here.
I've changed my name to Ozzy.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Oh yeah, we got that weird voice.
Arnold Steliaco.
Hello.
There's a lot going on at yours, isn't there, Luke? Is he still there? No, he's muted
myself. Well. It ain't safe. It ain't safe.
South Chelsea. I don't really know about him. Better call Sal, right, I say. Yeah,
good player. Plays for Atletico. But yeah, I think it's 5 million loan fee or something. It's quite a lot of money, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's like plays centre mid. There's a good point he makes. It's a lot cheaper option than Rice was going to be for him.
Yeah,
so.
I don't think they was ever very serious about Rice just for the sake of we got him off them.
Yeah.
And for them to turn around and go, I'll give you 80 mil, 100 mil, it would be ridiculous, wouldn't it?
It's like I always say, Dan, it's easy to link certain players with certain clubs. You know, he's best friends with Mason Mount. He came through the academy there. You know, it's easy and it's lazy journalism. It's why we always get linked with the same players every single window. You know,
Carlton Cole, you heard it here first.
Yeah, you know, death taxes,
same thing.
Getting linked with the same players. You know, so it is. But yeah, I can't.
Lacazette, any updates? Let's see that in there. Have either of us can put the tags up?
I don't think either of us can.
Right. Transfer news. Lacazette, any updates? No, he didn't want to come to us. He's not going to come to us from about 3 seasons ago.
Anyway.
No.
I have not paid too much attention to the window today. I'm going to be very honest. I've just kind of been keeping my eye out for the potential West Ham signings, but it's just been a mad transfer window.
I don't know about you, but my finger's getting sore just hitting refresh, trying to go through transfer news on different sites. We got it. Daniel Levy has now shaken Harry Kane's hand in front of witnesses. A gentleman's agreement stating you're now staying, and I've gone back on my word. Yeah, see, they've had a gentleman's agreement, but the thing is, Daniel Levy's got Harry Kane's mum locked in a cupboard under the stairs, and she's not coming out for 3 seasons.
It was so much money. It was an obscene amount of money that they wanted for him as well. Do you know what I mean? It would have been
Hold on.
Would have been up there.
Let me just play this. You can cover. Is it was something I've missed or... Hang on, I've got to go to Twitter now. Jeez. That's my pet hate. Any advert that comes up when you're scrolling through your phone or you change channel on Virgin where the volume is 200 times louder than what you was already watching. Oof. I'm old, aren't I?
You are, mate.
I'm old.
Getting on. But yeah, I don't know, mate.
Phone call. Cancel that.
ITK, though. Contacting you instead of Sean.
Andre Gray to QPR. That was nothing to be excited about. Nothing at all.
But yeah, I don't know, mate. There's too many links. Can't keep up with them all. Personally, I think it'll be Kral and that'll be it. And I know Sean's obviously mentioned this other one, but if it's a nominal fee, I'm assuming it's going to be a youngster. So it's not going to be... I don't know. I don't think it'll be too much to be excited about, really.
We live in hope.
Yeah, you never know. This is what Ant was saying yesterday, though. Ant was saying it's easy for everyone to go, these are the players you're going to get, but anything can happen on deadline day.
Yeah, well, when you think years ago, only going back a few, maybe 3 seasons, when young Jack Sullivan was releasing names left, right, and centre, and we were losing out on deals, and we all moaned and said, "You've got to keep it to yourself. You've got to stop releasing names because we're missing out on deals here. Other clubs are coming in and swiping them from under our feet." And now nobody knows what's going on, and it is frustrating. It is annoying, but it's also a little bit exciting.
Yeah, but personally, though, I prefer it this way. The next thing I'd like to see happen is that our transfer budgets don't get plastered all over TalkSport every season.
Yeah,
even if they appear to be fake budgets to try and drive prices down, it'd just be nice if the stuff was kept within the club, because we seem to be the only team that does it. I know, and it's probably because of Sully's links to bloody TalkSport and whatnot. But if you keep it close to your chest, these deals do go through eventually. You look at the quality players that Moyes has signed since he's come back. Unbelievable, really. And he's managed to keep them.
Yeah, just going to go to the comments. Happy Hammerette, very old in my comment about me being old. We just say that I'm only a year older than her. So enjoy that. Now you'll know how old she is.
Well, those that
if I'm down 72, then
provided they know.
But Gold. I've spoken to Gold a day. All he said was, "Don't go to bed." That was face to face, and he still said DG with a full stop. Quoted himself. Anton Griezmann to West Ham. We don't know. We don't know.
Seems.
Wouldn't it be nice if somehow another Tevez came through the doors other than the fine involved? It would be nice to get another Tevez and to keep him.
Yeah, there's a lot of people want a striker. I don't know. You can look at it.
I would like a striker, but I would like a striker as well as what we've got or what we need as well. Not just, at the beginning of the transfer window, at the end of last season, people saying we need a striker. All we need is a striker. But it's not. We needed a centre back. We need to strengthen up midfield. We didn't need another goalkeeper, that's for sure.
Well, I don't know. I feel like we do need another keeper personally.
How many keepers have we got now? In total, do you know?
I know. Yeah, it's 4, isn't it? Well, no, actually, it's 6 because there's 2 out on loan.
Out on loan, plus the youngsters.
And then you should be moving them on. You should be moving at, Randolph maybe should have been moved on, or Martin.
It's a strange one, like the youngster that's gone out on loan today. I can't remember who it was.
Coventry, Coventry's gone out.
It's only youngster. How old is he now? Is he 21? 21. So it's touch and go whether he's going to be good enough to play for us next season.
You would hope, wouldn't you? We had this with
because otherwise you'd think he'd be gone. Yeah, well, we've had a lot of youngsters like that. Give or take, whatever the issue was there. Same was and I've forgotten his name. Samuelson, prime example. Brought him in, brilliant. Played really well for us. Even when he played first few league games or first team games for us. I mean, I think his first game was the most boring game we've ever seen, which was the friendly at Charlton away.
Yeah.
And if he was there for that, and he played really well. I think he played for us against Werder Bremer and a couple of the Europa games. When we got through early stages, and then you just never saw him again. He went on loan, they loved him. He went on loan to the same team again, and they bought him.
God, I forgot about him. We've got so many players in it.
I thought he was one. You've always got. I don't follow. I mean, a lot of people know I don't follow football as a whole. I'm West Ham. I'm not football, and I don't really follow the youngsters as much as I should have. But he was one. Everybody has that youngster coming up the ranks that you keep an eye on. And for me, it was Samuelson, and that's the only reason I remember him so fondly.
Yeah. But no, I was going to say, we had the same thing with Cullen, though, didn't we? When he 23 when we eventually sold him, but every summer it'd be like, is this youngster going to break through? But they're not so young, really. At 23, you should be an established player. We've just signed Vlasic, who's 23, and he was an established player. That's what you'd be hoping for. I thought Coventry was going to be involved this season, personally. He had a good pre-season. I thought he'd be involved, but gone a different route by the looks of things.
Reece Oxford was another one. He looked very promising. He played first game of the season against Arsenal.
I think he was attitude, mate. I think he played that one game.
Yeah, I think it was attitude. Yeah, he had Ozil in his pocket, and then he thought he was bigger than he was. Yeah. But again, it's only rumours that you hear, isn't it? You don't know.
Yeah, we can only regurgitate what we read, online, isn't it? Really, which is why transfer window day is difficult.
Yeah,
we're not ITKs. We only really read the same stuff out user reading, really.
I'm back, boys, for ever long. Won't be on forever.
Hello, mate.
Hello, mate. You're right.
Hello.
So why are you like a ghostly voice in the background, then, Luke?
Well, I got my laptop fixed finally. Cost me a bit of money, and then I had to redo the whole motherboard. And I was told if I wanted a camera to come along with the new motherboard, it would cost me another 150 quid. And then talked to my brother, and he went, "No, got a one at home for like webcam thing, whatever it is." So I just said to Ansel, "I ain't got it yet, but the laptop works and the mic works and the headphones work, so I'll come on, but I'll be like I didn't think I'd be like this. I thought I'd just have like a picture of like an avatar with it like at the top, and I thought, so I'll get away with it. But having like this is quite mystified. I think, so I quite like this idea.
We should have on the background. We should have had "and the voice of" or something.
Well, I did. I've actually written it down, but because my advertisement popped up, you can't see my name. It's just you can hear my voice. But it's you win some, you lose some, don't you? I suppose. So there's no wallpaper comments, there's no De Gea comments tonight, so it's fine. I'm getting away with it, to be fair.
It's really weird that we're now on international break as well.
It's come at the right time for everything, actually.
For us, yeah, but I mean, in general, it's weird.
I can't stand the international break.
It's
too many of them. It's too many of them.
If it's friendlies, I don't like it. If it's qualifiers, there's a bit more on it, so I can take that. I think friendlies is just a waste of time.
Do away with them, and then do all the qualifying games in the summer.
Yeah, but how do you manage that though?
Which means playing
well, the season would be shorter because we wouldn't have so many international breaks.
But players have to have a rest. Have you not heard this before? They get tired.
Didn't have a rest this summer, did they?
Yeah, and they're not having a rest when they're on international duty, are they?
Think about it, Luke. Actually, think it through, right? So your season gets condensed because it's not going to be as long because you don't have these 2-week international breaks. Yeah, so that's shorter. They play their qualifiers this summer and they play the tournament, don't they?
No, I agree. I actually, I'm not disputing that. I don't know.
All this, they need a rest, bollocks. They're on £200 a week.
There's a part of me that sort of goes, well, I should be just as supportive of England as I am of West Ham, but that really only happens at tournaments.
No one ever is.
Start cheering them on.
Club over country every day of the week.
Yeah, I'd like to say I was different, but I'm probably not when it comes down to it. But it's nice now we've got a player that plays for England, so we can actually watch it and have sort of something, something about it.
Funny,
and
rush
it to come off in the final either. Yeah, they'll be like, "Oh, Jordan Henderson's coming on now. That's ruined one day."
Yeah, it's done.
She did against Italy. Yeah, Southgate would have won, but only when it suits.
But yeah, no, I don't want all this about they need a break crap. You get paid enough money. Wouldn't see me moaning. Honestly, wouldn't see me moaning if I was paid that money. I'd play every day.
But you don't know. This is the thing I say to everyone. You don't know that. You don't. This is a completely different world.
Anyone that plays football, it's their dream to do that.
I know it is. When people become millionaires overnight when they win the lottery, and some of them they go a bit doolally, they spend all their money, or they get really depressed, or something else happens like that, and they go, "Oh, it's the worst thing that ever happened to me winning some money." Imagine having that regularly and 3 times as much. Now,
that'd be awful.
We'll never know that. We'll never know. Probably very unlikely we'll ever know what that feels like. But I'm not. I'm just trying to put this perspective on it. But I do agree with you saying, though, mate. I do. Still, you're on mute, mate.
Special guest, and you're on mute still.
Classic.
I'm always on mute, aren't I? Gents, I'd like to introduce you to a special guest, Tom Clark, Football London West Ham correspondent from Football London. Tom, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Cheers, lads. How are you?
Very well, very well. Introduce you to Dan Ozzy. You've changed your name again, Dan.
He's trying to help.
The man behind the screen that you can't see is Luke. You can hear his voice, but you can't see him. It's a good reason, perhaps, but we'd like to hide him when he's not.
He does the match day tannoy over at Canvey.
Oh, it can be. No, that's down my neck of the woods.
Same.
So, Tom, you know, we've been here. We had Sean on earlier on today, and Russ has been on as well. And that's Anton in the background making a lot of noise. He's gone now. We've seen the transfers that have happened at West Ham over the course of the month or so. You know, started off with Areola, and then everyone started to get really panicky, really worried because we'd only just signed a keeper on loan, and then all of a sudden it started to escalate with Zuma, with Vlasic, and now Kral, we believe, is over the line. From your perspective, how do you see this transfer window going? I mean, you know, we all think it's great, but a lot of people are still asking why have we not got a striker over the line? What's your take on it?
Well, I think the deals that Kral is just a matter of time. Everything's done. It's literally just waiting for him to sign the contract, and then club will announce it. That's a done deal. So I think with Kral, Vlasic, and Zuma in the last few days, I think it's turned out to be a really good window. I mean, yes, the question mark over why another striker hasn't come in is going to remain until West Ham sign another striker, whether that's in January, whether that's next summer. You know, that's going to always be the question. But I think the players that have come in all really add something to the squad, and the age as well. Okay, Areola's 28, but that's not old for a goalkeeper. That's your goalkeeper sorted for 6 years. You know, Fabianski is 35, going on 36 this year and this season, and he's probably just past his peak. He was brilliant last season. One mistake away to Newcastle. It's the only one that really, really stuck in my head as being a massive howler. And Areola is good for the next few years, and that's a great deal. Vlasic 23, Zuma is he 25, 26?
26, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Really, you know, and Kral coming in, and from what I understand, it's an option, not an obligation. It only becomes an obligation to buy if he plays a certain number of games, kind of like Zuma, like Dawson last year. I don't have the number of games that it is, but it's a really good way of getting a look at a player. And if he starts that number of games, that's because Moyes likes him and rates him and will then be happy to make it a permanent deal. And if he doesn't, then they just won't play him for that number of games. So it's kind of, he's not on huge wages either. So it's kind of a risk-free deal. It really is. Okay, there's around about a £3 million loan fee, but in the grand scheme of things, how much is that really? I think that's a really good deal. But like you say, the question mark remains the striker. And I do understand, and Moyes has said this over and over again, like he only wants to bring somebody in who is going to improve the squad, who out there for the money is going to come and be better than Antonio. You know, that's with all due respect to West Ham, you know, are you going to be getting the top level players who are going to come and sit on the bench? No, you know, you're not. They're going to want to come and start. So what does that mean for Antonio? And if he's only going to play one through the window, I mean, not that West Ham were anywhere near signing him, but someone like Danny Ings would have been an absolutely fabulous signing. And this isn't, you know, information that West Ham tried to get him. That's not what I'm saying at all. But, you know, a player with a bit of an injury record, and Antonio picks them up. You know, how good would it be to have those two dovetailing, you know, with potential 60-game season? Look, Ings was never, ever on the cards for West Ham, but a player like that would have been amazing. But Moyes has said he's not going to spend the money. And he's repeated it so many times. He's not going to spend the money if the player isn't going to be better than what he's got. And it just seems that they haven't been able to find somebody who's better or equal to Antonio. And I mean, Vlasic is a young player. I mean, Moyes has always name-checked Bowen as the boy he would put up top if Antonio does get an injury. But that will be the worrying thing. If Antonio picks up a serious injury, because he's going to have the extra games with Jamaica as well, that would be where the question marks lie in the squad. I think pretty much every other position there's cover. Dawson will drop to the bench for Zuma, but Dawson's a fantastic third-choice centre-back to have at the club. Okay, he made a couple of mistakes, but he's been a really unexpectedly good signing for West Ham. And I think, you know, obviously he's not going to be happy that he's no longer first choice, but what a solid, dependable player to have him coming in as your first off the bench if there's an injury.
Well, that's an interesting point. You're saying he'll be a third choice. What about Diop? What happens to? Has he now become fourth choice at West Ham United in terms of centre backs?
I don't know actually. Still, sorry, I'm just going to jump in. I don't know because I feel like the two centre backs play differently. Dawson and Oggy don't do the same job, and I think Zuma will come in for Dawson, and again they won't do the same job. Even though it's two centre backs playing next to each other, it's still different roles, isn't it? It's different things that they're expected to do. Oggy has always had a habit of breaking the line and getting forward and trying to close the ball down before, you know, teams have a chance to get in behind, and we usually have that other defender that's there to clean up. I think Zuma just gives us the ability that we've now got two centre backs that are dominant in the air. Diop will, for me, I think Diop now has two very good centre backs to learn stuff from.
Yeah,
personally.
And in terms of the players that we have got in, I mean, there's a lot of, I think there's a lot of excitement with our front line now, even though we don't have a striker, or we only have Antonio, should I say, as a striker. And a lot of people are worried about Antonio. You know, people saying, you know, his hamstrings don't last the whole season. You know, now that he's been called up for the Jamaica squad as well, that's going to add even more pressure. But what Moyes has done, I mean, don't want to sort of say that we're a Man City type team now, but he's kind of going in that mold, isn't he, Tom? It's like, it's almost as if he's going, we don't have to worry about you know, a prominent striker up front. You know, we've got alternatives that might confuse defenses, you know, with the likes of Vlasic, Ben Rama. Yeah, you mentioned Bowen can play up front, etc. That would be more fluid, would it not?
I think it is a really good attacking quartet, and then you've got to see how Vlasic comes in and settles into the team, into the league, and you know where Moyes is thinking to play him. But I am still, I mean, not to say that Antonio, you know, is going to get injured, but history would suggest that he hasn't got a 38 game season, and when you add the cups and the Europa League in, it's an awful lot of football, and history would suggest he will pick up an injury at some point. No, touch wood, he doesn't. Really, you know, hope he doesn't, but he needs his game time managed. They do need an option, but at the minute he's just going to be starting week in, week out. Okay, maybe you look at something like the League Cup, and then it's like, oh, it's away to Manchester United. You know, if you want to have a cup run, you need to start your main striker. You know, it's in a couple of weeks' time. You'd imagine maybe he won't start, but there are options there with playing Bowen through the middle, or you know, Ben Rama as a false nine, or you know, Vlasic comes in and goes through the middle. But I think even David Moyes would say it would have been the perfect transfer window if they'd have got a striker in as well. I mean, he said last week in the press conference that it was not for the want of trying, and I think it was almost, and it's not verbatim, but it was paraphrased. He was like, he would love a striker. I mean, he basically said that he would love a striker, but there wasn't one available that fits his criteria. And he did say he's not gonna sign just a body to stop us asking him questions and to appease fans. And I think that's the right thing to do if the man that he wants isn't available.
Yeah. Was Tammy the only real option as a striker? Because that's the only real solid story that we've had over the past month or so, that it was Tammy, but we couldn't afford him, because clearly you could see Moyes was pushing more to make sure that the defence, Dan and I discussed this earlier, he really wanted to sort the defence out. And I guess he had to sort of work out how much he was going to spend on the defence. And that outpriced us for Tammy, I guess. Was Tammy Abraham the only option up front, or were there other options available?
I think he was the one that was seriously considered, but I mean, way back in April, May, the first time that Tammy was put to him in one of the press conferences with the quote of 40-ish million, he just said straight out from day one that no, that's they're not going to spend that much money on one player. They were gonna I mean, okay, Zuma's fee is coming up to 30 million and Vlasic is mid 20s, but I think it was just too much money. I really do just think it was too much money, and wages were a lot of money. Okay, you could have brought him in on loan but Chelsea, it was loan with obligation, not an option to buy. So it would have just been, I mean, it's not just transfer fee, it's wages, it's agents' fees, it's all of that combined. It was just, in my opinion, the information I got, it was just too much.
Yeah,
that's a point that I make regularly, though, and it's still, that's a point I try to make to people regularly, that a transfer isn't simply the fee. There's a lot more that goes into a transfer behind the scenes, agent fees, the lot. There's so much more to it. Bonuses for the players, XYZ. And so it's easy to look at a rumour and it'd be like £30 million on paper, and you think, well, we've got the budget for that, but you've got to find, in your budget, the other stuff as well.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Because if you bring somebody in and they become your top earner, well then, the people who are earning a little bit, under him, what does Mikel Antonio say? Goes and say, well, I'm your Premier League all-time top goal scorer. I'm your starting striker. I need to match his wages. And it has a snowball effect like that. So it is all well and good, us writing pieces, you guys talking about things, Twitter going nuts about it. But, when you just see 40 million, it's like, well, we can afford that. There's more to it than just that. And there's more to it than any of us really. And, unless you're the man who's signing the contract or the woman who's, in Chelsea's case, Marina Granovskaya making the deals, we can have as a deep understanding of it, but we don't see the actual, fine print of the contract unless like Messi's, it gets leaked.
And we're going to go from one proper journalist to one wannabe journalist coming in as well. I'm sure you know each other.
We've just been on the phone actually to each other about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, we're arranging a beer.
And,
we were.
So Tom's made some good points about, and what you've been alluding to, Sean, about, we only see the price tag. We only see the 40 million price tag or the 35 million price tag. And we as punters, as fans, we don't see what, all the other money that's involved, the agents' fees that I know you love talking about, Sean, and various other things. So it isn't just the price tag itself, is it? It's all about, the whole package. And then, Sean, I know you love this bit because you did try to persuade us that we've just about spent £90 million in this transfer window.
£90 million. It's true.
None of us believe, Sean, but there you go.
90 million.
So, is this breaking news that's scrolling along the bottom still breaking? Are we going to get one more surprise?
That's why I rung up Tom. I've been ringing around various people, and including Tom. I'm not going to name him. I did speak to another journalist who said, look, it's nothing to get too excited about, Sean. It's just a kid, but wouldn't tell me who it is, assuming that they actually know.
Right.
The club is saying to me, there's a lot of speculation around Sean. They're not happy. So I asked them a few names, and I've been given names like Lewis Lee, Kai Kennedy, who's just gone out on loan, so I don't see that. Obviously, we asked about Keir Smith, and they went who. So we don't actually know. But all I'll say is, and Tom will back me up because he knows Jack. Jack, Jack's a reliable journalist. There must be something in it. He's not. He doesn't work for the Daily Star or the Sun, where maybe they would take a little bit of a punt on a story. Is it London Standard now, or I always used to call it the Evening Standard, but I don't think it's the Evening Standard anymore. Or have they dropped the London? I don't know. Whatever. The Standard are usually reliable. So I'm sure there's something in it. But
any ideas, Tom? If any more clue than not in the know?
No, I genuinely just agree with Sean there. Like, Jack wouldn't have put it out unless he had something there, and the rest of us are all scrabbling around, shooting names off to try and find out who it is. And it's the same from what Sean said. To say we just had this conversation before he joined, and it's again, like, Had I got a name, I would have put the tweet out as my own information. But credit to Jack, he's got the info, so we put the tweet out as per Jack Rosser, because it's he's the one who's put the hard work in there and got a story. And we'll see in the next couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours, if something gets over the line. But if it doesn't, it's not to say that Jack is wrong. It just means that it hasn't happened.
And people are almost desperate to know: is it a striker, or do we not even know the position?
You'd have to get Jack on.
Right.
Try and get Jack
Sean,
on.
can you give us Jack's number, please? Right, thank you, you two. We'll get Jack on.
But he's not a goalkeeper.
Ask Steve Day. Ask Daya. Daya will probably tell you.
Well, Daya's upset with you, apparently, because you used his name earlier. But we'll talk about that later. But isn't it great? I mean, we've been talking about this, whereas the last couple of years, everyone talks about the club being a bit of a circus, and everybody we all know the club's business. We know who we're signing before, the manager knows who we're signing and stuff like that. It's changed, hasn't it? I mean, it's really quite intriguing. In the past year and a half, we really are scrambling for information because it's kept very, very, it's kept under wraps, and that's a good thing, isn't it, for West Ham United?
This is exactly what me and Dan was talking about earlier. It's better than the days like 2-3 seasons ago when young Jack Sullivan was releasing stuff left, right and centre on his Twitter, and we were getting poached by players or they weren't going through. And now it's kept a bit more of a secret and it's more exciting. You're not sat here with expectation.
I'm sorry, mate.
Is it cut under wraps? The problem is agents, and Tom will tell you this, agents love to talk to journalists and people and tell, all this. Once it gets into an agent world, and there's not just one agent, there's up to 5, maybe 6 agents involved in a deal. They all tell their mates, and it's like the worst kept secret in the world.
But here's the difference, though, Sean. The difference is as you've always said, agents like to push stories out there, and we try to work out how many players we've been linked to throughout this window, and it's been well over 100. 120, 125, something like that. And out of those, the reality is that maybe only no more than 10 have been proper links, if that. So you're absolutely right. Agents do put the stories out there, but it's trying to wade through all that and trying to understand which of them are real stories and which aren't. Because you see my show on a Monday night. 1 minute I'm talking about a player, then I won't mention him again for another month or two, and it's and that's what happens in these shows. So it's trying to sort out the wheat from the chaff, isn't it? It's like there is a lot of rubbish out there, to be honest.
Yeah, there's names that get thrown up, and obviously things snowball. Because sometimes names won't just be made up, and the deal won't happen, but it will be, the club or the manager or a scout will have watched a player, and just watching them, and that doesn't mean the club are interested, but it just means that they're on the club's radar, as Sean will tell you. I'm sure there are plenty of names on a list, because if you don't get your number 1 target, you need your number 2 and your number 3, and you do need, you have these detailed, scouting reports on players. And I remember reading an article a few years ago about David Moyes when he was at Everton, and he was in control of everything there, and they had a room full, and it was one of those, it kind of looks like a serial, like a police detective trying to catch a serial killer with bits of string all over the place and everything, with just names galore. And they just had this database on hundreds of players, and it means that if somebody leaves or someone's injured, and in January you need a right back who can play in this position and this style and this style and this style and whatever, you can go through your list, and then you've got scouting reports done already. Rather than you don't start, the stuff that the January transfers don't start in December. The background work starts on them months in advance, and so lots of names might get linked, and nothing ever materializes. And sure, some of them will just be completely rubbish with no interest whatsoever from the club, but a lot of them will have been watched at some point or scouted. And it's all a bit slightly different now with the way COVID is. That Moyes was always one who would never sign a player until he'd watched him live in person. That's had to change, and with the websites and the databases like Y-Scout and stuff, they can have all the information, but the eye test. It's why we travel to games to go and watch them. I can sit here and have the game on TV and pause it and rewind and whatever, but I get to see a square of what the TV cameras show me. Yeah. Nothing can beat being in the stadium, and it's the same for scouting players.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Tom, it's been a real pleasure. Thank you for coming on. Good to have a proper journalist on, because normally we have to make do with Sean.
You're welcome, guys. It's been great catching up with you, and hopefully we'll have Kral soon, and then potentially we'll find out who Jack's mystery man is.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. And if we'd like to keep in touch with you and bring you on again sometime in the future as well.
Absolutely, happy to, fellas.
Thank
Cheers.
you.
Take it easy.
Good evening, Tom. I'm only joshing, Sean. I'm only joshing.
I know.
Don't mean he's happy about it.
So it really is. It really is sort of quite. It's intriguing. Someone's just put on the chat. Do you think we could get Marja, who's available for $4.5 million? Or is that even completely off track? Sean is not. This is typical.
Not entertaining.
Not
that
even
at all.
remotely listening to anything.
I'm writing an article as we speak, so I'm multitasking. What was the question?
Someone asked if it might be Marja for 4.5 million.
No.
Okay.
It's a kid. All I've been told is a kid. Nothing exciting. 100 million quid.
NWO. Tom's a bit classy for the channel. He was actually. Nice little. It was good to have someone like that, wasn't it?
He's Anton's English twin brother.
So, any more news? I mean, we've been trying to fill a lot of space because God knows why. We've been asking why Anton decided to start this show at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, and then he's been gone for the last 2 hours.
Gone for the last 2 hours. I mean, anything at all? Dyer's on. He would like to have a chat with you, Sean. There's his email address. Steve Day, AE 180-966. I can't even say it.
Why would you put that up
180-966@AOL.com.
Why would you put that up there?
Yeah, why would you put that on the screen?
Well, he wants to have a chat.
Bring him on.
I don't have a link. Because Anton set it up, so I don't have a link.
I've got the link.
No, you haven't.
So, there you go.
No one's got the link. On mine, it comes up streamyard.com/hidden. It just says hidden. No one's got a link.
There you go. All right, we've been trying to fill the channel with as much information as we can. I mean, we don't want to talk about other teams and their transfer windows. We just want to keep it to West Ham. But I don't know where to take this show on for another 3 hours.
Unfortunately, there's just the big deals are done, aren't they? Vlasic just through the door this morning.
Let's speculate.
That we know. There's always that chance. There's always that shocker.
So the names that you put out, Sean, you mentioned of 2 or 3 different names. Can you tell us anything about them?
Well, no, someone said something like Lewis Lee at Preston, because Moyes likes buying. I don't really know. Someone else said Fabio Carvello at
that came up earlier. Mm-hmm.
But I can't see him going. I can't see them selling him for £1 million. Keir Smith, which we talked about. There was another. Hang on, just let me. I'm trying to think. I was given another name. Kai Kennedy, Rangers youngster, but he's just gone out on loan, so I don't see him. So there's some of the names I've been told, but it's all speculation. We don't know. Only Jack Rosser knows, and maybe he doesn't know. I don't know. Get Jack on.
Yeah, it's the only one that's really going to know, isn't it? Where's Still disappeared to now?
The cat's run off of his modem again.
Nightmares.
His cats like the ones from, is it Lady and the Tramp, I think. They just cause havoc, don't they? Oh, and we got Matt back. Stato, give us some fun news. What have you got for us, mate? Come on,
mate. No news.
Come on, I can see by your face you're holding out on us. What have you got?
There's actually no news. I was watching you guys, and
you won another competition, did you say?
Stell just disappear, and I was like, I better join in. I saw Stell just left mid-conversation. I was like, I better come back in. I saw you struggling for content because Ant put this on for a 12-hour stream.
Yeah, and it's
I know. I got breaking news. Bournemouth have signed Celtic's Ryan Christie. How exciting is that? What's happening with Scottish teams? Is there a fire sale going on out of Celtic at the moment? They've sold a few, haven't they?
Team on the decline, weren't they, last year? But that's a surprising one, isn't it? Because he nearly went to Arsenal last summer.
Yeah.
There you go.
Come on, we need something to talk about. I'm going to start singing, and I'm no good at singing. Even worse than I'm at talking.
Where is Anton, by the way?
He said he's
no
back
idea.
at 8 o'clock, and it's 8 o'clock, and he's not back.
He had an accident shaving today, so what he's having to do is shave his head and then stick it all on his chin. So he'll be back on as soon as that's done. I'm just looking. It's gone really slow. It's between 7 and half 7. There was loads of transfer news, and all of a sudden,
it's all just
the last
died
45
out.
minutes, it's just it's gone dead.
You know
Are you
what?
getting
I
Jim
think
White
is-
on?
Did you say Jim White?
Yeah.
Might get him on with if he wants to come on, we'll get him on with Luke. Like, them two can talk about the love-hate relationship with the owners and Brady. That would be quite fun. Who have we got? We got Rich. Hello,
boys.
Rich. How you doing, son?
I'm good, thanks, and you lads. It seems like I've come at a quiet time.
You have.
Well, yeah. Stell's gone to watch Emmerdale apparently. So,
but as we've got a new face, what have you made of the business so far, Rich?
Look, I'm pretty chuffed. I still think there's more to come, hopefully. But yeah, Vlasic, I'm excited by. Obviously, Zuma, I think, is a great signing as well for us. Not convinced about Kral. Don't know too much about him. I don't know what's happening there. Yeah, ideally, I mean, people might shoot me here, but I would have loved Lingard to have come back. I don't know what's happening there, but I just think that deal would have made so much sense for everyone involved. But it doesn't seem like that's going to happen, unfortunately. But yeah, I think Vlasic is a good deal and Zoom is a great deal as well. So
yeah,
we'll see.
I tend to agree a little bit on the Lingard. It would have made sense. Obviously, he had a good time with us, didn't he? But I just think we were too far apart with that fee, mate.
The fee at his age.
Yeah, a year left on his contract. I think it's difficult to justify paying that sort of money, isn't it?
Yeah. I think the beauty with Lingard was he was proven that he could play for us. We've spent so much money on players, Haller, Anderson, etc., that we've paid big money for, and they've come in and not gelled with the squad. Whereas Lingard, you knew it was pretty much a guarantee he could play with us.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm still confused that a deal hasn't been done, because I can't understand it. Even if it was a loan deal potentially, and then with the obligation to buy at the end of the season, Lingard coming back.
Well, let me tell you why Lingard isn't done. We put an inquiry into both his brother, his father, who runs his career, him, and Man United, and we waited and we waited and we waited. Now, I'm told Moyes regularly talks to Lingard anyway, but that's more of a sort of mentor kind of relationship, irrelevant to West Ham because they live in the same block. He still rents a flat there. For whatever reason, his dad, I'm told, calls the shots. And we got told this week that 70... Now, I'm going to give you a figure. 75% he was staying at Man United. And they made a decision to go elsewhere because they couldn't just hold out for Lingard. I think he will live to regret it. But this is not that we didn't make a move. We just didn't hear back. We just didn't hear back from Man United all summer. We didn't hear back from Lingard to make a decision. And he's going to sit on the bench, earn his considerable money and bonuses. And you know what? Let's see what happens in January. He could join us again on loan when he finds out he's not going to get much time. Or he could join us for free next summer. You know, there's still going to be some play left in him.
It's interesting because I was always wondering who was to blame, you know, for the deal not going through. It's nice to know that we actually did try, you know, and it sounds like Man United are just playing hardball. So, I mean, that's their loss, I guess, because as you said, he's just going to sit on the bench. So it's a strange one. But, you know, from our side, at least we put in an effort to try and get him in. It sounds like United are the problem.
I was surprised after the signing of Ronaldo. I thought that would just be a fire sale at United.
Exactly.
Not just to get money coming in, but also get players off the wage books. So by that point, I was bored of hearing about Jesse Lingard, will he, won't he? I was a fortnight over that, you know. Didn't have time for it. But then when that went through, when Ronaldo went through, I was like, that's it then. He's coming. It's a given. And I'm a little surprised it didn't happen. Just from the back of that signing.
Yeah, agreed.
Well, they're overloaded now, aren't they? So any chance of him getting any football
he isn't
diminished
smelling
the minute.
Exactly, yeah.
He is not smelling the pitch at Man United.
For both the club and the player.
Yeah.
You'd have thought the sale would have been made. We got a question here by Bonnie Hammer. Please ask Sean what has been the most ambitious player link we've had ever that he knows of.
beyond the anniversary of Mascherano and Tevez. I mean, we were offered Vardy once. I think there was even an option to sign Harry Kane at one point before he moved to Spurs. So, you know, you can always look back in hindsight, etc. You know, most of what we've gone for is in the public domain. I don't know.
I saw a crazy story about Neymar being linked with West Ham back in the day.
Yeah. We were offered Neymar before he made his name. You just reminded me. We were offered Neymar before he was anything, and before he made his name, we were offered Neymar for, I don't know, £10 million, £15 million. He wasn't anything special at that point, and so that's probably the one that we got away. But everything we've really gone for, which have already made their name, is in the public domain. So there's not more to add. I've got to drop, guys, because I've got to do some transfer stuff for some other people. If there is any
news just in, and he's leaving. Still trying to look at his phone, but I just can't see it down the screen. Maybe I'll tilt it back a bit. I bought a curved screen just for this.
But if there is any update, I will let you know. See you later, guys.
No worries, Sean.
Cheers, Sean. Right.
Are we signing anyone else other than Kral? Well, apparently there's a youngster. Figures have been coming out between 100 mil and 100 mil, between 100 grand and $500,000. Again, no one exciting. He'll be a youngster. Probably won't even slot straight into the squad. He'll play with the under-23s. As far as that, those in the know
don't even know. So no one knows.
Yeah, so it could be all or nothing. There could be a big one. The other thing I'm going to say about Jesse Lingard is, what did they want for him? 30, 35?
I think it said, wasn't it?
It was initially 30, weren't it? And then it went down to like 25. But
why
even
would you
then,
spend that money when you could get Soucek for 19 million?
It's a lot of money to spend on someone that's only got a year left. Whether he proved that he could play in the system for the 6 months that he did or not, it's a lot of money to spend on it.
Yeah.
Pellegrini turned down Jack Grealish. I remember that story as well, because he had to have Grealish or Wilshere.
Yeah.
Pellegrini wanted Wilshere.
I don't like Grealish. Great footballer, but I don't like him.
Yeah,
didn't we always get Drogba too?
Yeah, Dan. I'm not going to lie.
What's that negativity from me?
No, he loves
diver. Yeah, negative football. Yeah. Didn't we almost get Drogba too? I don't remember that. I know his name's been floated in and out, but I don't know if we ever actually went in.
You know when we got relegated first time, when we should never been relegated. It was then. It was then, and apparently they'd agreed a deal that if we stayed up, he'd sign, and he didn't. And he spent like one more season in France, and then Chelsea bought him.
Oh wow! There we go.
The biggest of big game players, Drogba, always did it in the big games.
Quality player.
I think that is a true story, isn't it? Harry once turned down Shevchenko, and they ended up with years later with
Red Brock.
I think that was a true story, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Is anybody? Someone has obviously. Yeah.
Lads, what's the latest with Diop? Hey, he's not going.
No,
Sean has said 100% not going. He's going.
He said not a single first team squad player will be leaving. It's just kids.
Good.
Okay, fair enough. I feel like we could have kept Coventry because I feel like we're a bit thin in that position. I must be honest. I'm not sure what you guys think about that.
Yeah, it's bittersweet, and it's bittersweet. He needs first team football to work out if he's good enough to play for us, but also we'd like to have kept him as backup.
I feel sorry for him because he's been in and around the fringes of our club for how long now? Plays in every single pre-season and then just gets shipped off as soon as the season starts.
And he does always seem to have strong pre-season as well, doesn't he, Rich?
Exactly.
He always seems to do a good job.
Exactly. Yeah, poor lad. It's fine, boys. We've got Noble on the bench to fill the void.
Solid. I think it's Kral, isn't it? I think because Kral's come in, he's the first team opportunity. He needs, he's not going to develop 6 reserves for the rest of the season.
So
So on Kral, Matt, did you hear what Tom said?
No, what did he say?
The way the deal is, so he's come in on loan, but the obligation to buy only comes in. It's based on appearances. So he has to make
is that
X amount
just
of
league,
appearances,
or is that?
So he has to make X amount of appearances before that fee can be activated, basically. So it's almost like you've got this many games to see if he can do it.
But in that position, who would you drop to make sure he got that many games? It would only be Rice or Stoshek, wouldn't it? And I wouldn't want to drop either of them.
What I'm saying, is it league games or is it games in general?
He didn't say if it was league or games in general, but he said that's
because he was starting the cup
work in that deal.
He was starting the cup.
How much do you guys know about Kral? Because I must say my knowledge on him is very limited.
So before the Euros, I'd obviously seen a bit of him, and he looked like he's a raw talent. To me, he's very raw. He needs work, but I think we're just a bit quick to jump on the signing and say it's a bad one off the back of the Euros. He didn't have a particularly good tournament, but sometimes you've seen it in the past, Rich. Some teams can light up a tournament and then you sign them and then they don't do anything. So you just
he's a youngster, am I right?
Sorry, mate.
He's 20.
Am I right?
Yeah,
23.
Yeah, he's only young.
Yeah, okay. No, that's good.
So I just think it's one of them. If Moyes wants him, Moyes sees a player in there.
And it seems like we're going with the youthful option with our signings, which is quite refreshing to see.
Yeah, Tom was saying this actually. Tom we read on a minute ago. He said it's nice to see that West Ham are slowly bringing the average age of the squad down with the signings. If you look at it, Zuma's 26, Vlasic is 23, the goalkeeper's 28, which is really, if you think about it, it's young, isn't it, for a keeper?
Yeah.
Areola comes in and has a good time. You've got your keeper tied up for the next 6 or 7 years. So, you're slowly bringing that age to the squad down, because we have always had one of the older teams in the Premier League.
Definitely. No, that's good to see.
Looking good. It is looking good. I think we've had an all right window. I know a lot of people wanted a striker. I would have liked to have seen a left back personally, but I still think we've had a decent enough sort of window, even if the business was done at the tail end of it.
We do love to leave it late, don't we?
Vlasic officially signed or loaned anyone else today. Conor Coventry went out on loan. There's rumours that Silva could be going out on loan to Nottingham Forest. Obviously, Meepo went out on loan last night to Huddersfield.
Yeah, he signed a new deal, didn't he? Before
signed a new deal because he's going to get a contract at the end of the season. It gave him like a 2-year deal. What everyone seems to be saying at Kral is like 95% done.
Yeah, the hold up is that he's abroad. Apparently, that's what I've read. Is the hold up is just that he's abroad.
Need to go get the old fax machine out.
Yeah.
Do we know if there's like an extension? Obviously, the window shuts at.
It's normally an hour, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but is it because of international break? Have they got an extra day if they register interest before then to get it over the line? Or
I think
the only thing you normally get is the hour.
Yeah, it's deals that are currently under negotiation usually get.
And you've got to show, give them proof that you are like the deal is. You have to fill out that form, don't you? Like the extension form, and you have to have both sides sign it and to say there is an agreement to negotiate a contract or something, and then you get the extra hour. I've said that.
Anything happening with Tagliafico coming in? I saw a bit of stuff happening. No. Nothing there. That would have been a decent signing.
As all agents, the agent offered him to West Ham. West Ham said, "Well, we'd be interested, but we haven't got the money in this window to do it." That was as far as it went.
Because what they wanted about 12 mil for him, I think.
But having brought in Vlasic, I think I called about a £3 or £4 million loan fee for Kral.
Yeah, 3 million.
With another 12 to complete it, and then like 5 in add-ons or something.
Yeah,
Kane has gone. Kane has joined Coventry. Todd Kane has joined Coventry on a permanent transfer.
Ashby.
Yeah, he was being linked with Celtic, weren't they? But
they've just let Christie go, so there could be late movement on that, I guess. I haven't heard much, but if they've just let someone go, maybe they think they've got someone coming in. That's what you always get with transfers in general. you tend to most of the time get a domino effect, don't you? You get one in and one out. So, who knows? Maybe.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Mr. Mace, if someone can, last one on the chat. Connor Coventry's 21. If he ain't a first team player by now, he never will be. He's only been kept around because of our squad's so small. I agree and disagree. I mean, he's never had a chance in the first team. So this is his last season to impress. He's going on loan so he can play with the championship, playing the championship, to see if he's got what it takes, and then come in and actually get a proper chance at first team football.
It is a good point you make there, though, Dan, about him not really being given a proper chance. If you think about Cullen, who we had, who was a very similar situation where he'd always play pre-season, will he get his chance this year? And he actually got a few chances. And in the end, we sold him on, didn't we? But really, Coventry hasn't really ever been given that proper chance in my eyes.
I think it's the same with a lot of teams. They have these youngsters and they get to the point where they've got potential, but they're not there yet. And it could go either way. They sell them. They make a bit of money. You know, from football years ago, the 90s, 2000, when there was a competition to get players to play first team. I've spoken about it on it before. To get them out, get them 16, 17, 18 playing in the first team. Rooney, Carrick, the guy we got off Charlton, whose name I won't mention, ended up going to the Spuds. You know, they all went out at a very early age and they were pushed first team. And that seems to have gone backwards or gone reverse, where they try and protect them maybe from first team football, make sure they're absolutely ready until they're in their early 20s before they actually go out and get a go. Anybody agree with that, or any opinion?
Yeah, sort of. That one that was just up a minute ago, Matt, about the Antoine Griezmann. Apparently, they're getting him off the wage books and then bringing in Luc de Jong, apparently, to play next to Braithwaite.
Oh, is that from Barcelona to Madrid?
They are a mess, aren't they?
That's from Seville to Barcelona, isn't it? They were sending, to get him off the wages and bringing in Luc de Jong.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Griezmann.
No, he's going back to Barcelona. Sorry, from Barcelona back to Atletico. And then Barcelona replacing to play up front with Braithwaite. They are dead.
Such a mess of a club.
Thing is, if you look at their wages, it's not surprising. If you think about the fringe players at our team, some of them are on not a lot of money at all. But if you look at the fringe players at Barcelona, they were still on like 150 grand a week. Fringe player. Is it Samuel Umtiti that's threatened to take
he was
Barcelona's
on like 300 grand a week, wasn't he?
Russ has just put up, if we get to 300 likes, we'll do a prize draw.
Will we?
Yeah, but you're only in it if you hit that like button.
Well, we need Ante if we're doing prizes, because he's the one that was talking about it.
He's the one that's points mean prizes.
Well, doesn't have to. The draw doesn't have to be done straight away. Once you get to 300, then we'll start looking into doing it and announcing it. So,
yeah, it's one of the reasons Barca sold Mariba, isn't it? Because they couldn't afford to give him a new contract, so they've let him go to Leipzig for next to nothing.
That's right, Lee. We are massive.
Yeah, X has just tweeted about 5 minutes ago saying announcement incoming.
Is that his normal tweet, or is that from have you got a patronage with him, Dan?
No, I haven't got a Patreon.
Oh, you're not paying the Patreon?
You have to pay to get that info, yeah.
No, I'm not paying the Patreon, mate. Honestly, you read it every day now. People slagging it off, some people not slagging it off. My opinion on it is, if you want to pay the money, pay the money. That's up to you, right? But if you do enough digging, you can find all this information online.
Definitely, I would say, I don't.
How much you want to waste your time doing it?
Want to dig him out? I get, the thing is, if you want to pay the money, pay the money.
If you
pay the money,
agreed.
But then one thing I would say,
if you don't want to pay the money, shut up about it.
Don't then start making comments saying, I did read one last night, and I think it was last night. He put a comment out. But it was a different account. I think it was a different account. And he was like, you're not charging for this information. And then he was just straight on it, and it was like, what? Why go? Why? I don't agree with it. That's me. That's what he does, and that's his living.
Yeah,
fair play to him. But either pay the money or don't. You don't go down the frigging corner shop to buy a can of energy well, I don't want to pay £1.59, so instead of buying it, I'm going to stand at the shop counter shouting at the bloke for 5 minutes because he's not charging me £1 for it. You pay the £1.59 or you walk out.
If we was in the supporters club and someone paid £2 to get in and go, "Are you members?" and we went, "Yeah," and they went, "Oh, mugs," we'd throw them over the balcony.
You know, you ain't renegotiating for that £8 burger, right, Dad? You ain't going 50 then going, "Oh, I'm not paying that."
That's a good burger.
Where's my £3?
To be fair, it actually is a good burger in there.
It's a good burger. Toby Sampson, if Matt wins the draw, I'm unsubscribing. If Matt wins the draw, I'm unsubscribing. I'm throwing my laptop out the window.
Matt, you've been on fire.
There we go.
You've been winning, mate.
So I got the
Canio shirt. I'm going to bring it up again, though. It's the fact that the Canio shirt still ain't even hung on the wall.
See, I've got a little prize here.
Come on, Matt. Get your act together.
I'm actually just getting some nails. I'm getting some nails and stuff. I don't laser level over, so I just put it on the wall. I actually got those. Have you seen them before? You get them like Amazon.
Can't you go into a competition with IKEA or something to win some nails? I'm sure you'll get it. Here he is.
Half hour late.
And Dave.
How was Emmerdale? Was it good?
Really good, mate. Yeah, really good.
I believe
West Ham, Coronation Street.
Matt's hours up. Got to go and put another 50p in the Wi-Fi.
Kral is in. Kral is in.
Done.
It's done, yeah.
That's what I was about to say. I think it's done.
It is. Oh, look at that announcement. Look at that announcement.
I'm not getting it.
They've got Souček. They've got Souček. They've got Stufal. And they've got them all around each other holding his hands. Love it.
Yeah.
That's excellent. That is brilliant.
Love it. So Kral signs with West Ham.
That's actually class. I like that a lot.
Czech Republic FC. You love to see
Done. Get it up. We need a new splash.
We're getting it. Are we bringing in someone else though?
A youngster, apparently, is what we're being told. An unnamed youngster. Nothing to get excited about is what we were told.
Matt, I think your connection to your microphone's a bit thingy.
His connection full stops all over the gaff.
Yeah,
put the nail in it. And these don't enter competition to win a microphone now.
There we go. All right, is that better?
Lovely jubbly. Yeah, that's it, mate.
But we had Tom Clark on from Football London. What was he saying, lads?
He was a very, very knowledgeable bloke, and he spoke perfect sense about the sort of window that we've had. You know, the signings are all very good. Fans may want one thing, but the manager clearly wants another. He's made certain positions like more important and whatnot. But yeah, he was good. He should definitely get him back on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's also saying not to forget that when you're going for a player, it's not just the asking price you pay. There's a lot of backroom staff, agents. You've got sort of housing for them, stuff like that. He reiterated that.
Well, listen, before we move on, we've got a few competitions we're going to be running throughout the rest of the night to take us to the end of the night. So first up, we're going to be giving away a brand spanking new mug, the West Ham Network mug.
Oh, look at that.
Quality.
I'll bring it up closer here. Let's see if that's, there you go. So this is one of the first prizes that we are going to be giving away, but I'm going to show you prize number 2. This is my...
Everyone wants the unicorn, mate.
This is my personal... I know. This is my personal favourite. So you can see this here.
Nice. Hey!
It's my personal favourite. And Antonio number 9 mug. And then lastly, this is going to be the third prize. And then there's going to be a mega prize at the end of the evening. This is the claret and blue version.
Quality.
You can do it, yeah. It's too bright, isn't it? There you go. So,
beautiful.
They printed a white and
got a home and away on a mug. Home and away on a mug.
Absolutely.
I'm glad they did, because obviously the ones I did before, they had a little line at the top and bottom, didn't they? But they ones
No. Perfect. So when we get the lads coming back on, they will run the competition. I don't know how to use the new thing on StreamYard, so I'll let Russ do that. But anyway, Alex Kral has signed for West Ham on a season-long loan with a view to make the move permanent. He's a deep-lying midfielder with a strong work ethic and impressive reading of the game. He's already made nearly 150 senior club appearances and earned over 20 caps for his country, including 4 appearances at the Euro 2020. And again, like I said, he's going to join his friends Souček and Soufal at West Ham. And yeah, David Moyes has gone in and said, I'm delighted to welcome Alex to West Ham United. He'll provide good competition in the centre of the midfield. He's another young, talented player who we feel has the big potential and will be capable of adapting to the demands of the Premier League. We've brought him in on loan initially, and hopefully over the course of the season, he'll make a valuable contribution, particularly with our busier schedule of fixtures. Alex is another established international player with the Czech Republic, and we hope he has similar characteristics and hunger to that of Thomas and Vladimir. What do we think of that? Decent stats?
Yeah, it's decent, mate. And just to add to what you've said there, obviously Tom was talking about the sort of details of that loan deal as well, and he was saying that it's a loan with an obligation, but the obligation will only be activated after he's made X amount of appearances. He didn't say how many appearances, but he has to make a certain amount before we're obligated to buy. So it's clearly a loan where Moyes will want to see what he's like over that period, and then if thinks he's good enough, then we'll pay the money.
Not only that, there has to be potato salad in the canteen at least twice a week.
Do you know what? I know I've kind of tried to keep in with what you have been saying throughout the show, and I completely agree with the whole sentiment behind nobody knows what is going on, and this is what's made this window more interesting and probably, a little bit better than before, because you get that little bit of excitement for a transfer rather than feeling like you know the real detail. Let's be brutally honest here. Vlasic and Kral, nobody knew about. They came in, especially the Kral one, that literally came out of nowhere. I mean, we were doing videos left, right and centre yesterday evening. Nothing, could be seen anywhere in the world of in the nose or online or anything. Bang, this morning you hear from Russian sources that we're interested in bringing Kral to the club. And bang, we've got him in the door. So I think it's a good bit of business. I think Moyes has kind of started to shut up shop, and I think that benefits West Ham a lot better. I don't know what your thoughts are. I'll put that one to you, Rich.
Yeah, we seem to be getting business done outside of the public eye to an extent. In the past, every single transfer that we got through the door, we knew about it weeks before when it was blown up in the public. It seems like we're kind of just going about our business quite shrewdly behind closed doors, getting deals over the line, which is good to see. Obviously, the Zuma one we all knew about for quite some time. But as you said now, these deals that have happened in the last 24 to 48 hours have been like really, really quick. So credit to the backroom staff and our scouting network. We'll see how they go, but it's refreshing to see, the youngsters coming through the door now, a different kind of West Ham signing to what we've seen in the past. In the past, we've gone for the has-beens, the big names that are in their 30s. Now we're going for bright youngsters that are eager to impress and to play for the club, and that's the type of player you want to be getting through the door. So I'm quite happy, I must be honest.
We understand that the option to buy next year is for £12 million. I don't know if you've covered this. Add-ons potentially to £17 million on a 4-year contract, option to obligation if he makes set number of appearances, like you said.
Yeah.
And the loan fee is believed to be £3 million. Let's not forget, though, Tommy Souček came in on loan initially to West Ham, and look how that turned out. So it's a
bargain.
Yeah.
See, this sort of loan, and I'm not against this sort of loan, because this is essentially a trial period, and if the loan works, then you've already got all of the pieces of the jigsaw in place to make it a permanent thing. I'm not against this sort of loan. I actually like this sort of loan deal. You can use it. It's a lot more shrewd. It's a very shrewd way of doing business, in my opinion.
Let's go back. This is to you, Aussie, Dan Love. About a week ago, West Ham had only had. I think it was less than a week ago. When did we sign Zuma? 3 days ago.
Saturday.
Yeah, something like
Saturday,
that.
yeah. So let's go back to Friday evening, Dan. Right, West Ham have got one player in on loan, Areola. No outfield players. What was your genuine feelings at the time?
That we need to strengthen. Well, we won't be in a position to take any cups or Europa League seriously at all. We're just going to have to concentrate on the league because we don't have the strength in the squad. We don't have the players. And if anyone gets injured, then we could be in trouble.
Yeah. Everyone else, what do you all think?
Yeah, I'm of the same opinion.
Yeah, completely agree.
I didn't see that.
Everyone saw it.
You're not supposed to agree with me. I'm the idiot. I'm the joker of the group. You're supposed to pick holes in it, and then I can have a sarcastic comeback.
Sometimes, mate.
We've got a guest. He's not been on for a while, but look at the name. Cess is back in the house. How you doing, mate?
I know, long time, boys, a long time. How's everyone doing, man?
Yeah,
good, man.
Good, mate. So
it's good to see you.
You're joining us just as West Ham announced a new signing, Alex Kral from Moscow on loan. What do you think?
I think it's just added depth that we really needed. And we're not going to get a striker. Let's be honest. I'm just going to get out of their way. We're not going to get a striker. Let's just put that to bed now. It's not going to happen. But you know, it's good cover. It's good cover for Europe, which we really need. We've got the last Zuma coming in as well. We've got Vlasic as well. So we got good cover at the moment. But I think that we're just missing that striker that could make it at least a 9 out of 10 at least. But you know, it's not going to happen. So I'm not going to get my hopes up too much. So,
Cess, do you think when it comes to the striker in particular that, and I know people, I've seen it and I've heard on the chat this evening as well, but do you think that Moyes is committing to playing a specific style? So if it's not going to be Antonio, he's going to rely heavily on the creativity, and I don't want to play it down what West Ham are doing, but I always use an analogy of, you know, Man City are kind of like Waitrose and West Ham are like Aldi's, so that, like, you know, we're trying our best to emulate the style of play that they do, and I feel like I undersell what West Ham are doing for making that comment, but that's based upon money. You know, they've went and got Ronaldo, they've went and got Sancho, and West Ham can, you know, don't have that level of money. So, but we do, and we are, and you can look at the players. You've got Bowen, Fornals, Ben Rama. You've now got Vlasic. You know, all these creative players. But I don't even know if I missed some players there. Probably did. Would that make you happy knowing that that's the mindset that Moyes is doing and going to continue to go down the route of?
The thing is, Moyes is known for doing this. Like, if you look to Everton in the past, like, he's known for putting like wingers and like cams as like false nines. He's done it many times before. So I think he's trying to emulate what he done at Everton at the time again.
Well, look at Tim Cahill.
Yeah, he's done it before. He's done it with Fellaini. He's put Fellaini up front. He's you know, he's done that before. He's put Morales up front. He's done similar things at Everton, which people fail to realise. Like, he's done the exact similar thing. So I'm not shocked that. Should we get a striker? Yes, but I'm not shocked that he's gone that route.
When you look at, yeah, go for it.
No, the thing is, like, you've still got January as well, so we may like get like another striker on loan or something, or someone on a free agent. So it could still happen. I just don't think now. I don't think it's going to happen right now. Maybe January it could happen, but not right now. I don't know.
January will be interesting as well, because if you think about it, this is Sullivan's last window in charge, technically.
Mm.
You know, so January could prove very interesting. Yeah, you know,
he's going to come with the surprises now. He's going to come with like
he'll probably be in the hero, won't he?
But the thing is, you know, if you look at Vlasic's style of play, you know, I don't know if I'm wrong in saying this, but there is a reasonable similarity between maybe Arnautovic and Vlasic in terms of their style of play, in terms of how they get forward.
I knew you were going to say something like that. I knew you were going to say something like that.
What do you think?
But yeah, he from what I've seen, he's a versatile player. Like, he can play on the left, he can play on the right, he can play as like the cam role. He can play as like a centre forward. He's got. But the thing is, like, his family, like, if you know a bit about his family, like, they're all like freaking athletes. Like, it's like his dad, like a decathlon like record holder or something ridiculous. It's like his whole family, like, just full of athletes. So it's not surprising that he's got like the physical attributes, you know, because it runs in the family. So, you know, I think from what I've seen, like it's like his goal threat is like he's been double digits like 2 seasons in a row. You know, what else we can say? Like, I think he will be a good fit for someone like Antonio, who's in form at the moment. So someone like Vlasic coming in, I think he'll do Antonio a whole lot good, and he'll get Antonio's numbers up as well with the way Antonio is at the moment. So I can imagine having someone like him as well. Like, I think Antonio's numbers, he'll hit 15 goals. Literally.
Do you think? I mean, Rich. I mean, Antonio's rich vein of form, you could say. Excuse the pun. I know it's not a Jamaican flag behind them; it's actually a South African flag behind them. Although, to be fair, when you look at, you understand where they're coming from.
Looks like a Jamaican flag, yeah, fair. He's just been called up to Jamaican squad, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, for one game, thank goodness.
Yeah.
But when it comes to, you know, the good form, and what's wrong?
Breaking news.
Oh, go on, son. Go on, Matt. Hold on a minute. Let me bring you up.
It's not good. It's not good news.
Oh, we get
reporting that we're selling Xande Silva to Nottingham Forest for 200 grand.
Oh
no!
Where are you seeing that from?
Jacob Steinberg of The Guardian just reported it.
Right. I mean, I'm not gonna get like. I mean, let's be brutally honest here. 200 grand is not a lot of money, okay, but it's certainly not Sebastian Haller losing 20 million, and it's certainly not Felipe Anderson losing 10 million. And I just wasn't. Yeah, and you know, getting him off the books for me, it was time. Is he gone? He's gone for a full fee. That's what the plan is.
It's reported that that's what's being agreed. It says Nottingham Forest close to signing Xande from West Ham for 200,000.
Did anyone really rate him?
I thought he'd go.
I liked him.
Enough.
He had something about him, but didn't get a chance. Like so many players, you know.
Souček's claiming the agent fee for bringing in Alex Kral.
He's actually tweeted. Sports agent Souček continues. Welcome to our club. What a hero!
You know what? It wouldn't surprise me if like Souček and like Soufal are taking backhanders like from
agent fees.
Just the agent fees.
Soufal just tweeted, "Just you." Like replied to him, "Just you." Seriously, Soufal agent money.
So I can see why we ain't got no money, because going to Souček and Soufal's pocket, so he can't get a striker.
I'm actually.
And the Czech Republic national team should we rename to West Ham Republic?
Yeah.
If someone can jump through the comments, I'm going to upload an image of Kral and Souček and Soufal.
So this unrelated to West Ham. Wolves have turned down Kiefer Moore because of him.
Well, it's not worse than PSG turning down 220 million euros.
Oh yeah, we went through that earlier.
It's not worse than that, and knowing that.
But they had a journalist on TalkSport. They had a journalist on Sky Sports earlier that specialised in France, and he said, "You don't understand." He was like, for them, just blowing 10 grand at a casino. He was like, the 220 million for the owners of PSG. He was like, that's nothing. Yeah. He's like, it's literally changed.
It might be nothing, Matt, but it's just so much money in the big.
Yeah, I
it's
can't
just
understand.
So much
I would
money.
say, yeah.
It honestly, it just mind boggles me. You're thinking like 220 million euros. You're thinking, why the heck are you turning that down? Yeah. Knowing that Mbappe can go on the... So you're telling me you're letting Mbappe go on the free. It's like, oh, no, don't worry about it. It's fine. like they've got 220 mil just hidden somewhere in some, like, desert island somewhere. It's just like...
The thing that gets me is... The thing that's got me throughout this whole window is, you know, apart from the fact I've mentioned it about a million times, is the fact that we don't know much of the news that's going on. But several times throughout this window, we've been given a lot of different budgets from the club, from the hierarchy. So, you know, depending on what website you go onto, it depends on what ITK you listen to, it depends on what radio station you listen to. You've got anything between 80, 70, 60, 50, 40 million pounds. And as of late, more recently, we were told it was 45 million pounds, but very quickly we've already gone over that, you know?
So notice how they started high and then it just went lower and lower and lower and lower. Then all of a sudden it just went, we'll just add another 5 million just to go.
Just to make sure everyone's all right with that. Yeah.
that budget was a tactic. They were trying to pull prices down. That's all they were doing, mate.
But again, like we've said throughout the show, is years ago where information was put out and young Jack Sullivan was tweeting everywhere. We're going for this, for that. Also, we was putting out how much money we had available, and prices were going up and down, depending on what club was going in for what player. And by saying, we've only got 30 million, you're not going to go in for a player worth 30 million. They're going to put the price up, 35 million or stuff. Put it to your higher end of your budget. It's not going to rise and fall depending on how much you say you've got.
Look at that picture, though, guys. Look at that picture. What have you got, Sess? Come on. Oh, what are you going to say?
I'm going to put this out there. Like I'm going to say, should we have done this the moment we moved into the London Stadium with this type of window?
Yeah.
Well, we tried to.
Yeah,
we missed the trick.
We tried to. Bought a load of European
team players.
Trash. Yeah.
Do you know what I will argue is I believe that Moyes is just better at this than Bilic was, and I don't think Moyes would sit back and let the board mug him off the way Bilic did.
Yeah.
I mean, Bilic was too inexperienced at this level at the time, and so then we
I think it's too much of
in that window.
That's what I reckon.
Yeah, he panicked. He probably promised Payet a lot of stuff. And
well, don't forget, like we signed like Arbeloa for right back.
Yeah,
he was like 37.
Man played like one game and then just couldn't cut it.
He played one game, ended up in the carpenters after.
He needed.
But me and
Walker to play.
Me and Ant say regularly that window we panic bought that window. There was no real quality.
Come on,
it was
Dan.
just a
Zaza
case of
was class, mate. Come on.
Pellieri, Zaza,
Gokhan quality.
That was the ultimate panic.
Faguli.
Jack
Faguli did okay. Faguli did
okay. And wasn't it exciting at the time though? Did you get sucked in? Because I did.
Yeah,
they said that even that window.
What do we know? What do we know?
Listen, I want to address. Loads of people in the comments are here talking about Sima, and I know we've probably addressed it, but Sima has now signed for Brighton from what we believe to be a fee of £7 million and immediately gone out on loan to Stoke. A lot of people are in uproar about that. I suppose my only concern would be if he was potentially as good as what everyone thought. Trust this lot to have forgotten about the people who made this channel. You, the viewer. Oh, look, there he goes again. Of course, we're going to come on to them, Stelios.
And he wants to go out on his own, doesn't he? He's just trying.
He does.
Now he's got a bit of fame, mate.
Yeah.
He gets stopped over the stadium now for photos and autographs. He loves it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, listen, when it comes to Sima, you know, he's at Stoke. So, if he was potentially as good as what people thought, surely other clubs would have come in for him. What do you think? Was anyone got an opinion on that?
Well, from what I've read, Ant, there was massive question marks about his attitude.
That's
and they could not wait to get rid of him. They couldn't wait to get him out of the club. And Moyes would have seen that.
There's been no good press coming out of Czech Republic in the last 6 months. You know, he's got health problems. He's got bad attitude. He hasn't scored a goal since February against Liverpool. And they're at the point where they wanted to get rid of him. So Brighton were like, the thing is, for a pre-team, 7 million is just like, it's a punt in the dark. If it pays off, he could be worth quadruple that, if not more. If it doesn't work out, well, it's 7 million quid. That's like positions in the Premier League. That's like instead of finishing 13th, you finish 10th. Or instead of finishing 18th, you finish 15th. It's not a lot of money in the scheme of things. But the fact that straight away shows you that even they're not actually convinced, and they just had a bit of money spare, take the punt and go, let's see what happens. If you go to the championship for Stoke this year and bang in 30 goals, thing.
Matt, sorry to interfere, mate, but your mic is jumping in and out a lot. It never normally does that, but it's like really crackling.
Oh, wait a minute. I know what's the problem. 2 seconds.
There you go. No worries.
While we're on that break, can I just say about the chat? Hit the like button. You want the competitions, you want the prizes, you got to hit that like button.
Yeah, we are going to be doing...
5 minutes. I'm watching you.
Let me just confirm, we're going to be giving away 3 brand spanking new bad boy mugs. We're going to be giving away this one. Oh, where is it there? With Antonio 9 on the back. And then, of course, the home and away mug. You could call it if you want to call it that.
400 likes, you win Max microphone.
And I think there's a bad boy prize coming up as well. So stick with us throughout the show. We'll wait till Russie B comes on and we'll let you know what that bad boy
I've also
prize
got a little
is.
prize to give away, but I'm going to wait for the perfect moment to do it.
Ah, right, okay. Looking forward to hearing about that. Yankee's saying he missed you, Cess. They've missed you. I know. Gary's saying yes.
Come on, Cess, you got to say I miss you too. I miss you too.
I miss everyone, man. I miss everyone. Man.
Luke Smith is saying we're never happy. Okay, we all know. All we need now is a striker, Lingard, a left back, a new board, and a new stadium. When it comes to Lingard, though, I mean, is anyone disappointed? Honestly,
he's done that.
You're not Dan. You're not.
Move on.
Dan Love.
Let's be honest.
Bored of hearing about it.
Yeah, I am.
I was so over it 3 weeks ago, but then when, like I said before. When the big man, when Ronaldo was signed by United, I thought that's it. Fire sale United. Lingard's not going to get a game now. He's going to come. But last week, then I got a little bit more excited. I thought that's it. He's got to come. He's got to come. Got to get him off the wage bill. We've got to get some money back. And it didn't happen. And now I'm like, look at the players we got. Boys knows what he's doing. Look who he's signed in the past. Bowen, Soucek, Soufal. Boys knows what he's doing. If he doesn't go for Lingard and he gets someone else, I trust him. I'm not disappointed. This season's looking good.
I was saying it earlier, Ant, as well. The Vlasic signing, it's a risk, but he's younger. The sell-on value is higher. You know, he looks like a quality player. He's going to play a similar role to what Lingard would have done. There's a future player there. With Lingard, it's for the here and now, and he's going to be, 29? You know, and with the fee, for me, the fee was always going to be the biggest stumbling block. It's too much money to pay for a player that's got 1 year left in his contract. They were asking for, in my opinion, silly money. Anything more than 15 million was too much.
Yeah, absolutely.
No,
absolutely.
I agree with that. And it's strange that they got rid of Daniel James for like 25, 30 mil. And I was like, damn. they really pulled that off, but fair enough. But I'm just surprised I'm not surprised that Lingard stayed. The moment it was like no option to like buy and all that, you just knew in your head like, he's not gonna come back. It would have been a miracle, to be honest, if we would have got him. But the thing is, like, he come to us to just rejuvenate his career. He's done that. He's done that. Helped us get to Europe. He got in the England squad. You know, unfortunately, he missed out on the Euro squad. Things were looking bright for him. Things are going well for him personally as well at the moment. I think that's the main thing more with Lingard, more than anything, is that mental hurdle. More than anything that he's got over, which has now done him decent. Things are going well with his family. You know, he wants to be there. He wants to stay in Manchester for his family. At the end of the day, you can't really argue that, to be honest with you. So I'm not really upset. I'm not really like heartbroken, you know. It just is what it is, man. The moment it wasn't no option to buy, you just had to look at it and be realistic, you know.
And to the point you made as well there, Sis, you know, he used us, and no disrespect to him for doing so, but he used us to get in the England squad. He knew the Euros were around the corner. He weren't playing any minutes for United. He comes to us, and let's be honest, he did like the league up. He dipped a bit in form towards the end. He used us to get in that England squad. It might have been different if he'd have gone to the Euros, maybe. There might have been a bit more incentive. Like,
you can kiss England squad goodbye now.
Yeah. I'm surprised he got in this latest England squad, to be honest with you.
It's not
when you look at Greenwood, who's got 3 and 3 and playing every game.
I think Matt made a point about, you know, Lingard getting into the squad. I wonder if that was a bit of an apology from Southgate to say, you know what, maybe. I should have taken you, and I'm taking you based upon the form you had last season. But it's a valid point. Like, Lingard is risking a World Cup place by staying at
Big
Man
time.
United, you know. But then
Big time.
when you've got, at the end of the day, when you've got such confidence in your ability, it doesn't matter if someone comes in who is known on paper better than you. The whole idea is to keep them, you know, to keep the drive going, and he must have the confidence in ability. But listen, we've got someone else coming on. Let's see what he's saying. He's saying, don't go to bed. Right, talk to me. Anything that you know.
Well, I've been given a lot of names. The latest one I've been given, I've been told it could be a Scottish youngster. And a name I've been given is Josh Diog from Hibernian.
Yeah. From Hibernian.
Yes.
He's a left back and also plays a left midfielder.
Yeah.
He's like 19, so he does sort of fit it. I know people are still saying to me, this other guy, Keir, the left back from is it Dundee? But yeah, I don't know.
Well, yeah.
I've made a lot of calls and no one's really. Well, I haven't rung Jack Rosser. Maybe I need to ring Jack, but I've spoken to a lot of people. A couple of people have said to me, "Sean, it's just a kid. It's nothing to get too excited about." But you know what we're going to do from now till the next 3 hours, because you've scheduled the show this long, Anton. So it's the only thing I think we can get excited about.
Well, listen, Just Doig, you know, he's been, from my understanding, he was actually kept out of the Hibernian squad several weeks ago because they believed he was on his way back then. So I don't know. I think it was at Arsenal at the time were strongly linked to him. I know West Ham have been linked to him for a while, but he is supposed to be the next up-and-coming talent from Scotland. Actually, keep that comment up because I need to take a picture of this because I'm meeting your friend tomorrow, Joe, and I couldn't remember who it was, that your exact name, so I'm going to just quickly take a picture. Oh, it's gone. Anyway, we'll do that later on. But, you know, Doig is supposed to be a talent and a half, and I don't think he's not just one for the future, but he could be one for sooner than the future. Anyway, Sean, what's that text? He's got a text!
I'm just talking to another ITK, or not. I'm an ITK. I'm not an ITK, but I was talking to an ITK and just changing information about Josh, and they're agreeing that yes, that could be a good shout. So just confirmation there that, you know, we're all chasing. Only Jack knows. I've spoken to a number of journalists. I've spoken to the club and etc. But Jack, I trust. Right, Jack Rosser is a proper journalist, reliable. He don't make up shit. That there must be something behind it. So we shall see. We shall see.
We shall see.
Oh, hang on. I just need to take this. 1 second.
Just leave it on. Just leave it on, Sean. It's fine. I'll mute you. I'll mute you. Okay, Sean. I'll mute you. There you go. I've muted you. There you go.
Yeah.
There we go. Live agent. Everyone be really quiet.
Jesse's on the line.
It's just still.
He goes. He's muted it. He is muted it.
Do you remember the old phone lines you used to get? Is it one of them? Is he still subscribed? Like transfer news come through, and you'd ring him up, and you'd like 60p a minute, and you'd be on it. Has he got like a callback set up? Yeah, he's a patron of the callbacks.
Yeah.
Can I, you know, if Josh Doig is a genuine, you know, interested player that's potentially coming in, what would we all think of that?
So, you know, have you? I don't know if you've ever had Doug on, who I've had on my old channel. But he's a Scottish lad, Liverpool fan, but he's very knowledgeable in the Scottish League. And he was, when he got, I believe he actually got linked with us early in the window, and he said that he would be a good signing. He said he's a very promising youngster that's coming through up there. So yeah, it might be one to keep an eye on.
Yeah. Sean, anything you want to add to that from the phone call?
No.
So we're expecting potentially one more deal to come in before the window closes.
It's not a definite. And remember, even if we get to 11 o'clock, you know, you've still got another 2 hours to, you know, do your stuff to the Premier League. So What are there other windows closing? I've not looked this up, but maybe one of you guys knows.
Scotland actually closes at midnight, but I don't know if that is that would defeat the purpose for West Ham, because West Ham are obviously trying to buy the players. So once 11 o'clock comes, as long as you file your paperwork, you can then work on negotiations. Is that correct? As long as the paperwork's in before 11 o'clock.
I believe so, for an hour after.
But for Scotland, they could bring players in from the English league, and I'm not sure about Spain and Italy. Don't know what.
How about Winston Reid? And did you know? I don't know if you saw. I ran a story earlier, but if you looked at the West Ham website and have a look at the profile pictures they've just updated, there's only 2 players they haven't updated. Who are they?
I'm going to guess Winston Reid by that.
And Randolph was the other one, wasn't it?
Randolph.
But can I be honest with you though, Sean? We didn't update Winston Reid's profile picture last season either. So he's not been updated for a couple of seasons.
Well, that shows you how much in the mind of the manager he is. I mean, you know, both players, by the way, have got contracts to another 2 years to 2023. You know, and both on significant money. I know they were desperate to get rid of Randolph, but it doesn't look like anyone's come in for him. No. And I know Moyes doesn't fancy Reid either, but was desperate to keep Diop. So, you know, at least you could update. Come on, you have to put them out and just. Why can't you update their pictures? Did you see the Dembele rumor earlier? Did you see that?
Oh, was this the thing about updating the website and people didn't have access to it or something like that?
Yeah, but get me. I actually spoke to the club about it. So I go to the club and go, "Oh, you've done on a website Dembele," and if you type it in, and they went, "Sean, have you tried this for any name?" And I went, "Oh, Harry Kane. Oh yeah, Dele Alli. Oh yeah, it comes up with the same message." If you write your own name in, it comes up with a 404 error. But if you write any Premier League football player in, for some reason, it just says you're restricted. So yeah, Dembele is exclusive to West Ham network. Dembele is not coming to West Ham.
You heard it here first.
You heard it here first. Listen, we've got loads of people coming on, and the chat, the cameras can't actually take the volume of people. So is anyone wanting to have a break for a bit and then come back on? We've still got another 2 hours to go.
Well, I will make a move.
Anyway, so
what are you saying, Sis?
I've got to shoot off anyway, so
right. Good man. Don't be a stranger. Do not be a stranger, mate.
Good to see you, Sis, mate.
Cheers.
Right.
Cheers, broski. Take it easy, mate.
I'm going to shoot as well, boys.
Have you guys seen the video of the checkmates? Yeah.
Oh, we have.
Yes.
We have.
Nice touch, eh? Nice touch.
Top notch, mate. Thank you for jumping on as well. Good man.
No worries. I'll see you all soon.
All right. Take it easy, mate.
Yeah.
Can I have my name back now?
So should we bring on Mr. Jim White?
Oh, Jim White.
Yeah.
Jim White.
Hello there.
Or Button Monkey, as we know him. Hello, Button Monkey. How are you?
Piss off.
Right. First things first. DJ Russie B, Mr. Jim White. We're going to give away this mug. This is the West Ham Network mug, full color logo. What are we asking the viewers to do?
Put hashtag button monkey in the chat.
Hashtag button monkey. Right. Okay.
Memory of Sean. We're going to put hashtag button monkey.
Button monkey.
It's a term of endearment.
It is. Russ. I know it is. It's
in order. Sorry. Yeah.
Go on, you carry on.
No, I was going to say. So, in order to win this mug, let me just confirm this mug
first
from the West Ham Network. You have to put in the chat hashtag button monkey.
Yeah. I love it.
Let me just put that in there. Hashtag button monkey.
How many buttons do you press on a match day, Russ? Is it sometimes 4 or 5 or 6?
It could be. It could be. I mean, yeah, it could be double figures. Who knows? If there's extra guests on, it could be extra figures. So,
do you just ad lib, or do you have a script on how many times you press the button, or how does it work?
We just, it's a bit like jazz, Sean. You just go with the flow, and
there's no manual. There's no operation manual for pressing buttons.
No, it's all in here. All in here.
non-transfer
Sean, I feel like you're a little bit. I feel like you really want to push Rush's buttons.
Well, I do. Let me ask him a question live on air, right? And it's not transfer related, right? Why have they stopped playing Bubbles when the players come out?
Do you know what? Do you know it's not when the players come out. We do play Bubbles when the players come out, but it's the second Bubbles.
The second Bubbles.
The second Bubbles, and I think it's a matter of timing, because the Premier League, they go out so late now, and I think it's something which has come back from the whole restart, because when it was behind closed doors, they would walk out with like 2 minutes to go. They would do the handshake music, they shake hands, and that's it. They kick off, they drop the knee, and that's it. So I don't think that they haven't built in that extra minute or so.
Russ, you say it's like jazz and you go with the flow. If you go with the flow, you ad lib, and you're in charge of the buttons, you press that button for a second time.
I can't. If I can, it carries on going. Then we get fined. You know we get fined, Sean, if we play any music as soon as it starts. And you know that. So yeah, unfortunately, it's something which I brought back to the intention of the club. Well, to the production team.
But what do you say to that comment, Sean? Can you read that comment, Sean?
Yeah, I know that, and we have been speaking about that. All I'll say is, I did ask the club about that Keir Smith, and I think I said earlier to Stell, you weren't on, Anton. They went, "Who's that?" I went, "The Dundee youngster." They went, "Oh, okay." So it wasn't it wasn't the response I was looking for, Anton.
Right. Okay.
You know, when you ask the person, Keir Smith ? And they go, "Who's that?" I'm a little bit worried that that's the person. These are not the droids you're looking for.
Let me just confirm to everyone in the chat, no, you do not have this mug. This is brand spanking new. You may have an old Irons United logo mug, but we are no longer Irons United. We are the West Ham Network. So if you are interested in winning this as a prize, you have to hashtag Button Monkey in the chat. And when shall we draw it? In a couple of minutes?
Well, I was going to say we're 22 likes off hitting 300. Should we do it on 300? Should we make them go and click that like button?
Good shout. Yeah. Head over there. Hit that thumbs up. And once that hits 300 likes, we will draw the prize to win the first mug. The first of, I believe, 4 prizes in total.
Wow.
So, Sean, Lingard. What happened with Lingard? Where did it all go wrong? We obviously had him as a priority, but at what point did it become a non-priority?
I can only tell you what I was told, which is we reached out to Lingard's representatives, because you go through his representatives, which is father and his brother, and we reached out to Man United, and basically we didn't get a response. We waited and we just said, well, and each time, I'd go back and go, well, the Manchester Evening News says that, nigga. We haven't heard anything from Manchester United, And this week they did hear back, I believe, from the father. And what I was told was he wants to stay at Man United. And I know you're going to go, hang on a minute, he's behind Ronaldo and he's behind, Rashford's coming back, and you've got Sancho and all these other players. And you go, he's had 5 minutes. I know he had COVID. You think, how can he believe that he's going to get time? He got no minutes on Sunday. I do understand he did meet with David Moyes, but he's regularly met with David Moyes. There's a kind of mentor kind of relationship there. He still retains a flat in Stratford, in the same block of flats as Moyes. So it's not true that they have not met over the summer. But, Lingard, led, I'm told, by his father controls his career and calls the shots in his career, have decided it's better to wait out his time in Manchester United. He still hasn't been offered a deal. I understand. I've got a contact at Manchester United, and they say he still hasn't been offered a new contract. And we'll see what happens in January or next summer when he becomes a free agent. But it's very bizarre to me, and I think, and I said this earlier to Stell, he'll live to regret this decision. We've got now a player that's 5 years younger. I'm really excited. I'm really excited. I think, I got a lot of grief saying this is how much we're going to spend, but I think you know, the board have done right on us and invested a lot of money. You know, all right, it was a slow start, but in Moyes we trust. I think the board have backed the manager, and I'm really excited about the season. I know you get the moaner saying, but we should have had a striker, but did Man City sign a striker? You can score goals from other things. And like I said earlier, you know, how are you going to get a striker in? If you bought Tammy Abraham, would he sit on the bench waiting for a chance for Antonio to break his hamstring? Really, would he? What would have happened there? I don't see it. It's a really tough ask to say, we want you as a backup striker to sit on the bench in case we get an injury of our main striker. It's a tough ask. And I'm not surprised, as Tom Clark said earlier, he didn't find one. But you know, he's got a track record of turning Antonio and Marko Arnautovic, midfielders, into strikers. Who knows who the next one is? So I think it's a great window, and I think the board deserves some credit, personally.
Agreed. We would like a striker, but we don't need one. And as I said before, Bowen will slot into there. Benny will slot into there if needed.
And we kept Yarmolenko as well. Let's not forget Yarmolenko.
Yeah.
Yep.
Moyes has done some
No, I was just trying to check out and see if there's something else coming through, you know, from my sources, Sean. But I won't lie to you, I was just texting you privately going, can you just tell me something? So where are we at with the likes, Dan?
I think we've hit
301. Just
right, let's do it. Okay.
Let's do it. To win this bad boy mug, I'll pass it to Russ.
Let me set it up. Right, okay, here we go. Look at that bad boy.
Press the button. Do you press the button?
Yes, I do press it. I do press the button, Sean. Unsurprisingly,
I'm looking for something to smash my screen if Matt wins it.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you really press the button though?
Yeah, I just pressed the button. I just pushed the button. Yeah, I just did. Yeah. Not a belly button. I pushed the normal button. Max Adams. Congratulations, Max. Well done. So, Max, if you email us.
Max. We haven't even got one.
Well done, Max.
You're going to get one before us.
I haven't even got one.
Did guests get them? Do you send them out to your guests or not?
You can have one, Sean, but you'll have to use every stream you do.
I'll send you a mug.
Yeah.
I'll send you a mug if you advertise West Ham Network on your platform every single day.
Every single day?
Well, that's what I was getting at. You'll have to use a mug
every single day. I'll send you a mug, yeah. Good deal. Like that. Good man. Thanks for doing
that. I'd rather do my favourite. I'd rather talk about Manscaped, to be honest.
Oh, don't worry.
Send him a rug and a razor. You do it for a rug and a razor.
By the way, Russ, have you heard the podcast from yesterday yet?
No, not yet. Okay.
It's 2.5 hours long. We thought that you'd be great by doing a live demonstration of Manscaped on the West Ham Network. And do the crossed your pubes in a crossed hammers motif.
Who says I've got any? That's the presumption. I've got some. Yeah.
I'm just giving some airtime to your sponsor, right?
Not yet. So,
you haven't signed a deal yet?
You haven't signed a deal yet. Anton hasn't signed it. Still in his inbox.
Yeah, actually, Anton hasn't sent it yet.
Russ has got a sponsor for manscaping. Anton's PAI. Stell's now employed by one football. Stell's now one football. They've trumped him. He's one football spokesman, apparently.
He's trumped him.
Right, was that Max Adams? Max Adams, I'm putting it on the box, so that's good. Right, the next prize is for the home and away mug.
Oh. That's nice. Look at that. Home and away.
Oh,
I like that.
Home and away. What are we going to do for this one? What we need to do is, I think we should do something a little bit.
I'm betting for it.
Well, I think we should do something a little bit different. Sean, give us a suggestion. How could people win this without doing a hashtag?
You get everyone to subscribe, yeah?
What subscribers are we on then? Do we know what subscribers we're on?
We are on 8,000. Let me just have a look. Let's have a look for you. I like this. This is a good idea.
827.
827. Wow.
Yeah. 8,827.
So there must be some people listening that haven't subscribed. So why don't you pick a random number of subscriber number, whatever, or you'll pick a random between now and whatever. You'll pick a random number of people who subscribe in the next 10 minutes or something.
What
is that too complicated?
And then Sean's going to go through 8,000 people and pick a name at random.
No, just the people who subscribe between now, right? You've locked it, and do you not find that out? You don't have the technology.
No.
You can have a worry thing with a button that picks a name, but you can't work out how many subscribers you get. Who subscribes to you last?
No, we can do like, but it's
a little bit complicated.
Yeah, complicated. It's easy just to say hashtag.
We've had all these fans that have followed us for 4 years. We can't do them out of a mug.
No, we'll keep. When we get to another light thing, we'll just do another draw and we'll pick something else. Because at the end of the day, people are chatting, people are commenting in the thing, and you want to hang about. You want to hang about to about, maybe about 10 o'clock. We might have a guest on at 10 o'clock. Another guest.
Oh, is it Jim White?
It's not. Jim can't come on tonight.
Is it Steliano?
Where's Shedman been tonight? Is he doing the kitchen?
I don't know where Shedman is. Don't know where he is. But,
right, so we're doing a special guest incoming. So what I'm gonna, possibly.
He just texts me.
Is it Jesse Lingard's dad?
What I'm going to ask
Jesse Lingard. Jesse Lingard's dad.
What I am going to do is I'm going to ask everyone in the chat to go and find your West Ham friends via the internet. I'm going to ask you to go via the internet and find your West Ham fans and bring them to this channel. Because we're going to be bringing you, hopefully, a couple of cheeky or maybe one special guest. On top of that, we're going to give away 3 more prizes. A home and away mug, an Antonio mug.
I like that one.
And I really like this one. This is possibly my favourite.
I like the home and away
because it's got your name on it.
There's the messages are coming in. Don't go to bed.
Don't go to bed.
I've not got admin privilege at the moment. Someone delete that, the mods, etc. I'll get the live chat.
So go and find your West Ham friends, bring them over to the channel and let them into the channel. We're sitting at 8,270 subscribers. Let's get that up to 8,300 in the next 10 minutes. That's what we want. 3,300 in the next. No, we need 30 more new subscribers. No, ignore me. We need 30 more new subscribers, and then we'll launch the new prize to win this home and away mug. So we are now literally an hour and 40 minutes away from the end of the deadline, and we're thinking West Ham are going to bring in one more signing. Is that signing going to be Lingard? Is that signing going to be Deutsch?
No.
No, and no, and no. Sean, how would you rate the transfer window so far?
Fucking excellent.
Straight to the point.
I do. I really do. I think it was a slow start but a great finish. It was the old parable of the hare and the tortoise. We got there in the end. We've written a story tonight. Actually, 10 things we learned about the transfer window. Moyes is his own man. He can change his mind. He's very stubborn. But you know what? I think his patience has paid off. He believes that Zuma is a really good signing. It's his number 1 signing this summer. We've signed a great keeper. 28 is good for a keeper, and I think he will join permanently. Kral is great. Vlasic is potentially better than Lingard and 5 years younger. I'm really excited about it, and I think we've got enough goals to come. Let's not get hung up about a striker. I think we've got enough goals to come from all the attacking players. All right, maybe there's a bit of concern on left back if Cresswell gets injured. But look at him I was thinking about this earlier, and I'm probably going to write an article about it. Look at the amount of internationals we've now got in our squad. Yeah, who isn't an international, right? Cresswell. I'm going to count Ogbonna because he has been chosen. I'm going to count Fabianski because he's only just retired. Just Diop, He's under 21 international. Fredericks is not. Obviously, Rice, Souček, Soufal, Ben Rama. They're all internationals now, aren't they? And that is the sign of how we are improving. And if you look at the age of the people they're bringing in, without doubt, Moyes is bringing down the average age of the squad as well. I'm excited. I won't lie. I'm excited about the coming season. We're second in the league. I think we're going to win Europa League and get in Champions League next year. I think we're going to have a nice little cup run in the FA Cup. And I think we can finish top 6 again. That's how excited I am.
Yeah, and it's not just for this season. The great buys are not just for this season, but seasons to come. The players that can grow on with the squad as well. We're not going to be in this same. Yeah. We're not going to be in a panicking position December or the end of the season, starting next.
And remember, tomorrow, Rob Newman takes over as head of recruitment. This was Sullivan's swan song. You know, he steps away, and a new head of recruitment with a new scouting department. You know, things can only get better. I think we're at the start of something special.
Chat, if you agree, I want you all to type, we are massive.
Everyone to type D-Ream, things can only get better. But it's true.
Thank you.
I totally agree with you, man.
Thank you to my admin assistant PA for uploading that image. Josh Doig, Hibernian left back, he's got a contract until 2025. His value is about approximately 1.5 million. He's 19 years old. He's got strength. His strengths are he's a fullback and wing back position. Can also play at right back. He's the 5th best figure in Scotland for crosses into the box. He's had 42 games, 1 goal, 5 assists. Average stats per game is 1.6 tackles, 0.6 interceptions, 1.4 clearances, 63% pass success rate. Scottish Premier League experience, Scotland Youth International. So, I mean, he's obviously a talented young lad. We know that recently, as of late, you know, Scotland can produce good young talent. They can produce very good West Ham presenters apparently as well. I.e., not me, because I'm not Scottish, I'm English. So,
more banter.
More banter. So Josh Doig would be a good signing. I think it would be a good one. You know, fans have been calling out for a left-back position, a player to come in the left-back position for such a long time. And this would offer us, you know, a younger player to come through the ranks and learn off the trade-off of Creswell. Probably come in and probably step on the toes of Masuaku, because is Masuaku a little bit more injured than we first anticipated? What do you guys think?
Whether he's or he ain't,
yep. How did he get on then, Sean? Do you know?
I didn't write the story. I'll let Huey write the story. So I'd have to quickly read it. let me come back to you in 2 seconds when I've read it.
He played the under-23s. I saw when he played when we beat Arsenal. We turned him over, whether it was 6-1 or something like that. And he played left wing back, really, with a back 5, and it was against kids. Really, you couldn't really. There's nothing to judge, really. But I must admit, when he plays left wing back, I prefer him obviously left wing back to left back. But clearly, that's an area which we need to improve on. And if this young lad is, you know, is good enough and can progress well, then seems a bit of a bargain, to be honest. Masuaku discuss.
I've got the exact same thought. He's not so much a left back; he's a great wing back. Or when we played him on the wing, he's been a great winger. But
didn't he leave? Didn't he when he came back from, because he got from Olympiacos, didn't we? And I think someone asked him a question about play, and he said, "Oh, well, I'm not really a defensive player. I like to get forward quite a bit." Which was always a great sign to start with. I think
he was a midfielder or a left midfielder when we got him, and we put him in as a left back position. So we all know he can and does make mistakes back there, but when he goes forward, he's full of flair and confidence.
What do we think about?
He played all 90 minutes. he played all 90 minutes against Chelsea in a 2-1 win. So that's a bit promising.
Yeah.
He can play 90 minutes for the under-23s.
What do we...
mate,
Are you there? Go on, Sean. I thought you stopped
No,
there.
no,
I thought
I
you'd
was
stopped. I thought you'd stopped.
I have.
Matt Foster is saying Edward is signed for Crystal Palace on a 5-year deal for 14 million, rising to 18 million with add-ons. I'm waiting for the confirmation of that to come through. I mean, if that has happened, have we missed the trick with this one?
Well, we've spent our budget, Anton. So tell me.
No, I'm talking about in terms of the player. Have we missed it?
Well,
I know the
who
budget's
would you
gone.
want
I'm
to
just
swap
talking
him
about.
for, right? You know if he signed, you know how much. Give me which one you're going to.
So your answer, Sean, to that is no. We haven't missed the trick then.
No, it is.
Thanks for answering that one. Russ, have we missed a trick? I'll try and get your answer at you.
No, I don't think we have. If it was at the end of the day, if someone Moyes fancied, as Sean said, he would have purchased him before getting someone else.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's obviously not high on his list of priorities. You know, he's gone out. He's got the goalkeeper, which shows forefront for not just this season, but the following season and maybe the following 4 or 5 seasons with Areola. Definitely, he's went and got Zuma, who's going to be one of our. We're going to basically our whole defense is going to be set across him. You know, again, he's 26, so we've got another 5 seasons of him at least at the top flight, if not longer. You know, Vlasic again. You know, he's 23. You know, I'm saying with Sean. I'm agreeing with Sean. And I'm really excited.
What?
I'm really excited about it. I know. Quick, clip it.
I'm really excited you're agreeing with me.
I miss Sean.
Dan, are you happy with our business?
Just because someone's good, I'm extremely happy. Just because someone's good enough for Palace doesn't mean they're good enough for us, despite the draw we had at the weekend. I'm over the moon what we've had, to be honest. What Moyes has done has been brilliant. Specifically last transfer window, then onto this one, he's just building upon what he started. It's the chance he didn't get the first time round because he came in, inherited a team. He had a little while where he had no money to do anything. Pellegrini come in, threw money left, right and centre. Again, Moyes has come in and inherited that. But now he's got the chance to build upon it, bring his own players in, and he's doing the right thing. And it doesn't... it's going to sound crazy. I'm going to sound deluded. Doesn't matter who he signs. I'm going to be excited and I trust him.
Yeah.
Right.
Agreed.
Right. Okay. So we just go for ahead and start doing the old competition for the mug, the home and away mug. What should we do? What should we challenge the viewers with to win this mug?
Did we hit that target? I know it did go up to 2.8.
I want webcamschat.com, hot girls and boys video chat to win it.
Of course you do.
Is that one of your sponsors? I'm looking at the comments. Is that one of your sponsors?
No, they're being blocked, but we can still see them because we're in here.
Oh, damn! I've given them a free advert, haven't I? Sorry.
You have. You absolutely. You absolutely have. So we're going to ask the viewers, what are we going to do? Come on, we need to use this tool we've got on StreamYard. Let's give everyone a hashtag. Hashtag is.
West Ham Network. Get us out there.
West Ham Network. Hashtag West Ham Network. Like that. Good shout. Put that in the chat and we'll give away the second mug of the evening.
And for a special brownie point, no prize, but get it on Twitter as well.
Oh, I like that. I wonder
West Ham Network. We want West Ham Network hashtag and we want transfer as a hashtag, both together.
I'll tell you what.
Well, let's make it a little. Oh yeah, let's do like that. What you want doing, Sean? Come on.
I will put out the link on some of my Twitter accounts.
Some.
In fact, then what we can do, if you need somewhere to put it on Twitter, put it on Sean's own Twitter page.
If anyone is doing this hashtag right now, you need to make sure you put West Ham Network, all one word, no spaces between it. There's a few people I've already seen do it as well. So hashtag West Ham Network. Rondon looks like he's off to Leicester. I mean,
weird one, isn't it? Leicester.
What do we think?
You know, it's just like. But then again, with Leicester, I mean, they've gone out and got Daka. You know, did they get Lookman in? They were looking at Lookman as well.
Leicester's got them, yeah. Leicester's got him.
So they've got fast, pacey ones. So Rondon's going to be their plan B. Having a plan B, it's a good idea, isn't it? And so, you know, if it's all else fails and they're not getting through with pace or whatever, they throw him up and he's still a unit. Don't know how good he's going to be now. Obviously playing in China for the last 18 year or so.
Is it done? Because it wasn't part of the deal, but for money coming and going, obviously in and out the club, there was supposed to be Chowdhury was supposed to be going to Newcastle, and that deal's fallen through in the last 15 minutes. Do you think that'll affect the deal, or do you think Leicester just like take the money?
Yeah, I think Leicester are all right, mate. I think they're all right, to be honest. That's them.
I have a soft spot for Leicester, the owners, because they do good business, they do good football. Same with Burnley with a wage cap. It is something good. He's gone.
He's gone. Right, we're going to do the draw. We're going to do the draw in a thankful. God, dear, it's taking how long for him? Right, we're going to play it. Press another button. Right, let's press another button. West Ham Network. Who's going to win a mug? Button has been pressed. Obviously, if West Ham wins it, he's not going to win 2 mugs. And the winner of the mug is Robert Jack.
Robert Jack.
Congratulations, Robert Jack. Good to see. Well done, Rob. Well done. Good to see you. Well done, Sam. And we're also happy about it. There we go. Well done, Rob.
Are we at any point giving away Anton's unicorn?
That's not mine. You'd have to fight my daughter for that one. What's it? Who won that? Sorry, Robert who?
Robert Jack.
Robert Jack won that. So Robert Jack, if you
where's Stell, by the way?
You're not seeing him in the background, no?
I don't know. You haven't heard the podcast last night. Nigel was giving him relationship advice, not to spend so much time on YouTube channels if he wants to.
Like spend more time with the cats.
Yeah,
and Stell didn't take it very well.
I'll be back in 2 minutes. So
let me just email West Ham Network pretending I am Robert Jack, and I'll be right back with you.
Exactly. There we go. No props. No worries at all. No worries at all. What we got? An hour and 25 minutes. God, dear. Is anyone else buying anyone yet? Oh,
Let's
dear.
Let's have a look.
Russ, have you got different buttons to press for the Europa League? Is there any different rules on music and stuff?
There is like a there's like a file about that big of protocols and stuff for Europa League.
I bet there is.
Yeah, there is. So it could be, and we might be trying to do a few different bits as well.
In
for
the
Europa
business,
stuff.
they call that a pre-read, don't they, Russ?
A pre-read. Check you out. Pre-read. So yes, so there should be. We've got until the 30th of September, haven't we, for the first game to dissect it all. But yeah, we're trying to do we're hopefully trying to do a few bits to make it a bit more. It's going to be an amazing night anyway, isn't it? Under the lights, Europa football. It's going to be brilliant, but we're going to try and make it even better if we can. So I can't wait. I'm really looking forward to it.
I've just remembered I've got to buy my package because
it's today, isn't it? Today's the deadline, though, isn't it?
Oh, I haven't done mine.
Midnight.
It's all right. We finish the transfer window at 11. You've got an hour to get them, Sean, so it's fine.
So there's a random question for you then, Russ, as we're picking your brains. You did the music when a goal was scored?
No.
You don't? Okay. Well, that was going to be my question. Lockdown. Yeah, that was going to be my question. With VAR...
It's a nightmare.
How did I know?
It's a nightmare. We did it during lockdown because obviously, there was no one in the stand. So it's like, Antonio scored a goal or Yarmolenko scored the winner, when we won 3-2 against Chelsea or whatever, And it's like, well, yeah. So he played a bit. He played Twist and Shout just to, and then they did the whole band thing, didn't they? Do you remember with Jesse and that lot in there? But VAR is a nightmare. The first time we did it was that Chelsea game, and I think it was like obviously a season before last, and it was a disallowed goal. The first goal, I think Souček's goal got wiped off of VAR. So you press the button, and then it's like no. It's like, okay, well, that looks even stupider. First time I've ever done it. And it's a VAR decision.
That sounds like a nightmare. I don't know if you know, I DJ clubs, or I used to DJ clubs. And you think of all the things that could go wrong when you're DJing, like pressing the wrong button and cutting your music or bringing the wrong track in if you've got more than 2 decks going. But that, to a crowd of nearly 60,000 people, and VR goes no goal.
That's why we don't. Yeah, but I've never wanted to do it. I was like,
I think I would swallow my heart. My guts would fall out.
I'm fucked up sometimes. When we've beaten, like, we've lost to back in London State, not London State, back in Upton Park. We lost to Man City one game, and without thinking, I just put like a random rock song on, and it was Oasis. So that was fun. But you got to be careful. I remember once, I think it was when Pardew was in charge, and we lost the game, and I just put on Paul Weller, Changing Man, not even think about it. And then, like, the journalist next day, and even the stadium DJ thinks it's time for a change in the man involved. It's like, Jesus, just literally, it's like one thing. But Pards was the only one who bothered about the music. He really, to be fair, all the other managers didn't really care, to be honest. Pards we'd always go into that. Sean, remember Upton Park, that little shitty manager's office. It was awful. So, like, sat in there with Pards and Jem, and Pards was like, "Oh, so Russ, what are we playing a bit today?" And I'll say, "I don't know, whatever. Bit of Rat Pack, bit of Frank Sinatra." No. Sorry, Alan. No. Bless him. He came.
It's not going your way, Alan. It's not.
No. I remember this one story. He'd come back from Florida. He'd gone to SeaWorld, and he brought us into. Guys, I've got a great idea for half time, a bit of audience interaction, crowd interaction. He went. I saw the Shamu show, so the whale, and he goes. And what happens is, the presenter goes and asks, the camera zooms in on someone in the stand. They ask them a question about a whale, and they have to give the answer, whether it's 1, 2, or 3. I think we should do that at half time. Yeah, okay, we'll get pissed up, 18-year-old, ask him a question. Is the answer 1? Is it 2? Or is it 3? And he went, yeah, good point. Bless him, though. He had a go.
That manager's office used to see some action under Pards.
Allegedly.
Do you know what? I'll tell you what. Recently, 5 years ago, you'll know a mutual friend, Leon, just after the last game, took me into West Ham while he still had his West Ham badge. And I videoed in that office and the DJ booth and all around it. And I've never published it after 5 years. I just found it. It's about a 17-minute video. So I'm going to publish it soon. I go up into the eaves where the broadcast was, and all behind the scenes in the catering cupboards, everything. I looked everywhere. The police booth, everything. So it's just that great memory of unseen footage of
I mean, I was fortunate.
The West Ham network to publish.
May have to.
Behind the scenes.
I was fortunate enough. The last game of the season, I was actually on jury service, and my case had been deferred until the afternoon. So I drove up early that last game of the season, and then so there was no one there. It was about 8 o'clock in the morning. Obviously, I had my pass, so you could walk straight through, really. And there was no one. So I literally did that. I went into the changing rooms, had a wee in the changing rooms, walked around where I used to sit with my granddad, went up and just walked around everywhere. There was no one. It was amazing. Very similar to your experience with DJ Leon. And very privileged. And I've just been given another jury summons today.
Oh.
Honestly.
Would you know guess how this video ends, Russ?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
What do you reckon I get to do on the end of this video? What do you reckon? It was all about going into the DJ booth. What do you reckon I did?
I reckon you. I don't know. Did something with my buttons. I don't know.
You did a tannoy dance, and
I didn't do a tannoy announcer. I played bubbles to the whole pitch. There was a charity game going on, and it was still a CD in those days from that booth. And the CD was still got it. I was shh. I've got the CD. Actually, I gave it to Nigel. And among some other bits I liberated.
It's on the wall in his shed.
It is. And the Bubbles CD was there, and I pressed play and I played Bubbles. It was the triumph of my last day at the bowling.
Exactly.
Anton's come with fresh transfer news.
My last the bowling, I did the obviously I was lucky enough to be where the owner's box is at the bowling, and then you had the guy, he was at St John's Ambulance, and I was a seat in front of him for the last game at the bowling. So after that game, went away, and then we played Stoke away. And for some reason, I couldn't go, and then I had the afternoon free. I thought, I'll go and have a beer down at the Bowling Tavern and watch the game there. Went in there and I thought it'd be mobbed. But it was like any normal match day. There was like a dozen of us in there. And after the game, won't even mention the score. It was the way to Stoke, wasn't it? I came out, and as I'm walking past, I thought, I'll pop in the shop. And as I walked up the shop, the doors were open. There was no one there. So I went in and had a walk around and had a beer in the players. I had the last beer in the players' lounge and had a little walk around. I'd done a stadium tour a few months previously, so I knew where I was. And it felt really nice and special because it was just me. There was no one walking me around. I didn't do anything dodgy. I just it was like a ghost town by that point. No one there. And I just did my own goodbye. I bought like the last baby grow out the shop for my nephew and stuff. It was nice. But I had the last beer served at the bowling for a match day. I know it was away.
It was away.
Yeah, everyone was away, and I went in there, and someone was there. I was like, "Oh, a pint of Carlsberg, please." Yeah, no worries. There you go. just bowled in as you do.
We're playing away today, so there we go.
Yeah.
The news has just come through that Atletico Madrid have agreed the fee to bring back Griezmann from Barcelona. Barcelona are struggling financially heavily, aren't they? They're a prime example of a team you do not want to follow. What's going on there? Sean, have you got a slideshow for us regarding Barcelona?
I haven't. I could create one though. I could always create one.
No, come on. What's your genuine opinion on the Barcelona situation and how that affects football as a whole?
I think that the problem is, right? Football has long lived beyond its means, and you're going to think this is pro board. But I think it's important that club live within their means, and I think that's what West Ham have done. There should be rules that you shouldn't be able to just inject an unlimited amount of money. Financial fair play has been rubbish. All the big clubs have got round it, and therefore you shouldn't be able to inject money. You should live within your means. The money you bring in is the money you spend. And losses are absolutely limited. And I've got no sympathy for Barcelona at all. A fan-owned club that has just overreached itself. And how many are there, that do this? And, it becomes a sort of secret club. I think West Ham have shown the way where they've been prudent, spent a lot of money, but they live within their means. During the pandemic, you were talking about the Haller money. That was you being used to pay wages and everything else. We live within our means. We had a £30 million rights issue. We borrowed 20 million from the bank. We loaned another 120 from Michael Dell's company. Live within your means. Don't just we're all taught not to run up as youngsters credit card debts you can never pay back, and I think the same goes for football clubs. So I've got no sympathy, and I think no one else should really be able to do it as well.
I completely agree. We was talking about on the PAI show about, would you like people to come in and spend money? And some agreed with me, some disagreed. That I'd rather West Ham stay as we are, like financially, and not go out and buy titles. I'd rather us get good seasons, get bad seasons, but still be a club that doesn't throw £300 million in and buy a title. That's not West Ham winning a title. That's money buying a title for me.
No, I agree.
I'm going to ask Sean if I had to give people a percentage based upon the information that the information that the people you talk to, all that sort of stuff. What percentage is there for West Ham bringing in someone we haven't heard of in the last, or we haven't spoken about? What percentage is there at all? Because you hear a lot of stuff they're talking about, unless there's an absolute change of heart in the last couple of hours regarding, say, likes of Lingard or other players. Is there an outside chance on any other player potentially coming in if something's presented to the club that they like?
Have you watched the film Dumber and Dumber?
What?
It was a great start.
Film. It's not a trick question. Have you watched the film Dumber and Dumber?
In actual fact, I have not, no.
Oh, that's a shame.
I haven't. I actually haven't.
And there's a famous line where this woman completely rejects him, and he answers, "So you're saying there is a chance?" When there's no chance whatsoever. And that's it's completely. I've ruined the line now because you've not watched the film, and it's a gift that people put on social media. No, there's no chance, Anton. That was a long way to say it. There's no chance. There's this youngster coming in. There is no Jesse Lingard. There is no special striker coming in the last hour. It is done. We have done our budget. There is no money left. The cupboard is bare.
So is that a no chance of a player coming in, or no chance you're going to tell us?
See, there is a chance.
Is there a chance?
Could you get the gift of the thing of Dumb and Dumber saying, "So there is a chance"? That would be a good one. No, there's no chance. There's no chance. Ask your button monkey Stell, who's behind the scenes, to get a.
He's too busy eating.
He's too busy eating his food. Yeah.
He's still eating his food.
He's not even listening. He hasn't got his headphones on.
I think he's taken to heart that he needs to spend more time with his missus. After we said, the relationship could go downhill, actually, if he spends all his time on the West Ham network.
Stell, you've got to jump in for a minute. We got to do the next competition. You've got to be part of it, mate.
I don't think he's here.
He's eating. Well, I don't know what he's eating, but there he is. He's eating.
I mean, he's eating. Yeah, absolutely. Right, should we do the third competition, the third or the fourth, or should we hold off for a little bit longer?
Hold off for a bit.
Hold off. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
People. We have 2 more competitions running through until 11 o'clock. So, one at maybe 10, one at half 10, and one at that's it. That's what we'll do. We'll keep them going because there's nothing else. We're not signing anyone. So,
if we end up signing Lingard, Anton has to shave off his beard.
I'm going to drop off for a while because I've got to do some real work.
No, Sean.
What?
Come on.
I've got to do some real work. I'll come back for the end.
Got to make a phone call.
He's got to make a phone call to Jesse Lingard.
I've got a network. I've got a smooth. I'll be back before the deadline.
All right. Okay. What you mean is I'm going on some other channels. Okay. We'll see you soon then, Sean.
Hey,
right. Everyone's have a quick.
Right. Okay. Cheers for that, Sean. Take it easy.
See you later.
If we somehow sign Jesse Lingard, I will give away my copy of the acid test signed by Clive Best on this show. That's how confident I know it's not going to happen.
Oof. Got some bits maybe we could give away. I don't know.
That's my own copy. It's not a prize. I'm just saying I'm that confident I'm not going to give it away. It's staying where it is.
I can't get over the fact, though, that I go right back to maybe middle of July, sitting here talking about West Ham bringing in players, starting to feel the pressure from some fan base, kind of not pressure on you, but the pressure was building. We haven't signed anyone. We started playing some preseason games, still hadn't signed anyone. You thought at that point you would want to see players coming in, building the unity between them all. And that would have been a good thing for West Ham. And then, obviously, I'd done a few shows, and in particular, Stell would ask me, when will you panic? When would be your, stage that you would start panicking if you don't bring in players? And I said, by the Celtic game, by the pre-season Celtic game. Pre-season Celtic game came. Oh, God, there we go. Look, there's a lovely little... It's just actually mental. I mean, who has the time to actually write that stuff and create that stuff? It is mental. Sorry, I can't take it serious.
I think he's actually got and made an account as well.
It's probably Stell.
It's
probably Stell.
Yeah.
Although he wouldn't have the speed to do that. No. But the point I'm trying to make, the Celtic game came and went, and then someone then said to me, when would you start to panic again? I thought I was all right with it, and then I thought, well, maybe the 1st of August. 1st of August came and went, and still now I never brought a player in, and not everyone was moving really fast in the transfer market. But people were starting to sign players. And then a little bit of panic kicked in. Start of the season come, a little bit of panic kicked in. But now we're sitting here on deadline day. We've brought in 4 players, 2 permanent signings, spent, 50 million, is it? What is it we've spent? 50 million?
Well, more than that. I think you're looking at almost 60 million, I think, by all accounts. Was it 28? I think it was up to 28, million for Zoom. And I think it was almost over 30, someone said, for Vlasic. So, that's between 50 and 60 million, say.
And now, we've got strength and depth, we've got creativity, we've got cover for Deckers and Souček if we need the cover. You've got Kral, you've got Souček, you've got Rice, you've got Noble, you've got Lanzini. We've built up, we've brought in a lot of young players, Equa, Okoflex, to add to the younger ranks, to put the pressure onto those to come through the ranks. Meepo out on loan, Connor Coventry out on loan, bringing Kral in. I'm a bit disappointed that we're not going to see a bit of Connor Coventry this year. However, going out on loan will do him the world of good. And hopefully he'll come back a bigger and better player. So for me, to sum it up, I'm delighted. We're a confident West Ham side, and we've brought in the right players based upon what Moyes has wanted, and he has always stated. There you go. There's another one in.
Yeah, I've made it.
Honestly,
what's wrong with my head? Get out of it.
So I sum it up. I am delighted. We're playing well. We've brought some strength and depth in there. We've got quality players all over the park. I'm still a little bit concerned about defensively West Ham, if I'm being brutally honest, and I think that's and probably will be my concern. But I have to give it time. Someone's blocked Freshfielder.
Yeah, what's gone on there?
Oh no!
Who
blocked Freshfielder?
Don't know. I'll see if I can undo it.
I can go in and do it, mate. I need to go in and find them. My question to you would be: Are you over the moon with that? Are you buzzing?
I'll go back to where you're saying the panic. I didn't panic until a very specific time, and that time was about 20 to 5 on Saturday.
Yeah.
But I'm over the moon. I'm very happy. But I did panic. I mean, those that saw me after the game saw that I had a face like a smack backside because I was gutted. We were still celebrating the second goal when the first one went in. And we've been saying on this channel for about, I don't know how long, we need a centre-back, we need a centre-back, we need a centre-back. And then straight away, a question on top of a question. Do you think that was the moment that Moyes went, we do need a centre-back? Or do you think it was in the pipeline and it just led up to that? Or they were zumming and ahhing over $1 million or $2 or $5,000 a week and he just went, do it, get it done? It was done
on Saturday, mate. It was done before Saturday, yeah.
You reckon it was like, if we'd won, it was going to be announced at 5 o'clock and then it wasn't, so yeah.
Yeah. It was good. Yeah, I mean, you saw the pictures that someone found pictures of him having it in one of the boxes, getting pictures taken and stuff like that on Saturday. He was at the game on Saturday already, and I think if we'd won, it'd have been announced straight away. It may have potentially. Time didn't really. It also fell through a little bit. I think it was like they were still doing edits on the video and stuff. We were trying to get it done pre-match, but it just didn't fit. I think that was probably the wrong time. I think it was good because actually I think we need that little bit of a lift. Do you know what I mean? It was actually, although we drew 2-2, defensive errors, then Saturday morning, you come back, you get your Chinese, you sit there and go, oh, balls, what's going to happen? Oh, okay, we signed Zuma. Okay, well,
I quite like balls in my Chinese. I don't see a problem with that.
Chicken balls with sweet and sour sauce. Don't mind that.
But it was like it was that Zuma. It wasn't. Yes, it was thank God for that.
Yeah,
I think it was like settled the stomach after being turned upside down.
So do we think then there's a genuine chance that these two lads, Areola and Zuma, could be put into the starting lineup for the Southampton game? I'll put that one to you, Russ, first.
Zuma definitely. I think Zuma definitely.
You're going for straight in.
I think Zuma for Dawson. Because Southampton, the thing is, they need pace because they've got Armstrong, haven't they?
Yeah.
He's very quick. And that's something we haven't defended well against his pace. So I would get Zuma and Diop, Zuma and Ogbonna as you sort of be centre back pairings. I wouldn't change anything else. Maybe put Areola in potentially for Fab, but we'll see how they'll get back from from international duties and stuff like that because you never know what's going to happen, is it? Yeah, anything's going to happen. You know, Declan Rice could play be playing the next 3 games in whenever it is, 10 days, 12 days, or something like that. So we'll see. And then it's just a mad panic. And there's what we got 6 games in 19 days or something ridiculous like that, or 20 days, or it's going to be manic. So even if he doesn't play any of them for Southampton, the next game they'll be playing. You know, so you'll see him all very, very soon. Very, very soon.
You have to wonder about the new guy. I've forgotten his name. My head's bamboozled with names at the minute. Where he's got to play so many games. So would that be starts, or could that be where he comes in as a sub? Do you think? Because that's where he's not going to be started straight away, but he could get the last 20 minutes covering for Soucek, etc.
Yeah, well, I think so. I think Kral coming in as work. I mean, Kral's not going to. He knows he's not going to be the first choice. It's going to be Dek and Soucek, and he's going to play the supporting role. But we've got the Carabao Cup starting soon. We've got that games, so that's going to be one game. We probably won't be putting out our strongest team. Neither will Man United, I suggest. And obviously, then we're playing Man United again in the league, aren't we? A few days afterwards. So I think you're looking at. I think Kral might be involved in the starting lineup for that one potentially. Maybe Kral and Noble, or in that sort of holding 2, or maybe he shakes the pack around a little bit more because. Someone like Mipu would have probably got a start, maybe potentially for that game. But I think it's going to be. I think there's options now. We haven't had options all season for the first 3 games. Then there's options on the bench.
Also, he's an attacking midfielder as well. So it's not just Rice or Soucek he can come for. He can come in for Fornells as well.
Exactly,
and obviously others. There was a post. I'm trying to look out.
Anyone that is watching while Dan's doing that, is 1 hour to go to the transfer window shuts. 1 hour to go until the transfer window shuts. What are you going to say, Russ?
Just 1 hour, innit? Don't go to bed.
Do not go to bed.
I haven't got the tick anymore, so I can't put comments up on screen. But Matt Foster at 9:57. Zuma was a shrewd signing. I fancy him and Diop being the first choice pairing in the future as well. Diop, first choice over our man, over Oggy. Main reason I want to talk about this one is to get it out of the way before Stell comes in and uses it. So, I mean, for me, Oggy's the first choice.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
over Diop.
It's gonna be an interest.
Yeah. So when it came out today that Diop might be going, I was like, no, because he's good enough. We need to keep. We have to keep Diop. Out of him and Dawson, I mean, ideally we keep both. But yeah, I'm glad to see Diop stay. But he's not first choice for me over Ogbonna.
Yeah. Well, as I said, we are going to bring on. This West Ham Network is a channel where you've got to be watching because you don't know who's going to come on. And we've been very, very, we're very, very lucky to have a West Ham legend come on. A West Ham legend to come on all the way from Norway. I think he's still in Norway at the moment. Mr. Trevor Bloody Morley, who's on mute. And I can't see his name. Apart from that, Trevor is here, I promise you. Oh no, where's he gone? Oh, Trev, no.
No cow, no chat.
While we're waiting for Trev to come on, let's try and remove and bring him back in.
Oh,
oh, Trev, you might have to jump off and jump on again. Lovely. Oh, well, Trevor is here. I promise you, it's not just a black screen.
It's not Stell in disguise. It's not Stell in Trevor disguise.
Right, let me kick him out and see if I can come back in. I'll text him to come back in again. Try and come back in. But yeah, Trevor is going to be on hopefully. Let me just text him. Hi, mate. Can you log on again? Love it. You'll be on back in a minute.
Yeah, absolutely. As Russ has said, though, you have to be watching the West Ham Network because we bring you lots of surprises, lots of fun, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we get the internet connection working.
Yeah. We're not going to tell you. We're not going to tell you. We're not going to tell you when it happens. It just happens. You have to watch them all.
Yeah, exactly. And we've got some great players coming up, ex-players over the next few weeks lined up already. So where we'll be doing Miami's 11 interviews, like we pre-records, also doing live ones as well. And so there's plenty to come in. So hopefully Trev will turn up again. It worked perfectly last time he was on here, but anyway, he'll come on. He's a good boy.
It nearly worked perfect, didn't it? It nearly had a nice flow to it, and then it's
it was
like,
always
bang, here we go.
It was like really professional for 2 seconds there, and then then the internet comes in. But yeah, I mean, as we've got this, I mean, still put together a lovely little thing. Trev, it's 250 appearances, 70 goals, Hammer of the Year in 1994, the man of many haircuts. And an absolutely lovely bloke, lovely guy. And so, and we did a Miami's 11 of Trevor. I think we'll probably put that out tomorrow. We haven't put that one up on the network yet. So, top guy, really top guy. Currently in Norway. He's in Norway. He's like doing Norwegian sport there. Okay, right. Okay. He's popped in. We'll see what happens. But we'll see. That's the trouble. That's the trouble with the internet. I told TM to pay the gas bill. There we go. Put a quid in the meter, Trev. They've got Northern Lights. That's what it is. It's the Northern Lights, isn't it?
He did.
He certainly did. He did. I was proud. Lots of goals, Trev. Love Trev. Turn the lights on, Trev. Top striker. Always got in amongst us. He did. Proper legend. Trevor's trying. Dave can say that. Trying.
Oh my words! It certainly does keep it all interesting, doesn't it? Obviously, I've got.
Right.
Oh.
Okay, here we go. Let's see. Trev's there. He's looking very tanned. Hello, Trev.
Hey.
All right, Trev. He's there. I promise you, he's there. It's the EU, isn't it? It's the EU. It's EU internet for you. You see, we'd have this problem in Brexit. That's the trouble. It's looking very tan, though. Although we can't really hear you very well, Trev. You're looking very tan, my friend. I think you're in. No, it doesn't matter, Trev. We can see you. You look lovely. You look very tan.
That's all you need, don't you?
That's all you need. Just a picture of Trev.
Need. Beautiful face.
That's all we need. I could have put up the hair before, but no, it's lovely.
And instead, we've got Anton back.
There we go.
People.
Do you think we could? Do you think Trev could jump off the Wi-Fi, jump onto his local connector, and see if that does the job? Maybe a suggestion.
Maybe.
I'll
try and hit.
That was a great.
We don't lie. We don't lie. Trevor's there. He's gone. We'll see. We'll see.
We said there was a special guest coming. We never said they'd talk.
Yeah, we didn't say a talk or you'd see him. But there we go. On dial up in Norway. There we go.
Right, come on. I'm just bringing. Should we bring on Stel?
Bring on the next best.
I don't even know what he's doing. Let's bring him on. He's just sitting there doing nothing. Really.
There he is.
I'm
You're
doing.
on, don't worry.
I'm doing
it. Still, you're on mute.
You're not, Stel.
No, I'm not. I'm doing images for you lot because I was trying to get stuff done.
But this is a bit suspect, isn't it? We have Trevor Morley on. He freezes, and then Stel comes on and says he's doing images.
Yeah, he's been holding like he's like the cable, like with it. It's like the internet cable in Norway, just holding it like that, and he's gone. He'll let go of it now. Oh, it's working again now. There we go. Well, that was
Trevor
fun.
back on.
No, not yet. No, I don't think. I think his internet seems to have played up. But then you go. Anyway,
right.
All right.
Whilst we're waiting for him, let me show you guys this because I think this is quite interesting. Let's get rid of Josh Doig for a minute. Right. So this is our squad. As it stands. Do correct me if I'm missing anybody. And you can mix them around. You could put Vlasic out on the right. You can put Yarmolenko up, alongside Antonio. You can put Bowen alongside Antonio, whatever. But basically, you look at that squad. Now, it's not bad, is it? We've got a player for every position, two players for every position.
We could beat everyone with that squad, especially if Darren Randolph's playing rush goalie.
But on a serious note, okay, we pick out the players that we believe are maybe a bit suspect. Lanzini, Fredericks needs to stay fit. We know Antonio needs to stay fit. But on the whole, you look at that midfield. Souček with Kral, we know Noble's not going to get that much game time, but with Souček, Kral, and Declan, sorry, in the middle there, that's pretty solid. Then our back line, I mean, Cressy, much maligned Creswell has not been too bad. Ben Johnson, I think, is a decent youngster, and then you've got a player for every position. I look at that squad and I think there's goals there. Absolutely. Good defensively. I would prefer another left back if I have to be honest, but that's nothing against Ben Johnson. That's more about, utilising Johnson in his rightful position on the right side of defence rather than the left side, and then pushing Fredericks further up. But I mean, that's not bad, is it?
No, not at all. And it's almost like Stel that he's looked at people that he needs to bring in to be that second person.
Yeah.
And as Rob says, hopefully the heads are to scale, because if not, nothing's getting past Zuma, that's for sure. But it's true. I don't think that's a bad team, bad squad at all.
No, I don't think it is. Right. I think we might not have Trevor on. Oh, there he is.
We'll see.
Can you hear us, Trevor?
Hello.
Trevor, can you hear us? There is movement. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Trevor Morley.
Hey.
Unfortunately, the link is not great. It's improving.
Oh. Well, he's got his glasses on, so it looks good. Looks well.
They up the Wi-Fi.
No.
Yeah, sorry, people. I mean, do you think if me and Dan came off, maybe that might help?
I don't think it'll make any difference. No, I don't think it'll make any difference, man. It's not there. It's not. It's we're all right. I just think it's. I think it's
the Northern Lights interfering with the Wi-Fi.
Northern Lights. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's the Northern Lights. But yeah, I don't think it's going to work, unfortunately. But it doesn't matter. We'll get Trevor on properly. We'll get him on properly.
Absolutely.
I'm going to have a proper chat with him. It's a bit late in the day as well, anyway. I don't know. What's the time difference between Norway and here?
Is it an hour's difference? Or...
Oh, it's almost midnight to him. That's why. Yeah, poor. His voice. So yeah.
What a shame.
Anyway.
What a shame. So we haven't lied. That was Trevor Morley. It's just a shame that the link wasn't working.
It was you the first time, and that time it was Anton. We're not falling for it.
Exactly. Me and Dan are still here.
Yeah. I think it's time for another competition. And
he might try one more time. Trevor might try one more.
Okay.
He's persistent. That's like him as a player. He was persistent. He always kept on going. And Trevor keeps on going, whether it's the internet or whether it's scoring against Cambridge United or whatever. He keeps going. That's what I like to do.
Yeah. Well, basically, it's a shame that link didn't work. But this is what will happen. I'm sorry, because I've been busy working in the background whilst you lot are just rabbiting away. That's the sort of level that we're trying to get to. We're trying to get ex-players on. We had his name's gone. We had Tom Clark on earlier on, who's the correspondent for Football London, West Ham correspondent. So we'll get these guests on and to try. Don't want to see our ugly mushes all the time. It's always nice to see. A few different
let's tell them what we've got coming up still. Let's tell them. Let's get them excited for the next couple of weeks. We've got Alan Dickens coming on this week. Dicko from the Boys from 86 coming on. We've got him. We're doing an interview with him. Next week, we're going to have probably Keith Rowland. Remember Keith Rowland? Keith Rowland's coming on.
Yeah.
We've got Sebastian Schemmel coming on soon. We've got George McCartney coming on soon. Who else we got coming on soon? I can tell you who else we got coming on soon. We've got loads of players.
We had Tonka on last week as well.
Tonka on.
You know, so this is the level we're going to. You know, and it's fantastic because it makes it exciting. It makes it exciting for us, and hopefully exciting for you guys as well. So
Steve Jones is coming on as well. Jonah's coming on. Love Jones.
So there you go. And then you know, at some stage in future, we might move on to the first team players, and we'll bring you Roberto and you know, Boogers. And,
no, not Boogers. I'll stop you there.
Actually, I've seen it. I've seen a VHS of Marco Boogers doing an interview, and he's very good.
He is. He's the only man who's turned me down for an interview.
Has he?
Yeah.
Well. Work on him. He didn't turn him down. He asked him for an interview, and he ran off and never seen again.
Exactly. he 2-footed Gary Neville and then never came back. Where is he? Marco Boogers. Yeah. So he's the man. It's the proof. He's the one who doesn't. He's the only one who said no to me. Marco Boogers. He's the only one who said no to me.
Did he say no in a polite way?
Yes. Then he 2-footed me and walked off. We never saw him again. Then he stayed in his caravan for a while.
Get out of it. Right, lads, I think it's time for another competition, and this time the chat gets to choose who wins it. I have with me an official Panini collector's card of Arthur Masuaku. Chat, who do you think should win this? Let us know in the comments who should have it.
No one's going to win that.
Oh, I know very well who's got a very good chance of winning that.
I know who's going to win this.
Hang on, I've got something for you guys. Hang on.
Oh, hello. Show and tell. She's show and tell.
Oh, he's
run away.
She's holding a script.
Hi, Linny. Hi, Linny.
Sorry about that. Just exposed Linny. Look what someone got. Do you remember that, Dan?
Yes.
Yeah,
I did buy you a
do,
fridge
don't
magnet. And I tell you what, Snell, you have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 people so far think you should win the Masuaku official Panini collector's card.
Well, I'll tell you what. You send me that, and I'll take pride of place on my magnet.
Send
You're
you
lucky.
I'll give it you.
You did give it, yeah. You know, you're like. I mean, you know, I took it gracefully, and that goes on my. You know, when I've got a bill to pay, I've just put it. You know, stick Masuaku on it. You know, on the fridge. There you go.
That's why you ate him.
Just had a lovely text from Trevor Morley. He's disappointed he can't. His reception chicks. He would love to have chatted. But yeah,
we'll get him on again.
Okay, right. I'll tell you what he said. Good signings. He said some good signings from West Ham. Just can't get through for a comeback. Enjoy, pal. See you soon. So there we go. So that's nice of him, didn't he? Nice of him.
You absolutely know that Russ is reading from a blank screen, pretending it's. I'm kidding. I was joking. I was winding you up.
I know, but I like to prove it. Yeah, so that's nice. That's right, so yeah, we'll get him back in.
We've done that a couple of minutes. I think it's unanimous. The winner of the competition is Stel. Stel, if you just email us at the address at the bottom, we'll get that prize off to you.
It's called Anton, I think I'm an Englishman at AOL.com.
AOL.
I thought you're not using the Kilmarnock
at KilmarnockFC.com.
Banter is
sorry we couldn't bring you Trevor Morley.
We couldn't bring you Trevor Morley, but we brought you another competition.
Trevor Morley, but we just
it's time.
Yeah,
it's time. Look at this mug though. White with the black inside. Claret. 2009.
Enough about Stel. Tell us about the cup.
Right, what are we going to get people to do?
What shall we get people to do for this one? Come on, Stel, your turn.
I think they should go to our Facebook page and post a picture of themselves doing the hammers.
Yeah, who's going to go and look for that though?
Social engagement.
Good idea.
Social engagement.
I think. Let's do that.
Should we do a post on the Irons United on the West Ham Network page for them to do it, and then pick a winner from there? So it's going to go up soon.
You've got to go and find the West Ham Network page on Facebook.
You've got to like it,
and if you're not on Facebook, then Twitter. Not that I use Twitter, but on the Facebook page or Twitter page, West Ham Network, a photo of you doing that.
Nice.
How about that?
Nice.
How do we then?
What happens if you don't? What happens if you don't have Facebook? Then people are asking.
What happens if we don't have Facebook? Have you got Twitter, Yanka? Have you got Twitter?
I mean, I'm not going to. I mean, that's a lot of work going over there and checking out everyone doing it. To be honest.
Okay.
I was just going to
spell.
scroll.
Yeah, I think the Facebook one's.
All right. Too much hassle. All right. Okay.
Too much hassle.
But you try and do a giveaway, and people
try and make.
Okay. So do we want people to say something in the chat then, or what do we want? What do we want? We want.
What do we want? We want more subscribers. We want more likes. We want.
Do we want more members? Do we want more members, or is that? Really
we want a shrubbery.
Yeah. Not for a mug.
Not for a mug. Not for
we
a
want
too much. Hashtag too much effort. Hashtag too much effort. Yeah. Right. Well, no one else is going to come up with it, so I'm just going to say hashtag Antonio.
Yeah.
Simple as that. If you want to win this mug,
hashtag King Oggy.
No, Antonio.
Hashtag
No. Hashtag. But defeats the purpose because the player on this name is Antonio.
Yeah. Why didn't you get one made up with Antonio on it?
Hashtag Antonio, and we want everyone here to enter. Go for it, Antonio. Go on.
Yeah, but
please making a
fake
account now. Go on then. Hashtag Antonio. That's it.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Hashtag Antonio.
Why are people not moaning that? What if people don't have kettles?
Exactly. What? I don't even drink hot drinks.
Do you not?
No, don't drink tea, don't drink coffee. Never drank a hot drink in my life.
Really?
Not even soup. No, not even. Yeah, there we go. You see, we're all learning about each other today.
Yeah, can we put a link up of that news just in breaking?
Who's just in? Russ doesn't drink hot drinks.
Russ doesn't drink hot drinks.
Russ don't eat now hot. There we go. Okay, right. There we go. Right, let's share the screen. Let's go full screen. Right, so we'll do this, and then we'll do one more giveaway at 11 o'clock, which is a doozy.
Can you slow down a bit because I've not had a chance to join in yet.
Let's give people a few minutes. When
I'm up there. Right, quick, do it.
Well, what do we discuss? Will we bring another player in? There we go. Will we bring another player in?
No.
Absolutely not.
No.
Tottenham, and I'll try and say. Oh,
you got a few more seconds, but hang on.
Okay, right.
They're still coming in. They're still coming in.
There's only 39 entries. I think we should let it go 50.
We'll see what happens.
Hashtag Antonio. Come on, if you're watching. Hashtag.
You want to win that mug? Hashtag Antonio.
I don't think anyone else is coming.
What the Doig rumor, is that just the board maybe investigating something just to see if there's something out there?
The Doig thing, interesting. When I was putting up the image for that, I found an image that we must have done a story on some time ago. So we've spoken about it some time back. And when I was looking up his details, there were a number of Premier League teams interested in him. I think Leeds have been looking at him and a few others. And he's a very highly rated young lad. And I think Hibernian gave him like an ultimatum. They were like, sign an extended deal or I don't know, we'll drop you to the reserve squad or something like that. Now he's contracted till 2025. So they clearly think a lot of him to give a young man who's not only 19 years old, that long a deal. When we give our players deals, we only usually sign them for maybe a couple of years. So he's been given a 5-6 year deal. So they clearly think a lot of him, and there might be something in that. There might be something in that one. It's interesting. And player for the future. People are talking about him being a player for the now, rather than the player for the future. So we keep talking about left back. We need cover for the left side. Then why not bring someone? But then, Anton, you and I have seen, Alese, he plays left back. Longello, both been given extended contracts at West Ham. Both decent left backs. And so this boy is no older than them. He's the same age. But is he that much better? I couldn't tell you. I don't know. You followed Scottish football, Anton. You must have seen him play a few times.
I'm a season ticket at Kilmarnock, so I just decided to do a West Ham fan channel to give you my real honest opinion. So I came on here I came on here with 5 years' notice to know that Josh Doig would potentially be linked to the club, and I saw him play against Kilmarnock once. I thought I'll give you my honest opinion on him.
You must have seen him when he was 14. That's understandable. It makes sense. Yeah.
That would make sense, absolutely. So yeah, I think he's quite a good player. He's good quality. He was linked with your club, Chelsea, still, but they never really wanted to follow through with the signing. So I think they saw maybe it's too expensive at the time. And but then again, we all know what Chelsea are like and all their fans are like. So anyway, you never know. We might bring him in.
Banter.
We might bring him in.
Banter.
Pure and utter banter. Where are we at? How many people have entered now? I feel like there's a lot.
Loads. Let's just run it. We'll run it and then we'll
Look,
start.
Thomas really wants to win it. Thomas is desperate to win it.
Let me show
I'll
the
tell you
screen.
why.
Okay, full screen. The winner is. The winner is.
Matt Flack.
No!
David M. It's David M. already won one. I don't know how they got in there. There we go.
David M.
Hell, where did that? No, can you imagine if whoever the hell that was won it?
Do you know what would have been quite funny if that person had won it? They would have to have sent us their address.
Their address.
And then
We'd send the boys around.
Blocked him. David M.
Did someone just say David won something else tonight? Or...
No, David M.
Well done, David. It's one of our regular viewers, so congratulations to you,
David
mate.
M.
That's good to see.
And Anton, do me a favour, mate. Don't send him the chip one that you got delivered. Wouldn't be fair.
It's honestly, it's like rubbish banter. It's like what a way to missell your products. Tell people they're chipped. Tell people that we're a shit channel and slag off our sponsors. No wonder we don't grow. No wonder we don't grow.
Hey,
because
football's had the best advert they ever had. Ever in their whole life. Ever.
Because Stell's about to go on a YouTube himself. He's creating his own YouTube channel.
I told you not to tell anyone.
And he'll realise the amount of work that goes into it, and then he'll delete his channel after a week.
Yeah.
Just mute him. Just mute him.
He should be muted.
Poor Stell.
Poor little Stell. Poor little Stell.
You see, I can take it, but he can't. That's the problem. So there you go.
If you go back about 4 years on this channel, look at old videos, you'll see that Stell had a head of jet black hair and a jet black beard.
But it was all that tough training I put him through, Dan.
True.
See all that training.
That is true.
See that rigorous training program I put him on. It really has taken its toll out of him, to be honest.
Yeah.
And but listen, to be fair, I let him. He went off. He flew his own wings. He got his own wings, and he went off. And he went off, and he asked me, "Listen, Anton, I want to do this show. Can you show me how to set up the channel? Show me how to set up little images, little thumbnails."
Mate, you're so boring, mate. I mean, listening to him on and on.
I thought the level of professionalism improved when we started.
When I decided to put music and images on, he used to tell me, "Don't do that. We're going to get kicked off YouTube." And I'm like, "Shut up." Andy.
That's nothing. And one day he phoned me and said on his laptop he can't find the any key.
Yeah.
Well, he's broken his laptop.
He's broken his laptop as well.
My laptop's broken today.
Rage fit.
Really pissed off.
Yeah.
No.
So
rage quit. FIFA rage quit.
35.
Did Linny break it?
No.
35 minutes to go to the deadline day.
Listen. Keep going for the competitions because I guarantee you, never know.
There's going to be loads of competitions.
I won't guarantee you'll win.
We've got loads of stuff. Well, yeah, we'll have loads of stuff coming up. Loads of stuff.
So there is actually, we're going to be selling the mugs. We are going to be selling them. So I need to get a chance to just get them all organised and let me know the inventory and tell people the exact numbers of what we've got. And I'll put a link out to where you can potentially buy them. I can't even open this mug up to show you what we've got. But we will be selling these mugs and we will let you know as soon as they go online. They're going to be first come, first serve, and we don't have an endless supply of them just now. But yeah, we're going to have them, and they'll all come up boxed and delivered to your door. Lovely.
And will you be personally signing the base of each mug if people request?
No, I'll probably have to send them through to Stell and get Stell to sign them because after what I heard about the supporters club and when Stell was walking around London last week, he's really excited about being recognised. So make sure if you see Snell, the next time you see him,
really
just stop him.
Boring, isn't it? I mean, he's really. I mean, you can see, you can hear the jealousy seeping through his pores.
Yeah, there's so much jealousy. I'm so jealous.
I know there is. I know there is.
We're actually going to do a competition soon where the entry is it's for all those that have got a selfie with Stell. So if you do see him,
selfie with Stell. Hashtag self. Yeah,
Stealthy.
Stealthy. Hashtag stealthy. After the next game, we'll do a giveaway.
That is a good show. I like that. Yeah, we are now lagging as a channel.
Lagging. We've been lagging. We've been on 5.5 hours. We've been lagging for 5 hours.
Come on.
Right, come on. What are we going to discuss?
Let's see what the news is. Let's see what we've got any news.
Right, let's play a game.
Right, go on, yeah,
let's play my Guess Who game that I play at lunchtime. A few rounds, just a few rounds. Right, okay. So everyone in the chat, we do this every lunchtime. Where basically it's a bit like Guess Who, but it's with football cards. So we got my what's these adrenaline? I don't know what they call Premier League cards. I give you literally the name of the club, and you have to pick. And you have to guess the player. The first person to get it right in the chat is the winner. Well done.
Can we play?
Nothing. Yeah, of course.
What we giving away? What we got? We got any mugs left apart from Anton?
No, we can't give much away at the moment because it's only like we'll play a few rounds, but it's just for fun.
Go on then. Go on.
Just for fun. And if you like it, then see Toby's excited. You see, because Toby knows because Toby plays it at lunchtime, and if you like it, then we do it at lunchtime. Bit of fun, bit of news. Well, get stealthy. Right. Okay.
Sorry.
First player is a Wolves player, a player from Wolverhampton Wanderers.
Is that it?
Chat, what we think?
Is he still there?
Yeah. I've got a card after him, so that's what we do. That's what we do. And the first one to get it right wins a point. Well done, congratulations. It's all fun and games. So yeah, in the chat, first one. Oh, here we go. No, it's not. It's not Neto.
Traore.
It's not. No, it's not Traore. It's not Connor. It's not Jimenez. It's not. No one's got it so far. Not Patricio. Not Semedo. Kent getting involved. That's what we like. It's not Traore. It is. Ryan's got it. Dendoncker. You see, Dendoncker. Well done. Someone in the chat needs to sort that one out.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, how do we not know you just decided to? I mean, I don't understand the rule of the game.
Oh, Stell.
What? Are you serious? He's deadly serious.
Name a player. So
yeah, and I've got the card here. So I've got the card.
You've got the card. I missed
that. Just pick a random player.
I had to put him on mute. I just put him on mute because he kept shouting higher.
No, that's a good shout, Dan. That's a good shout. Let's mute him. There he goes.
Right,
so
I'll tell you what we do. All right, okay. Wait a sec. We'll play a bit higher low in a minute. We can do that. Right, okay. Let's pick a West Ham player. A player who plays for West Ham. Go.
And
it's not Antonio, by the way. It's not Antonio. Go on, chat. West Ham player, right? Who we got? It's not Noble. It's not Rice. It's not Lanzini. It's not Noble. It's not Rice. It's not Soufal. It's not Fredericks. It's not Okaflex. It's not Yarmolenko. It's not Soufal. Oh, see, everyone's getting involved. It's not Randolph. It's not Soufal. It's not Fabianski. No one's got it so far. He plays for West Ham United. He wears the claret and blue. No one's got it so far. Surprising. So we get not Rice, not Fabianski, not Benny, not Fredericks, not Soufal. It's not Fornals. It's not Rice. It's not Noble. It's not Fredericks. Antonio. It is James Weaver's got it. It's Jared Bowen.
Mr. Jared Bowen.
There we go. That was fun. Do you want to play higher and lower?
We could do this.
Bellerin is signed for Real Betis. Just for anyone who wants to know, Bellerin from Arsenal is signed for Real Betis. Are we missing a trick with that one?
No.
All of you. No,
we're not. I don't think we are. I think we've got right backs.
Hang on. Given that James is in the chat, James, are you in the chat, Mr. Fever? I want to get his opinion on this starting on this 22. Because I know James is being quite critical of us not signing players, etc. James, are you happy with that now? must be happy with that now. Surely you must be happy with that now. I'm happy with it.
Yeah. Go on,
Right.
James.
Let's play your game, Russie.
Oh, we play some games. Let's play some games. Right, okay, right. 3 of you, higher or lower. Right, we'll start with Anton. We'll do it like a proper game show.
Before we jump on there, Russ, Spurs and Serge Aurier are in talks over a mutual contract termination. Once upon a time was a very, very decent player.
I was just saying that. Someone muted me.
Well, I mean, I don't know what he'd be earning there at Tottenham, but we don't really need a player down the right-hand side, do we? Or do we?
No. We've got enough. We've got enough, haven't we? So I just think he's getting the right players in the positions that he wants players in. So it's just extra wages that come January we might need a couple of extra bodies, but don't forget also we've got Mipu and Connor have both got break clauses in January as well.
Yeah.
There he is.
Tomiyasu deal is quite close for Arsenal, apparently. I know you rated him, didn't you, Anton? And then who else we got coming up?
Right. Right, higher or lower? Okay, let's keep it going. Anton, right.
Are races high?
Yeah. No. Okay. No. Yes. They're high. Yeah, they're high in this game.
I'm gonna go for higher.
Higher than a 7, you say a 10.
Lower.
Unlucky. Start over. Come on in, Stell. Let's deal Stell in. Right, a 9. You can change your first card if you want, but you're
lower.
You're gonna go lower. A 4.
Higher.
Ooh.
Higher.
A king.
Lower.
A 5.
Higher.
Still, you got to 6. Right, let's see what Dan's going to do. Right, okay. There we go. Deal. You see, this is the great stuff you get on the West Ham Network. Make sure you subscribe. Dan,
just a tough one. Can I think about it? Trying to fret lower.
Lower. 3.
Higher.
A 4.
Oh, higher.
A 5.
Oh dear.
I'm on for a flush here. Higher.
An ace. Ace is high.
Lower. Higher.
Oh, he got good cards, didn't he?
Get in.
Mate.
Well, this is for the guessing. It is. We've been interactive.
Actually, why don't we ask the guests to why don't we ask the viewers to go,
Well, it's quite difficult because everyone's going to say the same thing, isn't it? Everyone's going to say
that, and there's a delay, so it will take 10 minutes to do
exactly.
one round.
It take 10 minutes, and that's it.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Then I've got an idea. Let's talk about it. We now know our final squad going into the campaign up until January. Who is the player? I'll ask you, Russ, first. Who's the player that most excites you for the next? Let's just base this upon us going from now till January until the new window. But who's the player that excites you the most?
New player or just player?
It can just be in general between looking at that squad.
Ben Rama excites me the most as the way he's hit the ground running all through pre-season. Different gravy. He's different gravy at the moment, and so I just hope he carries on, and hopefully with the new signings and just more confidence. Also, the fact that Jesse's not going to be there as well. I think that would have hampered him a little bit. I'll be honest. And so I just think he's absolutely on fire at the moment. And as you said, Rob agrees. Zach agrees.
Yeah. So put it in the chat if you are listening. Who's the player that most excites you, whether it's a new signing or a current player in the squad? Russ has gone for Benny. I think people are excited about Benny. Benny and Vlasic. I mean, still, sorry, Dan, I'll put this one to you first, Dan.
Do you know what? I've been trying to think of someone different because I initially thought Ben Rama, and I'm not going to change it. I wasn't his biggest fan, but he has been really good. He was outstanding against Palace. He had these flashes of just pure brilliance, just a flare come out of nowhere, and these little tricks and flicks. Ben Rama for me.
Yep, and still.
Yep.
Masuaku.
It's obvious that it's going to be. Well, I was going to say Masuaku first, then I decided on Yarmolenko. Clearly, I mean, without a shadow of a doubt. But on a serious note, do you know what? On a serious note, because I think he's going to help to keep a lot of clean sheets. Is Areola? I think he's going to be a revelation for us. Nothing against Fabianski. I don't mean it in that way, but I think Areola is going to be superb for us.
Yeah,
I really do.
You think he's going to become our number one this season?
I think he will. I actually genuinely think that Areola and Zuma will start in the game against Southampton. You know, or that might be too many changes, but certainly Zuma will come in, certainly without a doubt. And I just think that maybe Areola will. I know people are saying Areola won't start until a cup game, but I'm just wondering whether he actually starts. And then we see Areola as the Premier League keeper and maybe Fabianski as the cup keeper.
Yeah, that's how
I know that sounds cruel. I know that sounds cruel on Fabianski. I don't mean it in a bad
football,
way.
though, isn't it? I don't think it is, because I think it's football, and the fact is he's not going to be at the end of next season. Where, to all intents and purposes, Areola will. You know, we've got a loan to obligation to buy in this next summer, so you know, and it makes sense. I just think I think it's fantastic, and I agree with Mandy says.
Yeah,
Mandy,
exactly.
good question here. Who will be the centre back pairing for Europa? It's a really good question, because I said earlier when we signed Zuma, I reckon he can play with any of the other three centre backs. You can't. I know, Anton, you say like Diop and Ogbonna can't play in the same team, for example. And I know Moyes is now going to be able to use three centre backs, but we also know Creswell plays as a centre back when he plays three at the back and then wing backs. But yeah, who will play as a pairing in Europe? I think I'll stick my neck out on the line. I think it's going to be Zuma and Diop.
I think so.
Dan?
I think Zuma and Dawson in the early stages until it gets serious, and then it'll be all change.
Can you turn your light on, Sean?
He's done that. You can't see his phone.
Well, look at his name, the one and only ITK.
Oh,
I actually put go to bed, so you changed that.
Is that in the kitchen?
Anton,
centre backs for Europa?
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be a tough one because we don't really know what's going to happen over, the Southampton game. I think we'll start to see, Moyes stamping his authority on that starting 11 with the squad he's got in now, and the first game of the Europa. It's going to be very telling to see what's going to happen there. And nobody really knows. It's just a guessing game, I think, at that point, because he's going to be confident. We all know he's confident in Dawson, whether people like it or not. He's confident in Dawson. He's confident in Diop. He's confident in Ogbonna, and obviously he's confident in Zuma. So it's either or. But anyway, listen, we've got the one and only ITK in.
I don't call myself an ITK.
That, Sean. It's a good name.
Do you know what?
Do we have any updates?
I've emailed everybody, people at the club. Everybody's gone to bed. They're not answering, and it's not that they're ignoring me. They're just not picking up the message. The messages have not been read. So I think that tells you the story. Go to bed.
Great.
Do you mean is that just simply go to bed, or go to bed DG?
Go to bed.
That's it. So this last minute surprise signing, £500,000 youngster ain't happening then.
You can't come on the show and tell people to go to bed.
Well, I'm sorry, but it is 19 minutes. Oh!
Hello.
Oh! Breaking news.
Sean's pizza's arrived.
You what?
I'm told it is Keir Smith. It is Keir Smith.
After all that,
we told you.
Yeah. However, look, this is a small signing. I don't think, as long as they get the paperwork registered, we may not hear at 11 o'clock. Remember Bowen? We didn't actually hear the paperwork, and I'm not sure Sky News is going to go over the top over a £500,000 deal. That's not the club, by the way, Source. That is a. I've just literally received a message at
16 years old, Dundee United, signed his first professional contract back in 2020, and rumour is around 500k to bring him in. That's the rumour kicking about. 16-year-old left back. So, but like you said, does that need to get done? Would that need to get done so early if we're bringing him in?
I don't know, because at that age, I'm not sure what the rules are. I mean, Russ is an employee. He's a current employee of the club. Are you not? Are you an employee of West Ham United, Russie?
No, not technically. Not technically, no.
You're a freelancer.
Freelance.
Hold on a minute. Sean, are you not an employee of the football club?
No, I'm not.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I am sure.
I actually used to be.
Yeah. No, I never used to be.
Finding you up, Sean.
Maybe Stella's. Maybe Dan Stella.
I'm definitely an employee of the club. I mean, after all, don't you remember
Can you imagine
the reason?
Stelios in charge of the club? This is all shit. This is shit.
His marketing campaign was awful. Don't follow the club. Don't buy a season ticket. Just let me have the best seat in the house.
Stella, you're the marketing director. Yeah, I know, but it's all shit.
Normally.
Don't forget.
Don't forget.
Here he goes. Stella, let me predict what you're about to say. Don't forget, I saved the channel. Don't forget,
I wasn't going to say that at all, but you know I did, yeah. But now I've forgotten what I was going to say, so it shows how unimportant it was. So there you go.
Oh man, Russ, we've not got long. We've not got long to go. So does that mean
I'm just trying to find out whether it will get over the line?
We may run out of news, but we'll never run out of banter.
Never. So what's
No, that wasn't the email I was waiting for. Sorry.
Your Uber is 2 minutes away.
Exactly.
Well, it was an email. I'm going to Goodwood Festival, and that was about that, and it was nothing to do with the email I was hoping to receive from a certain gentleman.
Very good.
All right.
So who's won the transfer window? What teams won the transfer window in the Premier League?
Okay, so I'm being told 100% it is Keir Smith. Will he sign within the deadline? Don't know, but it's definitely him, is what I'm being told.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So, yep.
So I don't know what else we can say apart from there's another. Breaking news! Breaking news!
Can I just say something? Can I just say something? Whoever's feeding you this information is watching you live.
Yes,
stitching you right up. Right, on you go, Sean.
So, no. These are pucker sources. So this has come from, I can't say, but come from somewhere in the club. One going out.
Oh, go on.
Sandy Silva.
Right, they haven't told me. I said to them, I can't say who it is. Can I go to bed now? Is what I asked, and they said one going out before the deadline. So we've got one departure.
Senior player,
Sandy Silva.
Didn't
Sandy
say.
Sandy Silva. We already knew about.
Yeah, but he's not gone yet
until it's official.
Unless
it's official.
Unless it's official, then that's the one going out.
And this is a club source, so they don't talk about one coming in. So although it's Keir Smith, it sounds like maybe it's not going to get over the line before the deadline. I don't know what that means. Someone who knows the rules of under 23s might be able to know a bit better. But in the last 14 minutes, they are expecting one departure.
If it goes past 11 o'clock, you've got to give them a Kinder Surprise to sweeten the deal.
I mean, it could be Silver. But who knows? I mean, let's try. Apart from playing higher or lower, let's keep some suspense going for the last. I mean, otherwise we're going to get bloody Russie baking cakes or something.
I can just knock something up if you want. I mean, it's always time for a bit of late night binge.
Tomiyasu has officially signed for Arsenal, believed to be in the region of 18 million euros. Tomiyasu, Japanese international, signed from Bologna to Arsenal. Good signing for Arsenal, to be fair, in my opinion. They've pretty much just went and got a whole new defence, haven't they not?
I think they need it, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, absolutely.
So he's the first one, I think.
Ooh, what happens if it's Declan Rice?
No, I already thought that and didn't want to say it. Don't jinx it.
Oh, just all I know is, and I can't.
Someone clean up the chat.
It's 3 words. One go. Can I go to bed? And it says one going out. One going out. Oh my God! What happens?
Stop winding it up, Sean.
Don't, Sean.
You know that's a load of bollocks. So I wouldn't worry.
He's winding us up.
I'm not winding you up. I don't know any more information except one going out. I'm just saying, how many people have we got in our squad? There's a 1 in 22 chance of it being Declan Rice.
Right, we've got 12 minutes to go.
7%.
How do you rate, Sean? How do you rate the transfer window out of 10?
9.
Do you think Declan Rice will sign a new contract?
No.
Still, same questions to you.
I'd give it a 9. I know people will say, well, we haven't signed a striker, so how can it be that high? And no, I don't think Declan will sign a contract. He'll see how it goes this season, and then we'll take it from there.
If you are watching and you're in the comments, give me your rating out of 10 for what you think this window is. Dan Love?
8.5. We didn't get a striker. And it will depend on where we finish as far as what happens with Declan Rice and what they offer him as well.
And there's no real need for him to do it. Russie boy?
Just to be clear, right? He's been offered to be paid the highest wage that, and we talked about this on the podcast last night, the highest wage that West Ham players ever earn. That's the deal he's been offered. It would make him the highest paid West Ham player in the history of West Ham United. Since 1900, because we're not allowed to take the other figure according to Nigel. So there you go, but him and his agent want a bit more, and who's to stop? I think someone said, it's his career, it's a short career. You can't begrudge him. If we can't get Champions League, I don't think we can keep him forever. If we can't get him to Champions League ourselves, then we're probably going to have to let him go next summer.
I think a lot of fans are actually prepared for that, to be quite honest with you. I think it will depend on what happens this season. If we have a cracking season, and let's say for argument's sake, we actually get into the Champions League either by winning the Europa League or through our position in the league, I think he'll stay. I think he'll see through a season of what we might be able to do in the Champions League, because that's, as you know, Sean, the minute you step into the Champions League, even before you kick the ball, you're in the money, aren't you? I mean, you're in the proper money.
But let me pose a question to you, Stel, and the rest of you. Contracts mean nothing. Now, I've got in a lot of trouble for quoting what Declan Rice earns in the past. So I'm not going to go into exact details of etc. He's not one of the highest paid players. He's done all right, and there's been incremental bonuses and all this kind of stuff. But why wouldn't you sign a new deal to make yourself the highest paid West Ham player? That's still not going to stop you being sold.
No.
Or someone coming in with £100 million bid.
Right. Well, I mean, the only person that can answer that is someone like you. Why has he not done? I'm guessing the reason why he's not signing you deal is because we probably said to him, we'll make you the highest paid player, but we're going to keep you. We're going to add another 2 years onto your contract, or 3 years, or whatever. But then you're right. The thing is, it doesn't matter how long the contract is.
Doesn't mean anything. Contracts mean nothing. Sign a new 6-year contract, and all it does is put money on the valuation. You know, it just lowers your value for someone to buy you. That's all it does.
Yeah, it just means the club's going to make more money off you when it's time to go.
Yeah, it does. So what do you care? You know, we've seen that. That City paid £100 million for Jack Grealish. We saw that potentially they want to spend another £100 million on Harry Kane, although Levy wanted 120. You know, we see these amounts are not. No, if you want one of the best defensive midfielders, it's not unreasonable to ask for 100 million. And City or Chelsea or Man United will pay that kind of money. No one else will, but they will. So why not? Why not just take? You know, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but why not just take the money and run? You know, every week, you know, that's an extra 80 grand or something in your pocket. You know, it's a bit eye-watering for me. That why wouldn't you sign a new contract and just?
That's the difference between a player and a fan. For us, football, the club, is in our heart. But for footballers, a lot of footballers, it's their job. It's the same for working for Rumbelows, and Dixon's coming along and saying, we'll double your wages. Exactly, yeah. But it's the same thing. Another shop coming along and poaching you off the working floor or offering you more money as a footballer. That's their job.
But that's what I don't understand. It's like if you're as again, God, I'm agreeing with Sean again. But it's true. I know. Jeez, God. But it's true. You know, if you're going to do the same job, you're going to, you know, if someone said to you, "Oh yeah, you can do the same job in the same company, but for 10, 15 grand more, just sign this contract for another couple of years." Most people would do that. You know, for me, it seems that I think it's almost like Deck wants options. You know, at the end of his. Because haven't we got 3 years and another year on top option, isn't it, Sean?
Yeah,
so he's got 4 years already. So,
but it means nothing, you know. And all right, there could be a release clause, but who does that benefit?
Yeah,
I don't get it. But you know, his dad and his brothers are his agents now, and they've got their reasons. My understanding is that they want 200 grand a week for him. That limits him in the Premier League to about 4 clubs, right?
Yeah, it does.
Chelsea, Man United.
Who would pay him for it, though?
Huh?
Who would pay him that money a week?
Well, Man United will. Chelsea
Man
will.
United, Man City, or Chelsea would.
You think they'd agree to pay him that a week?
Yeah, they absolutely would.
Yeah,
they absolutely would. Yeah. I don't get it. I just wonder if he thinks that it's going to scare off suitors. But as you said, you know, this thing about him being upset with being valued at 100 million, I think is rubbish. I don't think he would be upset by that, would he? You know, all this stuff about him being upset, and does he look like a player on the pitch that looks unhappy to you?
I think he enjoys.
Yeah, I think he enjoys. I think he.
I don't think he would move to Manchester. You know, I do know people that know him because his missus comes from where I come from in Chessington, which is where I spent a lot of my growing up. And he works in Chessington Garden Centre, and he's a local lad, Kingston, because I'm a Surrey boy. So I know a lot of people that know him, and he's very much a family man. And I know a lot of people know his brothers because he lives around the way. And they all say, you know, he's built a new house in Banstead. Funny enough, I was talking to his electrician the other day, fitting out his house. So, you know, everybody knows him, right? I don't think, unless he really had to, he would move to Manchester. I think he'd prefer to go to Chelsea, go back to Chelsea with his mate Mason Mount. That's where he's got his heart, really.
Is he therefore not? I mean, here's a long shot. Is he therefore not agreeing a contract in order to try and keep the price as low as possible for his?
I think that's the only possibility.
You know, because if he signs a new deal, then everyone laughing at us, all other fans from other clubs get laughing at us saying he ain't worth 100 million. If he signs a new deal, that might strengthen that's what you got to pay. But that's what we can ask for regardless, isn't it? I don't get that. I don't get why he wouldn't have signed a new contract.
Do you know what? I've got a weird feeling that a senior player might be outbound.
Yarmolenko.
Well, funny you should say that. I've got this funny feeling that, you know, I asked the person when they said 1 out. I said, "Is it a senior player?" question mark. They have seen it and they're not answering.
So that means yes.
So whilst you're doing that, let's have a look at Keir Smith if he comes. Fullback is primarily a centre back, contracted till 2023, worth $500,000, 16 years of age. He spent time training at Man United. He impressed the scouts, but Ole Gunnar Solskjaer decided not to sign him. Club sporting director Tony Ashgar said at the time, Keir had a lot of interest from some of the world's biggest clubs, so we're delighted he signed a contract with Dundee United. The opportunity that he will have at this club is something that Keir and his parents were keen on, and we look forward to Keir developing at United. He has shown in games that the transition will not take long, so he's very highly thought of. And I know people are going to go, well, that's only the Scottish League, but nonetheless, you can only go with what you see. So he sounds like a good prospect. Yeah. Okay, people. Do we have any gifts left? Any prizes left? One more. We've got 3 minutes to do.
Russ, people are asking you to bring someone on.
Oh, Jack, mate. Yeah, we'll come on. Jack will come on. Yeah, not today, but he'll come on. Yeah. Sorry.
Is he in the chat?
Jack, mate's in the chat. Yeah.
Is he? I can't even see him.
There's another. Daniela is wondering if it's Lanzini going.
No.
Wow. I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
I think it's more likely that we just cut the ties with Reedy. Someone like that. Reedy, maybe Massimo.
Oh, it could be. Do you know what? I didn't think of that. It could be Randolph as well.
Could be Randolph.
It could be Reed. It could be Yarmolenko. I mean, he's not going to mention it. I don't mean to be disrespectful to Silva, but I'm not sure he'd be mentioning it if it was just Silva going out, because he's not really he wouldn't be going, don't go to bed one out. I just don't see it.
Yeah,
I would. It's very suspect if it is Randolph, because those of you that saw Stell put up his team sheet of all our current players,
Randolph wasn't on it.
He missed out there, Randolph. Stell, what do you know, son? What do you know?
The real ITK.
Norman Stanley Fletcher. When Antonio gets injured, you will all be moaning about this window. We've gone through that. We've talked about that. We don't think. I mean, here's the, without Darren, here's a squad, and we said earlier, Yarmolenko, Bowen could all play up front in place of Antonio.
Fornells even.
Fornells, yeah, at a push. Ben Rama at a push, yeah. And then we got that, we got that midfield. Ben Rama, Lanzini, Bowen. I mean, got a good mixture there. So I know a lot of people are saying that we should have signed a striker, but my gut tells me. Sorry?
There's a beep on his phone. Come on,
Sean.
Russ, look down. See if you can see it.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to look over Sean's shoulder so we can see who it is.
No, it says go to bed.
Is it the electric company calling to let him know about the power cut?
Mandy would have moved for Jesse in January if he doesn't get game time. A strong possibility.
It's done.
Sean, a move for Jesse Lingard in January if he doesn't get any game time.
Transfer window is closed.
Come on, Sean. What is
it? I mean, the only thing I'm being told is possibly Silva to Forest.
Right, which we kind of knew about anyway.
I thought he was going to Greece.
I thought so too. Yeah. But yeah.
Do you know Greek football?
I know Greek football as much as Anton knows Scottish football. Yeah.
So a lot.
He knows as much about Greek football than he does about bloody West Ham. Anyway,
well, being a Chelsea fan, what would I know about West Ham, eh? There we go. Breaking news, Jack. West Ham have agreed to sell Fornells to Arsenal for an estimated £35 million.
Oh, I love it.
Did you see? I don't know if I put it in the WhatsApp group, but the cutout of Arsenal have bought that Mikel Antonio's cutout for £3 million.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
We can laugh, Arsenal.
Rondon he's gone to Everton. I know we were talking about him earlier. Rondon.
Has he actually signed for Everton?
Yeah, he's gone to Everton. 2-year contract with the option of a third.
Oh, look who it is!
Oh, look
Breaking
at
news! Breaking news!
Look at the cat walked in.
Well, thank you all for watching. Good night. And,
5 hours, 6 hours. Hey, good night. Lovely.
I thought I'd come on just as a deadline. That's it. It's expired. That's it. It's finished. It's over. Can we start
thanks for
talking
your,
about
Alf.
football now?
Alf, you've been a really good help this evening. Thanks for your thanks for your effort.
Alf's on the night shift. Alf's on the night shift. So
yeah, you're
gonna
taking
take
us through to 1 o'clock.
You're taking us through to 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Well, you see,
Is Alf the kind of person who turns up to a party when you're packing up? Is he that kind of?
Yeah,
no, that's still. No, that's still.
Great party, everyone. Great party, everyone. Well done. Well done.
What do you think of the signings, Alf?
Yet to be seen. I mean, good squad players. But we'll see. I'm of the opinion that we do need somebody else for Antonio. Attacking midfielders, yeah, we can score from all over the park, but I still think we need somebody if Antonio can't play, and also there's other games as well when he probably won't play.
But don't
we'll
you think
see.
the option of a false number 9 and sticking Bowen up front, who played there for Hull, would do well?
Look, I think Bowen has impressed in a couple of times I've seen him. Yarmolenko could go up there, but he hasn't got the pace. It really depends if Moyes can get all the players playing in sort of fluid positions.
Oh, there you go.
If they can. Silva's gone, has he? Right. So, well, he didn't really feature for us, has he? So
no.
But that's it. Look, I think it's a couple of decent signings there. I think we've got. I think I wouldn't be surprised if we do a bit more business in January. But that's about it, really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Silva's departed.
Is it Newcastle? Not Newcastle, sorry. Forest?
Nottingham Forest, yeah. Permanent transfer.
Wow.
That's fair play. I mean, the lad, he hasn't had the best time at West Ham because a lot of people saying, he didn't make it, he's no good, etc. He had a really bad illness.
Yeah.
That kept him out for like nearly 2 seasons, and it just never really happened.
Well, I am now officially told that is it. There is no more. There is no more signings. That was the last one.
Are you sure?
I am sure. Go to bed now.
So the deadline day comes and goes, and West Ham bring in 4 signings. We've brought in Areola on loan. We've got Zuma in on a permanent deal. We've got Vlasic in on a permanent deal. And we have Kral in on a loan with an option to buy. We've sent out some younger players out on loan. We've got Coventry out at Peterborough United. We've got Mipo Odubiku gone to Huddersfield Town. Both have clauses in their contract which could bring them back to the club in January if need be. And the news we've just broke to you there is Zandy Silva has officially gone to Nottingham Forest on a permanent deal. That brings an end to our window.
Not Declan Rice, as you said. Thank God.
Good.
And as you said in the show last night, Sean, we should actually be celebrating the fact that Declan is with us.
Good point. Not just Declan, but Souček, who was, linked with a move to the Bundesliga. And Bowen, who was linked with a move to Liverpool, and Diop, who was linked to a move to Palace and Liverpool by Stell, and to, where was the other one? Roma. And who else has been linked? I'm trying to think. Who else has been linked to bad players? We said Souček.
Souček, Declan, Bowen to Liverpool.
Unhappy. Bowen to Liverpool. So, we should celebrate that we didn't lose, apart from 2 mediocre players, and I'm sorry for saying that, but Anderson, which we sold for 2.7 million, we hadn't been playing for us.
No.
And Bawana, who's obviously end of his contract and didn't want to sign, and we've replaced him with someone better. So well done, David Moyes. Well done, David Sullivan. Well done, David Gold. We kept our best players after finishing 6th. and putting ourselves in the shop window. Well done.
Well done. And I'm going to bed. Love you.
Right.
Cheers, Russ. Thank you,
See you
mate.
later. Bye. Love you, Sean.
Sean, can I ask you a question?
Go on.
When are you coming out of witness relocation? You know, you look like one of those dodgy people who's spilling the beans about some criminal,
I did
enterprise, and all of a sudden, right, I've got to disguise myself. Turn
Alf,
the mic
if
on,
you had
man.
joined at 5 o'clock when we started, when it was still light outside, you would have seen my face. I was driving around in a car, but that's a long time. The sun's gone down, mate.
Well,
David, I'm just a message for David M. David M, if you are watching, I do not have your email. You have to email westhamnetwork@gmail.com to claim
David M.
David
It
M.
couldn't be, could it? M
Yes,
for mother.
absolutely.
Could it be David
Moyes?
Moyes?
David Moyes, yeah, he's won a mug. He's won a West Ham Network mug.
Ah, do you know what? If we saw him hilariously, right? Let's set this up, right? Give me a mug. I'll give it to media department. We'll put it on the next press conference and see.
Is this your way of just getting a free mug out of us? Is this your way of just...
Yeah, of course.
This is his way. I know. Right, listen, the deal I've made with Sean is Sean's going to advertise us all on his website over the next couple of weeks, every single day, for the price of a mug. Thank you for agreeing to that, Sean. Much appreciated. Alf, sum up your thoughts on the transfer window. Sum up your thoughts for the coming season. How are you feeling about it?
Very slow start. I think just like everybody else, we were kind of wondering when the signing's going to come in. But look, we've done a decent bit of business. I can't really say too much about Vlasic and Kral because, in truth, I haven't seen that much of them, so I can't really say. Kral, as we all know, didn't really impress in the Euros, but that's we can't really say much about that. The keeper, Areola, I thought was really good last season at Fulham, and we kind of talked about him last season as well. So I'm glad that came in, albeit only on a loan. Is that a loan to buy? I don't know, but
a loan with an option to buy.
Yeah, option to buy. So. But Zuma, I'm really pleased about Zuma. So this is the key thing. Yeah, I'd agree. I think I sort of joined in earlier on. I was watching you guys earlier on saying about defensively. Yeah, we've got to work on that. But what is your number one pairing at the centre defence now? Because is it Zuma and Ogbonna? Is it we just relegating Dawson and Diop to
I think to be honest though, Alf, I think it's we're literally talking about what could be upwards of 60 games this season.
Yeah.
Every player, I'm not worried about every player getting some game time this year.
But there will be 11. The first.
No, but there'll be. But I think I know what you're meaning. But I think the sentiment behind that will not probably be the same every single game, because if you're playing every Thursday and Sunday like we are, 6 games in 19 days.
Yeah.
Let's just put it out there. What teams get through that with being unscathed? It's not possible. Okay. So there's going to be. But I get what you're saying. If I had to choose the first 11 and Moyes was there, and it was just the Premier League.
Yeah.
Who would I choose?
Yeah.
I think he's put his money where his mouth is and wants to bring Zuma in. Yeah. So I don't think there's any issues with knowing that is what he is going to play. And then the
interesting thing is who do you put? Which games are your priority games now? Is it Premier League? Is it Europa League?
Make them all. You got to treat every game a priority. That's the way you've got to go, because.
But you can't. You've got 60 games.
No, I think we can, which is why we've got the strength and depth. Players, I think now we can. You've got to go all out, but because as you know, Alf, if you start winning games, doesn't matter whether they're Premier League, Cups, Europa League, etc. Once you start on a winning run, the momentum takes you, and when you start giving all the players an opportunity to play, and that's why it is because I said Zuma and Ogbonna at the back, but then damn well that that's going to change, and I think the one thing that I think we might all agree on is that with Zuma coming in, he can play alongside any of the centre backs. There's something about him that you have that confidence. He'll play alongside Ogbonna, Diop, Dawson, etc. So they will be mixed around. I think the whole squad will be mixed around. So, and what's going to be interesting is when Moyes puts out a team that wins against, I don't know, Rapid Vienna, and then the next day we're playing, I don't know, whoever, Southampton or whatever, and he doesn't put the same 11 out, people are going to go, what's he doing? What's he doing? But what he's going to do is he's going to mix that first 11, whether it be at the back, centre, up front, whatever, he's going to mix them around. So everyone will be part of that. People won't feel left out. I think there will be some players on the periphery. There always is. But I think you've now got something like a good, strong 16, 17 players that he can now pick from, rather than what he had last. And then you're going to have those players on that are on the periphery that might just sort of like come in when really needed.
So I'm not so sure. I know what you're saying, but I'm not so sure I agree with that. I'm not so sure that David Moyes would see it that way, because I've got a horrible feeling, which I disagree with, that he's going to put the League Cup or the Carabao Cup or whatever you want to call it, and the FA Cup as a secondary.
But the thing is, though, if you do put those, if you put those secondary, then the question is, you play one or the other of Fabianski and Areola. So questionably, the fan base is already split on that one, probably anyway.
Yeah.
You've got to choose two central defenders from Zuma, Diop, Augie, and Dawson, and I think it's actually quite a strong foursome, especially if the fact that if you are going to drop someone like Dawson, he's been playing for West Ham solidly pretty much for nearly a year. Then you're talking about our fullbacks. Then let's move up to the midfield. If you're not going to play Rice Soucek, you've got Kral, you've got Noble, you've got Lanzini. But what I do think you are going to see is a strong mix. I don't think you're going to see a starting 11 for the Premier League and then a starting 11 for the Europa League. You will see some of those players moving into the Europa League. So then I think you might see the likes of Bowen maybe come into the Europa League team and start the Premier League game 3 days later. But Rice might not play and Kral will step in. So it will be a good mix. Then you've got Vlasic and Antonio. And Vlasic really does remind me, from everything I've ever saw of him, he really reminds me like Arnautovic. He looks extremely similar style player to Arnautovic, and I feel like that is just another prime example of another player you're going to bring in to work very similar. So I don't know. I do feel like there's enough there now to actually give both competitions or all competitions a bit of a good go. So. Yeah,
I think is I know what you're saying, but let's say if we look at that graphic there, I mean, let's say look at Bowen and Yarmolenko on the right hand side. Well, for me, number one is Bowen, and number two is Yarmolenko. So I would put Yarmolenko in the cup games, and then this is what I'm trying to say. You've got a Premier League first 11, let's say, and a Europa League first 11, and then you've got the cup games. First 11, and I think that's I get the whole rotation thing, and I get the whole strength and depth. We've got a bit more strength and depth, but Vlasic and Kral are still kind of unproven in the sort of English league.
But they're not technically unproven in the European League and European experience.
Well, possibly
that's maybe where they would step in.
Yeah, exactly. Probably there'd be more for the Europa League games as well, and some of the cup games. I can't see them being starting 11 over in the Premier League. For us, to be honest with you,
I can see of what we've got up there. If I'm looking at that squad, I would say there are probably question marks over 1, 2, 4 players at most. And that would be Fredericks, Yarmolenko, Lanzini,
Nobes,
and Noble.
And Masuaku definitely.
And you know what? Ironically, I would say Masuaku will have a role to play in Europe. Yarmolenko will have a role to play in Europe, as will Lanzini. The problem with those players is keeping them fit. And that you can throw Antonio into that as well, and I think Moyes has been clever in his signings, because he knows that Yarmolenko can't play the pace of the Premier League, but throw Yarmolenko up front in the Europa League, you'll see a different player. We saw it in the Euros. Put Lanzini on, who's going to be given a lot more space, in Europa League than he will be in the Premier League. He can run the midfield. So these players, Fredericks, with his pace, he will also have a role to play. So the players that everybody's saying, oh, they're rubbish in the Premier League, they're rubbish. All of a sudden, the Europa League is a completely different ball game.
Well,
and you start looking at.
Well. It's a
Sorry, mate.
pace. It's a different pace.
It's a different pace, absolutely. Yeah. And so you start looking at those players, and you might go, "Oh, hang on a minute. I can see Moyes'. I can see where." And I know people have been saying it's interesting, Alf, because you're absolutely right, mate. The biggest part of the conversation tonight has been about why have we not bought a striker? Why have we not bought a striker? And when I look at that squad, as I think has just been pointed out, Dan mentioned it. Anton has as well. You look at that squad and you can go, Antonio's out. Shit, what do we do? Well, there's Bowen, there's Yarmolenko, there's Benrahma. All of a sudden, there's Vlasic. All of a sudden, you haven't got an out-and-out striker. I get that, but all of a sudden, you've got options that we never had before. Someone asked the question earlier on. Jonathan asked, if we'd have signed these players, would we have beaten Palace at the weekend? I think it would have been a very different game because we would have had people coming on, giving us something different, and with the greatest of respect to Yarmolenko and Lanzini, it didn't really, if anything, it slowed the game down for us rather than it speeded up. But now all of a sudden you've got the likes of Vlasic, etc. It's a completely different ball game, and I've got a good feeling about it. I get it though, because traditionally we've been brought up thinking about, traditionally it's like that you've got to have a focal point. I've grown up having two strikers. It went from two strikers on the pitch to then it's, the lone striker, and now it's the false number 9. And that takes some getting used to. That does take getting some used to. But in Europe, might be very different.
Yeah, it's interesting is I sort of caught what you were all saying earlier on this evening about getting goals from all over the pitch. If you kind of analyse a lot of the goals that we've scored in the tail end of last season, also the start of this season as well, a lot of those, either the build-up play or direct assists, have come from Antonio as well. So he is not only key in how we're going forward, but also how he's holding up play, his distribution as well, and then obviously assists as well. So, he's bringing in, Benrahma and also Fornals and Bowen as well. He's enabling them to play. So if you take Antonio out of that, and this is where I was concerned about, yes, whilst we've got attacking midfielders and we've got a better strength in depth, we don't have another Antonio. And my argument has always been that we should not be getting another striker to play alongside Antonio. It's always, do we have anybody as good as Antonio in that area? So I don't think we do. And if he's off form, then we're also going to struggle as well. So
I think we're going to see us play a different game. I think we're going to see us play a different game without Antonio, because I think Moyes must know.
Oh, we have to. We have to. Yeah, we have to play a different game. No doubt.
Yeah. Let's put. Where has it gone? There we go. Good evening to you, Tommy. I hope you're well. Anton, can you read that comment out for us, please, mate?
Good banner, Tommy boy. Good banner.
Sorry, that's what I was laughing at, Alf. Sorry about that, mate. It's the thing is, we said this at the beginning of the night. Moyes has had, how long has he been back at the club now? 18 months, 19 months. Is it a year and a half, isn't it? At least a year and season and a half. He's basically had 18 months to find another striker, because the minute he came in, he said to himself, Alaire's going. The minute I get the opportunity to shift Allaire, he's off. So it was well before Allaire went that Moyes must have had it in his head, I need to get rid of Allaire and I'll start looking for a striker. He's had 18 months to find a striker that will fit into the mold of player that he wants. And in those 18 months, he's turned a right back into a striker, you know, and you're not going to find another Antonio. This is the problem. He's created, he's gone down a cul-de-sac. He's created, you know, he's created Antonio into the striker that he is. And now he's going, I just know I can't find another player that's going to play in that way. And otherwise, you know, he's had 2 transfer windows to find an Allaire replacement. And I find it incredible that he hasn't. I find it incredible that he hasn't.
Just how much do we value Antonio, or how much does the market value Antonio now? You know, is he a £60 million striker now?
No. His age, no.
What is he, 40, 50?
No, he's 15 mil at most.
15.
You know, 15
He's
at
about
most.
20, 25.
No, he's 31. He's 31 years of age.
Yeah.
Listen, can I just show everyone the official image of Zandy Silva in Nottingham Forest shirt? There you go. He signed a 2-year permanent contract with them for an undisclosed fee, expected to be around, I don't know, £500,000 probably. I think we signed him for just over £3 million back in 2018. So there he goes. A player is out the door. Zandy Silva is off the books, and West Ham move on.
Cheerio.
Listen, I'm happy to. I mean, we're 6 hours and 18 minutes into the stream,
and I've not had a wee.
So unless you're going to stay on, because I'm going to head.
Yeah, I've got to get back to doing other stuff, guys.
All right, mate. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we do? You know, we'll do something like a reflection, transfer window reflection tomorrow.
Right. Okay.
Something like that.
You can even bring to the table the amount of players we were linked to and what actually.
Oh, we'll be here all night, mate.
Yeah. No,
well, we normally are, actually. We normally are.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But I did promise I'd try and go to bed before midnight tonight to try and get a normal sleep.
Well, that. Yeah. Well, that. Yeah.
Well, listen.
Give a shout out to the viewers. There's still over 200 people watching us. We've been on
There
over
is.
6 hours.
You've been with us all.
Amazing.
Yeah, unbelievable.
It's been an absolute pleasure. So thank you very much for joining us. If you are new around here, please make sure you hit that subscribe button. Of course, that helps us. If you are also watching, there is a cheeky thumbs up. Hit those thumbs up if you've enjoyed it. If you've not enjoyed it, hit the thumbs down. Also, if you want to become a channel member, there is a link somewhere. Just go and find it and search for the tier system, whatever, all that sort of stuff.
That's how many people watched us tonight. Thank you so much. Nearly 10,000 people throughout the 6 hours. It's fantastic.
I was one of them, so you're welcome.
I think I tuned in about 3 times. So yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
And yeah, make sure to join us tomorrow. Don't even know what day tomorrow is. Wednesday, when we'll be back with the daily, and Russ will be back. He's doing an evening show, I believe. He's doing an evening show tomorrow. So keep an eye out in the chat. I can't even speak. See, I'm getting so tired.
I'll do his lunchtime show then and teach people how to cook cookies, bake cookies.
There you go. And yeah, good prizes today. So West Ham move on with a squad full of how many players still?
What do you mean, new players or the whole lot?
No, what's the squad? What's the squad numbers? We've gone from what to what?
Well, you know,
22.
22. There you go.
There you go.
And I'm sure I've missed players out in there.
23.
I haven't. Well, if you can include Randolph or Martin, yeah. I haven't even included any of the youngsters. Let's not forget the young. You know, Baptiste is meant to be part of this squad as well. We know Coventry's gone now, but that's 22 first-team players. You know, plus the youngsters that are coming through, Occo Flex, Baptiste, etc., etc.
Yeah, there's some good young players in the mix as well. We shouldn't ignore those.
Absolutely.
But realistically, how much time are they going to get? Hopefully, I always like to bring on the young lads. So hopefully they will see get a few minutes in or a few games in at least. But I doubt it.
Absolutely. As Stell said earlier on, we were joined by Tom Clark, who's part of the Football London media team.
West Ham London reporter for West Ham For Football London, yeah.
We were joined by the one and only ITK, the West Ham ITK, Sean. We had Trevor Morley, the legend, Trevor Morley. It was a little bit, yeah, just his reception wasn't great, but you did get to see him on the screen. We'll have him back on for another live show over the next couple of weeks. Don't you worry about that. And then, of course, you had all of us. So thank you for watching. Subscribe, like, comment, all that malarkey. Anything else? Last words you want to say?
Yeah, I'm accepting donations. 2 tickets for Southampton. I'm accepting donations. Thanks very much.
Excellent. Get on that. If anyone's not going to the Southampton game, get in touch with Alf because he'll happily take them for you.
Bloody touts. If anyone replies, you're a tout.
Oh, no, yeah, exactly.
No, someone's buying him a gift. Someone's giving him a gift.
Yeah, I'll see you at the United game. Yeah. I assume
Excellent.
we're all going.
Thanks.
Are we all going? We're all going. Yeah.
Are you going to the United game, Alf?
I am, yes.
Good man. Listen,
I've been away the last 2 games. I've missed the last 2 games, so I'm back now. I'm back.
Good man.
Kind of.
Thanks for joining us. Take it easy, stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow. Come on, you Irons.